close the city and tell the people that something's coming to call. Death and darkness are rushing forward to take a bite from the wall. You've nothing to say because they're breaking away. If you listen to fools, the mob rules. Break the spirit and you'll be blinded, and the end is always the same. Play with fire, you'll burn your fingers and lose your hold of the flame. It's over, it's done. The end has begun. If you listen to fools, the mob rules. You've nothing to say. They're breaking away. If you listen to fools. Break the cycle. Stop the movement. The wheel is thrown to the ground. Just remember it might start rolling and take you right back around. You're all fools. The mob rules. Well, hello and welcome everybody. This is D.H. Thorne giving you a little reading from some Black Sabbath. Sometimes songs make the best invocations and dedications to various things. Wouldn't you say, Lord Flesh of the Lord Priest of the Flesh? Priest of the Flesh.
I say fuck yeah, especially if it's Black Sabbath.
It's a good song. It was in one of my all-time favorite movies, which I didn't put on the list, which this is a thing we're going to have to talk about tonight.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
put it on the list. But one of my all-time favorite movies, Heavy Metal, the animated movies, the original one in particular.
Oh fuck, I've never seen that.
You never did? Throw it on the list for next time, if not this time.
Okay, I'll do that right now. I've seen Heavy Metal, original Heavy Metal.
2000 was garbage by comparison. Granted, the original Heavy Metal, the animation was trash, but the stories were kind of lame. But when you're a pubescent teenager and all you want to do is sex, drugs, and rock and roll, that was the jam. That was what everyone when we were like 13 or 14 would be like, get together and huddle in the corners at school and be like, "Did you guys ever see Heavy Metal the movie? Oh yeah, you see that part when the guy dies and oh it's so good."
You can see nipples.
You can see nipples right in the beginning. It doesn't even take long. So no, it's one of the best, and it's got some of the best. It's got the best soundtrack to any movie I think ever made, bar motherfucking none.
Let me guess, was it a Heavy Metal soundtrack?
It actually was, but it was like 70s and 80s metal, and it was kind of really cool because you had like songs that were made for it, but you had like Blue Oyster Cult, right? Which to me isn't metal, but then that was metal. Like that was totally metal back then. To me, like that's how's that metal?
I'm with you. Like Black Sabbath isn't metal, or I just said Blue Oyster Cult is not metal, but Blue Oyster Cult is fucking metal.
Right, exactly. Like it's weird.
Fucking,
it's weird.
Black Blade, Veteran of the Psychic Wars.
That's all right.
Fuck
Those
yeah.
are metal. All right, I'll give you that. That's metal. But I mean, most of their famous songs aren't metal. Like Fear the Reaper. How's that? That doesn't remind people. Don't go, oh, that's so fucking metal. No, it's not. It's just like heavy rock or something.
Hey, so astronomy. Astronomy's pretty metal. In a way, it was metal enough for Metallica to cover it.
True. No, that's true. But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird in the head. Well,
if you are, then I am too.
So of course we're on goofball mode. This is the magical frat party that we get every Thursday night. We will try not to get to the pee-pee poo-poo talk till at least an hour or two in. We will of course be taking your live calls at some point. But I think the first order of business should have to do, since we don't have anybody here, we don't have to worry too much. At some point tonight, we are actually going.
Totally people here.
No, there's like 14 people here. They don't count. And about we are going to be having a vote tonight on what movie to watch on our, I don't know what we've called it, but magical movie nights that we have once or twice a month. We're planning on having one this Saturday, and we actually do not have a strong consensus about what movie to watch yet this coming Saturday. So if you're planning on attending, you want to hang out with us and watch a movie, that's in Discord.
Yeah.
Then
little left-hand path mystery science theater with the gang.
We have a good time. We have a really good time. So if you're interested in joining in for that and you want to have a say in what we watch, see where his little finger is seductively pointing. Type that into your web browser. If you go there and follow the directions, if you're not already a member, you can join the server. If you're in the server and you are not yet part of, what is it, the movie night club or whatever it is that you made?
We made a separate role for everybody who wants to do hangout nights. That way we can ping only the people that want to be pinged. So if you want to hang out with us, like once or twice a month, watch movies, play games, once you're a member, go to the server info channel, scroll to the bottom. There's a little thing showing you, hey, click this emote and you'll automatically get the role. And you'll get access to all the channels that have movie suggestions and everything. And go there and vote for a movie.
Yep. So go in, and we have 21 movies currently that we have listed. You can only vote once. Read the directions. Vote once. And this Saturday we will be not. This isn't going to be a live stream. Like, you're not going to ever see this on YouTube because these are all, rated movies, we'll say.
Yeah, that's how we get the channel shut down real fast.
Yeah. So we're not going to be streaming on here or anything like that. But we're going to be streaming a movie with everybody on Discord. Up to 22 people can come, and usually we only get like 5 or 10 people. So we have a good time. We watch the movie. Have a little shenaniganery that goes on. Sometimes a discussion. Any one of those movies is up for grabs, so long as I can get it and it doesn't offend my brain to watch it because it's somehow wrong. No, I'm kidding. But so long as I don't hate it and don't mind spending money on it or sailing the high seas, we will find a way to watch it. So vote on one of those 21 movies.
I'll get it.
That's right. One of us will get it. So we're going to watch one of those starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. So go in there, and some point tonight, Flesh Priest and I are going to call a vote. We're going to read out the numbers. And if we don't get a consensus, I already have 2 movies picked out that I want to do. And then I think Flesh Priest and I will maybe invoke a third person, and we will decide upon the movie. So if we can't get a popular vote, we will get an electoral college vote on what to watch, and we'll go from there. So, all right, guys.
Because that
have at it.
Always works.
It works for me right now. Fuck you all, because might as well. That's how I get my way. I mean, that's how we make it fair.
Early super chat from Patchwork says, "Hey, brothers. A to you too, sir. Fucking loved having you on the other week, dude." And that was everybody else here. We've got Ace the Goblin, Black Raindrop 88, Damian Draco, Eddie Romanov, Jeff 524, Hellspine, Jay Thomas, Max Avery, Necro Nikki, Patchwork, and Who Loves Orange Soda? I love orange soda.
I like some orange sodas. Have you ever noticed that orange sodas have like this weird... You ever notice that... Yeah, what's up, Al? You ever notice that orange soda has like this tendency to like be really good or really bad? Have you ever noticed that? Like, sometimes orange soda is like the sweetest, bestest, most delicious soda there is, but then other times it's like this sour tart, just wrong. It just tastes like somebody just like no sugar, just lemons or something in there. It just doesn't taste right. So I go hot and cold on it.
For me, orange soda is kind of like pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pretty all right. The grape sodas, though, sometimes those can taste like fucking cough syrup.
Really? So you have the opposite problem. Like, I never hate grape soda. I always like grape soda. But orange, I sometimes... Like, it's either the best or the worst. Like, it can go either way. That's pretty funny.
Maybe I'm just sensitive to that fucking, that fake grape.
I guess. I don't call it grape. I call it purple.
But, you know.
To me,
it's
purple is a flavor. Yeah, it's purple flavor. Like, I love purple flavor. Like, I like blue flavor. I know it's supposed to be blue raspberry, but I just call it blue flavor. It's not blue raspberry. It doesn't taste anything like a damn raspberry. You ever have a raspberry? Those things are tart as shit, man.
You're the motherfucker that would walk into the 7-Eleven and it's like, "Oh yeah, what Gatorade do you want?" "I want the red one, the red flavor Gatorade."
The red.
So
red.
People keep saying that the only people who know the actual names of the Gatorade flavors are cops.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't know why that's a thing.
Like, why is that a thing at all? Like, that's funny.
I don't know, but just everybody, a little bit of a homework assignment. Go out and test that. Ask a cop what his favorite flavor of Gatorade is, and if he doesn't name a color, then we know this is true.
Freaking... What's up, Lady Kipra Unk? What is up? Nice to see you, too. Yeah, I do this every Thursday, so if you're ever excited or interested, hang out with us on Thursday. This is where we're goofy. I tend to be more serious most of the time. I tell you the same stuff, but I'm much more inclined to be goofy and by the seat of my pants. And I tend to be much more irreverent, as they say. If we're talking about something sacred, I often wipe my ass with it before I'm done. But that's part of it, guys. That's part of the glory of what we do. So yeah, go check out the Discord. And again, pick a movie for tonight. If at some point, maybe like an hour from now, we'll say we're gonna count the votes. If you haven't voted, tough titty. We're just gonna pick something that we like, and that's it.
Yeah, let's do right before we open up the call-ins, like about an hour from now. I'll count the votes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. Cool. So yeah, man. So we were going to talk about a couple of things tonight. The title of this stream was just on the warpath with the Oni, which, you know, the demons of Japan, the ogre demons technically, because you know, a lot of things are demonic in their perspective, I suppose. But Oni is the word that they use interchangeably with the way we describe demons. And for those of you who've been following me a little bit, you know that I have been getting interested in Japanese mythology again and going through some of that and deciding which spirits I might want to try to contact. And I will tell you, like, at some point I will probably, I can't say when because I don't know when, but at some point I will probably do a demon in review, at least for Shuten Doji, in specific, because I did try to reach out to him somewhat, very basic methods, and I did make some kind of contact. I can definitely say that for sure. I don't make a big deal out of it because it was very mellow and very kind of, when I say mellow, I don't mean he was mellow. I mean, it was kind of like, it wasn't like a big rip-roaring ritual I did with all kinds of manifestation. It was just more like sudden understanding, sudden vision, sudden inspiration, sudden knowledge, things like that. Nothing that's like earth-shattering. But certainly I felt like I made some kind of contact. So at some point, I will probably be doing a more official demon in review. But in that line of thinking, I've actually reached out to another author whose name is Anthony Cummins. Now, some of you guys might know him. There's a little controversy surrounding the guy. If you're like a fan of traditional, when I say traditional, I mean like the popular ninja stuff with the Bujinkan, he's got a little controversy there because he was one of the only people to call them, we'll say, maybe not entirely correct or honest. And so he's very interesting, and he's a historian of ninjutsu, samurai history, stuff like that, samurai war tactics, and Japanese, you know, mythology and esotericism a little bit. Though he's not, you know, he confessed to me like his knowledge of demons and ghosts and stuff from Japan isn't that very good, but he knows a lot about magic and the stuff that they did compared to like the average person. So he knows quite a bit. So I'm going to try to get him on. He's agreed to be on, but we got to come to terms on when and how. And it'll probably be something I pre-record. I probably won't do it as a live stream. So we're probably going to talk to him. But he's a good source for that, a good inspiration. I see you wanting to say something. Speak, my friend. Speak, Flesh Priest.
Oh, I was going to say, you know, the whole thing you said about him being controversial, is it just me? Like, the people who have a little bit, I mean, it depends on the controversy, but if there's controversy around them, I'll tend to like them a little bit more.
Right? Like, I just want to try it. Yeah.
It's like,
why aren't you popular?
You're confident enough to speak your mind so much that some people are going to hate you? Okay, cool. I can fuck with you.
So long as it's not because you like to dick little kids or something. Let me censor that for the YouTube censors. But, you know, as long as it's not something like that. If it's just that you're saying things people don't love, then I want to hear it. Because the more people want to repress and suppress something, the more I want to know what you're saying. I don't care how off-the-wall, bullshit, batshit crazy it is. I don't care if you think 5G's turning the frogs gay. I want to know, because you never freaking know. It could be true. So I want to hear this stuff. No, he's not like that. He's very well researched. He's an excellent guy. So, you know, we'll see where it goes. I might get a little bit of hate from the ninja crowd again. I did once upon a time long ago because I dared to talk about ninja stuff long ago. It was way before any of you heard of me.
Those were just the mall ninjas that got upset. They'll go back to Spencer soon. No, I had some very reputable people in the Bujinkan like practically threatening me and stuff. It was quite amusing.
And it kind of broke my heart, to be honest, because I wasn't ready for that kind of hate from nowhere. It just came from nowhere. But anyway, so let me read a comment or two. Yeah, go ahead.
We have a super chat from Jay Sauber. Didn't say anything, just did
typical Jay Sauber, just generous soul. Thank you, man.
Okay, I was gonna say, if you got a question or anything, just tag me with it. You get something for a super chat, and also
if
from
you do,
CJ.
Go ahead for sure. You've definitely earned it long before now, man. He's a cool dude, man. I when we talk, he's actually someone I have. He's kind of interesting because when I talk to him, I feel like I have a hard time reading him, but it's always positive. Like most people, I just I just I laser right through them. I know what they're thinking and feeling. He'd be really good at poker. We'll put it that way. That dude would be really good at poker. So
And we also have a super chat from CJ Anger. Happy to see you again and enjoyed your presence at the live stream I did the other day. He says, commence the shenanigery.
Commence the shenaniganery. So Wyatt Coverdale says, I had seen the Beyond the Goetia videos that you had suggested me. Glad I watched it. Thank you for clearing any confusion or false knowledge that I may have had or learned. Very grateful. Oh, you're welcome, brother, and thank you. And you know, I'm glad that we could see eye to eye and start talking a little bit, and hopefully, you know, hopefully we'll all learn something. Not just you, not just me, but everybody watching. Hopefully there'll be something we can all gather from some of this, because ultimately, you know, that's what we're here for. We're not here to tell people necessarily. I mean, I'm here to tell you what I experience and hopefully correct some misconceptions. But I'm not here to tell you what it is. Like, I'm here to be your scout, not to tell you like what you see.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have to see what you see. I'm just here to tell you what I'm seeing, and that's it.
Yeah.
So, to a point. I mean, to a point. We all got a limit, right?
Yeah, not gonna tell you what's gonna be on the path you're gonna walk. We're just here to suggest, hey, bring hiking shoes and water.
Yeah. If you pour water in your shoes, you're gonna have a bad time. That's not my opinion. It is a fact.
Trench foot.
Oh man, especially if they don't dry out, just like you said. Oh hell, you ever have trench ass basically? Oh, like when you get sweaty.
Every summer.
Yeah, fucking awful. Jay Thomas says the coolest part of ninjas is they make demon masks, and all their tactics made everyone believe. It kind of makes you wonder how many of them were actually demons or possessed. The ninja are generally more associated with the Tengu, although yes, the Oni are absolutely a piece of that mythology as well. And the Tengu are kind of like quasi-demons. They're kind of in between. They had the mythology of the Tengu is that they had basically broken all of the Buddha's, not commandments, rules or suggestions. And in so doing, they were sort of denied the grace, I guess. But they're not evil, right? They're trickster spirits. And originally the Tengu were crow demons that came from China. They were called, start with a K, Karatsu Tengu, something like that. And it means crow demon or crow spirit or crow god or whatever. So crow Tengu. And they were very much tricksters. They were dangerous. They were more like, it actually meant sky dog or something. There actually, supposedly there's a myth that goes that it actually had to do with a comet that caused a lot of chaos in China at the time. But then as it moved into Japan, it became the Tengu, and it became this other spirit. And they were very bird-like for a long time. But then after a while, as their mythology, changed a little bit, they became more human with a big red face and a long Pinocchio nose instead of a bird's beak. And by then, they were very strongly associated with the ninja and with samurai too, with the Yamabushi, because they were supposedly, the wiki article says they're patrons of the martial arts. They're more than just patrons of the martial arts. They're mythically empowered. They're like divas of the martial arts. They're like the best martial artists. And one of the myths associated with them was that I believe it was Miyamoto Musashi beat a Tengu. And that was like one of his claims to fame, was that he beat a Tengu. Like, that's how badass they are. Like, oh, anything you beat a Tengu, they're unbeatable, basically. So, yeah, interesting stuff. That movie, was it 42 Ronin, I think is the title? That
sounds right, yeah.
With Keanu Reeves
but I know about it.
As a Japanese kid, apparently. I don't know, but he was in it. Good movie, though, with or without the authenticity. Good movie.
Actually, really quick, L the Alchemist with the super chat says, have a great night, hopefully see you at the movie. Fuck yeah, I hope so, man. And I actually I know he listens to this later while he's working. L, I fucking want to get you on a game night, specifically to play Jackbox with rapping robots, because that would just be a treat for me.
That would be fun, right? And Ace the Goblin, L the Alchemist, let's get him in there, and like we're just gonna sit back and watch the rap battle for like an hour and just see what happens. Just no bet on my part. I'm just gonna watch like what's his name, Shang Tsung from what was it, Shang Tsung from Mortal
Mortal
Kombat, and just
Kombat? Yeah.
yeah, and I'm just gonna say, it has begun, and just tell you guys to fight, and I'll be like, entertain me, or else Goro's gonna come out.
No
But
matter who wins, we all do.
we all win, no matter who wins that. So I'm actually
Oh,
wearing a very Asian outfit today. This is actually a formal. There's no right way to put it. This is basically a Zen robe that I bought for in the honor of this.
I,
And I do practice certain Zen things, so it's not like I'm appropriating anything. But I love the way this feels. It's polyester, but it feels nice. It feels really nice.
when
Long
you think about it,
sleeves.
you're always wearing an Asian outfit based off where the clothes are made.
I love you, man. Like, don't ever change. Like, don't ever change. Don't ever change. So true, so accurate, so true, and yet at the same time, you've probably triggered at least 3 people out there before the end of the day. But
It's not a happy fact, but yeah.
well, I love it.
That,
You
that,
don't
that's
hear me
just where the
complain.
clothes come from.
That's where it's coming from. Yeah, they don't make anything here anymore. You know who does? At least supposedly does? Duluth, but I have a feeling they don't. They just like repackage it here, and then they get to say that it's made here. I think that's how they get away with it. But yeah, I'll buy Duluth. I mean, not they don't give me nothing, but I'll buy Duluth.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make that quip. That outfit does look really cool, though. I wish I
thank
could
you,
see
brother.
more because it's kind of like just black, and you have such
That's right.
a dark setting
I'm
right
always
there.
I'm always
So,
in the dark, dude. I'm always, well, I'm not always in the dark, but I'm always wearing the dark.
I lived there. I didn't know the light until
I'll,
I was practically
I'll
a
send
man.
you a link because this thing is literally might as well be free. It's very, very affordable. It's just like a polyester. I don't think it's a blend. I think it's like pure polyester, which it should be hot, but they made it like almost costume thin. So it's like you could probably wear this in the heat of the summer and sweat and be fine. So
Oh,
we'll
I
see.
love that. That's the
Polyester
first
is
thing
not good in the heat.
No. I would love that because I love sleeves, but sleeves in the summer do not like me.
Well, these sleeves are cool because these are the sleeves that in China, I forget if it was the Ming or Tang dynasty, in China and in Japan, people who wore these type of robes and clothing, whether it was just a shirt or whatever, but if they had sleeves this long, they were actually the kind of sleeves that you could put things in. So you could put things in your sleeve and carry them around with you. They'd put their books in there, and they'd put oranges and fruit and food and all kinds of stuff. Like, here, I don't even know what this is. I'm just gonna boop, it's in there. It's in there now. So now I have this thing. Sometimes they'd actually, for the style, they'd actually put a rock or something down there, something like that, a weight, so that it would always be hanging even if the wind came up. So little interesting bits of cultural knowledge that I somehow have in my head. So.
And speaking of cultural knowledge, I know so I knew this Oni thing was coming before you even talked to me about the Oni thing because I saw what is that thing that you made with the fucking not spikes but the studs on it? What is that weapon called?
Oh, you mean those things that are now officially on my Etsy store as of half an hour ago? Yes, we can do a buy our crap segment, but before we do,
I wasn't trying to segue into a buy or crap segment, but yeah, fuck it.
we'll do a quick buy our crap because we got 52 people here. No, well, this isn't for
First, you gotta
sale
tell
yet.
me, what the fuck is it called?
What, the Etsy store?
No. The
Oh, the object, the thing is called a kanabo. It's called a kanabo, which is
Okay.
a ancient. Well, I say ancient, but it's very old, very ancient design from Japan, and it was an anti-armor weapon. There was basically a club with metal, either metal attached to it or metal spikes put into it, metal studs put into it. And it was used ceremonially and also mostly on battlefields, although it could be used as a personal defense weapon. It was used mostly on battlefields for dealing with dudes in armor because literally there was nothing that you could do if you get hit by this thing. So the ceremonial versions are very heavy. They're between 15 and 20 pounds. Obviously, I'm not making something like that. The one I made is a very reasonable 2 to 3 pounds, which is much more realistic for actually fighting with. And they are now on my Etsy store as of right now, this minute. If you're interested, you can check it out. I'll talk about those more in a minute. But this is another example. So I'm developing better and better techniques for making staves and all kinds of stuff. And so this is actually my new, it hasn't been concentrated, hasn't been prepared, but it has been created, which to some people is consecrated enough. My new walking stick / magical implement staff. I'm a little too much of a collector, so I never just have like one thing. I always have like 30 things. But this actually, if you guys have my first book, Become the Maelstrom, you'll know from under the sigil, there is, in sigil script, it says, reality is a dream and dreams can be lucid. So I basically took that, changed it a little bit. It says reality is a dream on this side, which is the side that I'll probably be walking with facing me most of the time, just as a reminder, hey, you know, Thorne, don't forget, reality is a dream. And then when I'm doing magic ritual, I flip it around so that the other side is facing me, the one with the Trinity of Self. And then it says all dreams can be lucid. And that is like almost like a mnemonic device to help my subconscious go, that's right, all dreams can be made lucid, which means I can do magic and I can make my reality conform a little bit to my intention, you know, so to speak. So Eddie knows what a kanabo is. He calls it a shillelagh. He is a Japanese shillelagh. No, wrong, bad Eddie. It is not a Japanese shillelagh. It's more like a Japanese mace, or not quite a warhammer, but more like a Japanese mace, or something along those lines. I guess you could call it Japanese, but it's not. A Japanese shillelagh would be more like a jo, something like that, or a hanbo or something. That's more like a Japanese shillelagh. But yeah, I mean, I'm just being pedantic though. Eddie likes pedantry, so.
Yeah,
so,
we got into a bunch of that on the stream. Just, well, it's kind of like this, but no, not really. It's more like this.
Right? And man, I cracked my toes good on a freaking... If you hear me like wince and go, ah, that hurts, because I just moved my foot and it still hurts, which means I may have actually chipped the bone, which is like the first in my life. So that was a good one. So yeah, we got another super. I'll let you deal with that while I turn around here and get my shit together.
Yeah, Shaman says, great to see you all, brothers and sisters. Fucking
what is
thank
up,
you,
Shaman?
Dude.
We haven't seen Shaman in a little bit, but thank you so much for that contribution.
It's been a hot second.
It has been a hot second, yeah. So, you know, we got to connect, man. It's pretty cool. I hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for that generosity, man. Thank you so much. So, yeah, so, all right. I don't want to jump into buy our crap, but I will definitely demonstrate and show the crap. And then you guys can decide whether you want to purchase said crap.
So I know I don't know much about the Oni, and I knew you were going to talk about it once I saw that you were making one of these. This was supposed to be like the Oni's weapon of choice? Yeah?
It was their most iconic weapon. When you look up Oni, yeah, they could have other stuff, but if we're talking about like a badass Oni, it was always one of these bad boys. It was always something like this. Different lengths, different sizes. But so this is called a kanabo. They're very uncommon to find made anywhere. Nobody seems to make them. And when they do, they're like the ridiculous size that you can't really use in practical purposes. They're always like 15 or 20 pounds. Or they're made out of like cruddy stuff or whatever. So I don't know, there might not be a market for them. Maybe I have to make a market for them. But this also makes an excellent offering for Oni. You can also use these as offering for Oni. So I originally wasn't going to make these to sell. I was literally just like, hey, you know what? I think I'd like to have one to give as an offering to Shuten Doji, which is the king of the Oni. He's not the king of hell or anything. He's the king of the Oni. And I thought, well, that would be really cool if I made a real honest to goodness kanabo and you know, did it the best I could and then offered it as a ritual offering so that whenever I work with him, it would be on my altar or nearby or in my hand. And I started making it. And at first it was just kind of like an experiment to see if I could make a good one. And I just felt like, not guided, but like I felt like really inspired, right? And I just started just doing it. And I didn't even stain it or anything. I just wanted to see if I could make the structure good. And I got the right materials from the hardware store and I just put them together and this freaking thing came out. And like I said on the last time I showed this, if anybody were stupid enough to get in the way of this thing, I would probably go to every jail in the country, even if everything I did was justified according to the law of where I live. This thing is brutal, dude. I tapped myself just to see. Like I gave myself a love tap on the shoulder and it was a little too hard. I was expecting it not to hurt that bad. And it just was like, oh, one of the little bolts just got me really go. Anyway, this one is...
So wait. Here's a question. Would you rather get hit by that thing, like casual hit, not full force, casual hit from that thing, or a hit from the tactical whip.
A casual hit? Like just a casual hit?
Yeah, let's
well,
say casual
the tactical
hit
whip,
both.
I won't. Well, if we're talking full blast, maybe that's easier to say because I think casual. That's kind of like who's casual? Are we talking about like Mike Tyson's casual? Are we talking about my wife's casual? Your casual?
My fucking bird arms casual.
I don't
Okay,
know, man. Because even
heavy casual from me.
even if I just kind of drop this on you, like your day would be over. Like if I drop this on the wrong part of you, right? Like just like this much, and just let it come down on some part. I think you'd at the very least be mad at me. You'd at the very least be really mad at me. So yes, Eddie, a tactical whip. Do I have to whip that out too? I always have that. Where is it? Where did I put it?
Wait, you got one?
Tactical
oh my
whip?
God, yeah.
Of course I have a tactical whip. Where did I put it though?
Oh fuck, I didn't think you actually got one. Oh,
I showed it to you. I showed it to you.
You did not?
Yeah, I could swear I showed it to you. I haven't used it in a little while, so I might have put it somewhere.
I didn't think this would be a weapons stream tonight, but now it's
a weapon stream. It's now a weapon stream. I will try to dig it up. I stuffed it somewhere because it does get in the way.
Shaman with another super chat says, lost 2 additional jobs down to only 1. Not a very lucrative lifestyle anymore.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry to hear that, dude.
Save your money, bro. I love you, but you don't have to support my life if you're hurting, man. Don't do that. Save your money, dude.
Oh, hopefully at least, because fucking 3 jobs sounds like a lot. Hopefully at least you found yourself with some free time to actually do some other shit, though.
That's what it is, too. You got to be able to find that free time. Oh, no. I think my wife has hers, though. I can borrow hers.
Yeah, she just commented that you guys have 2.
Is yours with the longer part or the shorter one on it? Oh, I don't want to show it the longer one. I got size envy. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
I think I would be more intimidated if, like, say I'm a burglar breaking into your house. If you bum rushed me with a tactical whip, I'd be more intimidated than if you just, cocked a shotgun.
I don't know, dude. If I came running out of the darkness naked in my underwear, all sweaty because I'm scared of you, and I had this or this in my hand, screaming like a band, which one is going to excite you and terrify you more?
Well, the staff that I can never remember the name of, that's more intimidating, like, in the moment, but I feel like if I knew it was a tactical whip, that's more intimidating because that's gonna be a lot slower.
So let's see. That hurts. Like that actually hurts. That little bit, that stings enough to make me go, okay. Yeah, like I'm just doing that. So a full whammy time is probably, it's not going to kill you. Well, it could, I guess. It's going to hurt though. It's going to knock some sense into you. And you do have a pointy end, so after you subdue them, you could probably, take their zombie brain out. But no, this is more like Necro Nikki. This is what you need for other things. This is this would be.
No, Jesus Christ, no.
Behave, Pop. Oh man, you'd behave real quick with one of these. But this is permanent. Like this, the same amount of force. I'm afraid to even do that. Like I'm afraid to from here, just let it go and really let it go. Like I'm stopping it. I'm afraid to do the same thing because it would hurt, but I don't know, man. Let me see. Ow. No, that's all right. I'm hitting on the side. That's the thing. I don't want to. I'm afraid to catch one of those bolts right.
No, don't do that. You need that.
So,
that's your left. Just fucking do it. Coward.
What's that guy? I posted him on. I think it was on the Discord. What's his name? Houston Jones, I think is his name. He's like this bodybuilder who hurts himself all day on YouTube. It's freaking hilarious. He did a thing with the tactical whip. I should send him one of these and be like, please don't kill yourself, but do a number on yourself with one of these. I want to see.
What great advertising. You should.
Right? No, honestly, I don't think he could. I really don't think. I don't think it would be safe. I really don't.
I think that would be his last video.
My plan today was actually to go out and hang my heavy bag, my 70-pound heavy bag, and just take a whaling to it with one of these things and just see how much I could get it to dance and how much damage I could do to it with this thing. I have a feeling that thing would just be swinging around worse than when I'm kicking it and punching it. So, yeah. Tatum says,
Bring
make that
it
one
back.
electrified. I like how you think, Tatum. That would
Oh,
be really,
Jesus.
really. Not only that, but
Tatum, you scare me.
it should be, you know, you really want to make it nasty. I couldn't do that because I don't know how to get them, but if you could get like screw in studs, like pointy studs, that might be worse, but you know what? I actually like being able to grip up on it because there's situations I can imagine where I'd want to be able to grab it and use it like halfway. So I like that they're not pointy. I think if they were pointy, it wouldn't be as versatile. So, but the only weighs about, what I say, 3.2 pounds for this one, something like that. So it's pretty reasonable. It's not bad. So anyway, this is the plain Jane one. It says, and I quote, Oni. That's the kanji for Oni. Hopefully I can get it right. There we go. Oni, ni. I think I got it right. Yeah, ni. And then a 2-part kanji for kanabo, which means iron club. So kanabo. Now, Oni ni kanabo translates in Japanese to mean demon with an iron club or Oni with an iron club. And the meaning of it is invincibility or unstoppable or unbeatable or something along those lines. You're basically undefeatable. So, you know, yeah, that's what this stands for. And so this one was the first one. It is for sale on Etsy. It's the cheaper of the three. This one's 2 beans, $200. If you're interested, I can ship it out right away. Hopefully, I'm waiting on the boxes. So if there's a delay, that's why I put 1 to 2 weeks shipping. Only because I'm waiting on the boxes. They're delayed because of all the weather and weird crap going on. So we're not getting the boxes as quick as I hoped. But I wanted to show them off tonight. They're on my Etsy store. Let me show you the other two real quick. They're a little different. They're also really nice. And then we'll be done with the buyer crap for a little while. We'll just talk about stuff. So this one is pretty cool. This is the same length as the other one, but it's got, instead of 70 hex nuts, it's only got 58. I know it doesn't sound like it makes a difference, but it cuts it down by like almost a pound total when you put it all together. It's like half a pound different. And this one I spent about, because I was learning to do it when I did it, because I'd never carved hickory like this before, and I didn't know what tools to use because I don't have traditional woodworking tools. I have a Dremel, and I just figured I'll just, you know, elbow grease it. This one took me like 4 hours to carve, and it's supposed to be like a sakura tree, you know, a little cherry tree. And on the other side, it has the name of a specific, why can't I remember it all of a sudden? Oh my goodness. Ibaraki Doji, which is Shuten Doji's lover or right-hand assistant. It's got a little bit of a crescent moon there for the symbolism. And I also, just for fun, I gave it like a little spiral on the end cap. Thought that was cool. So another one, Pack a Good Wallop. This one's a different stain. The other one is like cherry stain. This one is, what did I call it? You turn me on to it.
Jacobine?
Jacobine. Yeah, this is like Jacobine, but very light. And then for the last one, and in some ways I like this last one the best, even though it doesn't hit anywhere near as hard. And it's I shouldn't say that. It still fucking hits really hard. This is a shorter one. This one's actually about 6 or 8 inches shorter than the other two. This one I am calling Shino Oni, and that means demon of death or death demon. And I put a carving of a 3-eyed Oni skull with flame around it on the one side, and then the kanji for Shino Oni on the other. And that sits right between your hands. So if you want to choke down, you can. You want to choke up, you can. But it sits right in the middle, so even when you're swinging it around, you can see it. And this one has also 58 studs, but it's a good bit shorter. And it's actually easier to swing with one hand. And holy mama jama, this thing would hurt, man. I don't even want to, like, because it's quicker now.
Jeff524 says you could shed some baseballs with that. I say that one's a really good one to buy your kid if they've got some other kids picking on them at baseball practice. Just get that one, you know.
Like, instead of spiking them with your shoes, you spike them with your baseball bat. Look, Negan, eat your fucking heart out, bro. I will go against Lucille with one of these things any day. But yeah, for real, no, these things are pretty badass. You know, if your concern is, you know, what am I going to do with this thing? It can be used in magical ritual for several reasons. One of them includes the simple fact that they're an iconic object that is associated with Oni. The other is they all have a character either for Oni or for a specific Oni on it. Now, if you know anything about Japanese magic, many of their charms and talismans actually feature the kanji for Oni as a sort of like a power boosting It's almost like gargoyles, right? The Buddhists in Japan see Oni both as a bad guy, but also as like a gargoyle that frightens away dangerous spirits and stuff. So these can be used for all that stuff. So if you guys are interested, I won't be plugging these again until the end. So if you like them, go to my Etsy store. The link's been popping up here and there. I saw Nina doing it. I think I saw my wife doing it. This one is $250 and the other one with the tree is $300. So if you guys are interested, they're worth it because I put a lot of time and energy, and I'm telling you, you know, short of like a chainsaw or something, these things they're heavy post hole digger handles that are meant for abuse. They're not going to fall apart. The studs ain't going to pop out. I didn't even have to epoxy them in. I thought I was going to have to. I just ended up using a ratchet wrench and they just cranked in, and I was like, I couldn't pull these out. I couldn't knock these out. So that's good enough for me. I don't need to use an epoxy on it. It's in there good. So hopefully, hopefully you'd be interested. But if not, these are just for fun. If I don't sell a single one of them, then I get 3 for myself. I'm happy then too, because I want to give one to Shuten Doji. Otherwise I got to make another one. So that's it. Let's get back down to actual, like, now that I've funded the operation and I lost 6 or 7 viewers at the same time, let's now get back to actually being fun and just talking about shit.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you, like I was saying, I knew Oni was going to come up because I saw you were making those, and it was before you ever brought up Oni. And so my knowledge of the Oni basically extends to the little tidbits from The Secret World, which fucking Oni were awesome in that.
Right. So you have to get like halfway through the game. You have to almost finish the game to get to them, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, unless you play some of the dungeons. But yeah. I love that game.
We need to do a I don't know, something about that game. I love it, and then I go to play it and I'm like, it hasn't aged well lately. I don't know what it is. But I do love that game. I do love it.
So I know you've been talking about, expanding beyond the Goetia, reaching out and trying some different things too. Was the Oni something that just called out to you, or did you decide to pursue it? I'm kind of curious to know just like what you know about the Oni too, because like I said, I'm coming from a place of ignorance where I just know, Secret World, that was a fun game. Hey, remember that Oni that was totally hitting on Christian? That was silly.
I'll answer one question by Ishara Nocturnalist before I answer that. Ishona asks, those Onis, I think maybe she means the kanji or something. It's actually called a kanabo, but what are the hilts like in case one's hands are sweaty? So what I did was I coated them in tongue oil. And tongue oil has an interesting property in that when it gets wet, when I say sticky, I don't mean it like soda
on the movie theater floor.
Yeah, it doesn't get like that, but it has this weird effect where it gets sticky. Like it dries out normal, you're not wiping off the finish or anything. It's just something about it. It clings to your hands when it gets wet a little bit. So the little ridges I have help with that. And being tongue oil and the ridges, it's pretty kind of hard to, like, I don't think you would slip that out of your hands unless you were really, it's a big long handle. So unless you got your hands like just on the very end, I don't think it's going to fly out. I think you'd be pretty, I've been slinging them around. Then again, I don't drop my swords or weapons very often either, but tongue oil has a tendency, maybe like oil would be a little bit, like oil or maybe blood would be a little bit too slick, but I think you'd be all right. And worst case, you could always tape it up with something. As long as you use a tape that doesn't ruin the finish, you could always tape it up with something. And I would advise you guys, once every year or two, you might want to apply a little bit of, finishing oil to keep it from drying out and cracking. It is tongue oil, so it's not true tongue oil, because true tongue oil is like, I don't know, it would take me weeks to dry that shit and get it ready.
Oh, hey, you know about that. Good.
Yeah, I do.
I do. My woodworker heart.
This only has like 5 or 10% tongue in it, but that just gives it a little bit extra, whatever it does. But I like it as a finish because, yeah, it's got more mineral spirits than anything. So it will wear out, but it takes a while to wear out, right? Anything finished, like you can confirm this Flesh Priest, even the finest finished wood table will eventually need to be refinished someday. Sooner or later, it will need to be refinished. So these only, I think if you use them a lot, you're probably going to occasionally want to redo the handle with just a coating. You just buy a cheap thing of, I don't know, probably tongue oil again,
Yeah, I tell you what, if somebody gets that, just fucking message me if you need any questions about the finishing, or just
Yep.
For forever into the future. I'm your guy. I'll give you the
um,
tips.
so yeah, so that I think it would be pretty decent. I don't think you'd have a problem. Let me put it to you this way. I've got a lot of weapons in my house, okay? And aside from it, and I actually want to start making wands too, by the way. That's going to be coming at some point too. I just got to decide what I want to use for that. Because I can get woods and things for that. But you should make your own, quite honestly. When it comes to wands, make your own goddamn wands. Like, make your own shit. But if you don't want to and you want something really fancy, I'll be making some of that stuff. But where was I going with that? I'm doing ENIAC wedding. Where am I going with that? I was
Oh,
saying,
you know what? I actually have two super chats to get to
oh,
real
good,
quick
good,
while you're
good.
finding that thought. Shaman said, I am down to being professor of the mathematics department at the university. Thank you for your words of wisdom, though.
All
Um,
right, man.
I remember you saying he was a smart guy.
He's
Freaking
very well educated,
mathematics
very
professor.
smart. His
Jesus.
brain runs a little too fast for his own good sometimes, but he's very. I don't have to. If I have to explain some things to him, it's not because he doesn't have the facts. It's because he maybe didn't put them in as subtle a direction because maybe his brain's going too fast. He's a very smart guy, and let's put it this way: when I bring up something, especially with do with science or math, he can tell me the math and he already knows half the science I'm trying to tell him. So when I start talking about like block time universe, I don't have to go real deep into it. I can just say, this version of block time universe? Yeah, I know that one. Yeah, that one. Yeah, uh-huh. And it's like right from there, I can just be like, okay, take that. And so it's cool. Like I'd love if I was ever going to like have like a big blackboard with like chalk and trying to figure out the secrets of the universe. I'd at least want him in the room, right? I wouldn't mind having him in the room to help me. So he's a good guy and he's a smart guy. So I think he did
And
another one too.
yeah, the next one is also from him. He says, thank you all. Have a great night to all the brothers and sisters out there. Blessings to all.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Blessings
Thank
to
you,
you too,
Shaman.
Shaman.
Shaman, that's enough. Don't like. I appreciate it. I love it. But if you're struggling, I don't need it as bad as you might. And it's your money, man. And I beg for it, but I like to earn it with work and making things and selling books. And
Fuck yeah.
that's why I hustle, right? A lot of people tune into my shows like, why is this dude selling shit all the time? Because this is my job. Right? But I'm not looking for handouts. I want to give people stuff in return. I want to give you services and products and things. And, this is how I pay my bills. So I apologize if it's like an infomercial for like a few minutes every stream, but I kind of have to. I'm pretty lax on it, actually. There's some people that's all they do, and it's like obnoxious. I might be one of the worst now, though. Like I watch my stuff. I'm like, oh, here's another buyer crap segment. Oh, there's another one. So maybe I'll just stop for a while. We'll see what happens.
Oh, we need to just make like a commercial or something. That would give me the 5 minutes to go use the bathroom.
Yeah, I mean, we should. I mean, we were talking about making a good tongue-in-cheek commercial. It's like really bad and stupid, just to like show how much we also don't care at the same time. Like we're like, I know how much we push this stuff, but we also don't
Yeah,
care.
I want to do it so bad, but we fucking Jesus Christ. We've been talking for so long. Haven't even gotten to the Oni or anything
So you
yet.
asked that
So
question, yeah. So how did I get into that? Okay.
Jin
So
Genie with the super chat didn't say anything, but
thank you,
appreciate you.
Gingini. Thank you so much. So, all right. I've known about Oni for a long time, a little bit. Like it's in my Japanese culture, mythology to a certain extent. It's not my forte, but I do like it. It's something that, between anime and ninja stuff in the 80s and 90s and just being interested in mythology and spirituality and things, I obviously have heard a little bit about. And, here's what it really boils down to. Some of you may have noticed that my official public work with the Goetia has kind of gone down. I'm
Yeah.
kind of tired of working with spirits a little bit. I'm kind of tired of how am I going to try to put this without sounding like a whiny bitch? I'm a little tired of people tuning into my stuff who have more of an interest in the stuff that to me is, while valuable, isn't really the nuts and bolts valuable part of what I do, right? People will tune in to hear what a spirit told me, and they won't go off and do it themselves. And they won't go off and have that experience for themselves. And they'll say they can't, but they can. Anybody can do this. It's not that hard, right? It's really not. It's not to say that there isn't tricks that I know that other people don't. It's not to say that it's not easier for me. It's just that it's not that hard. if people had the confidence to do it the way I describe, when I tell you how to do it, and it's not that hard, I think people just for some reason, they want it done for them, or they just want the fantasy of it being what it is, and they don't actually want the reality of it, maybe.
I want to play devil's advocate a little bit with that, though, because okay, so you have a lot of different interests and everything. Do you listen to podcasts at all?
Well, or yeah, but not religiously. I have a couple that I'll listen to. Like I used to listen, like I tune in when I can to EA. I don't know if you call that a podcast, is live streams. Is that what you mean, like live streams? Or you mean like just audio podcasts, like around the internet?
Well, I guess both apply, but I guess where I'm getting at with that is there's some dudes I've been listening to on a podcast recently who I respect the fuck out of these guys, and I love them so much. And they were kind of talking shit about some music that I really liked. Mm-hmm. It's like, oh man, I respect these guys, and they hate on the shit that I like, but I realized I don't really care. Mm-hmm. Like I tune in, like I'm doing music my own way, and I like listening to it. Their opinion is kind of like, okay, like it's nice to hear, but it's not really, like it's not going to change anything that I'm doing really. So I feel like, yeah, sometimes people aren't tuning in always for, maybe they're not focusing on the things that you think are most important, but also at the same time, maybe that's just because, like, yeah, we know we're just doing that ourselves, but the fun demon stories are just nice to hear.
Yeah,
like we're doing all this ourselves.
No, you're not wrong. But you know what it is? Like, I guess, like when someone gets successful at something, they start to resent their own work. Does that ever happen to you?
I'll let you know when I'm successful.
True.
Don't agree with that.
True. Come on, man. But if you don't feel that way, how am I supposed to say anything?
I was making a joke, and now
I think you're successful at things. I'm sorry. I'm so mean to the people who love me. Eddie makes a good point. Eddie says, Spirit Pokemon is the stage after gimme shit in his experience. I agree. This is one of the reasons why I made a video not long ago saying, don't play Pokemon with demons, guys. It's not the point. The point is not to collect every demon that's ever walked the earth, and it's not to join a new religion, right? And I'm constantly sticking my foot in my mouth that way, because then I go off and I'm like, here, buy my crap. But it's not to join a new religion, and it's not to collect a bunch of spirits that you feel like are in your corner. That's the other reason I made that video, what is it, 2 weeks ago or this past week? I forget. Time flies for me. About theurgy and spirit yoga, because that's the point of what I'm doing. I am attempting to integrate the things that I recognize in those archetypes, and I'm trying to recognize them in myself and then integrate that so that they become a part of who I am. That's the real ultimate power, like to quote the funny website, realultimatepower.com. That's the real ultimate purpose of this practice. If you're still in the gimme shit phase, they're going to give you shit. I promise you. Every one of these spirits that is going to give you any time of day, they're going to give you shit. You're going to get shit. You're going to get a little bit of shit. It's going to be some shit that you get. Okay? But after you get the shit, then you're going to get the crap, is what I'm going to tell you. The thing that happens is most spirits, almost like a genie in a bottle, they'll give you 3 wishes and then you're on your own. And it's not unlike that. That maybe even be partially where some of that idea comes from. Maybe, I don't know for sure. But it feels like that could be one of the reasons why the mythology of genies has that in it. Because these spirits, when you start calling on them, they're only good for a few favors. And then at some point, they just kind of, they test you and teach you more than they give you. And that can be a challenge too, because you can get used to having things just given to you. And then where do you go? How do you learn anything by having your wishes answered by genies in a magical bottle? You don't learn anything. So you have to be careful. Now, in my case, they gave me a lot of success early on. They helped me write a couple of books. It was really me doing it. But they guided me. They inspired me. They helped me focus. They helped me do what I thought I couldn't do on my own. And I wrote a bunch of books. And I didn't make tons of money, but I made more money than I've ever made in my life. I've always been working poor. I'm still technically working poor. But I made enough money that I could save a few $1,000s to potentially buy a house. And instead of doing that, it turns out that's just enough money that I can live on if things go sour because of world events with freaking viruses and crap. So instead of being panicked about losing a job or something, I'm like, well, I got a couple of grand in the bank, so if I lose my job, it's almost like in the Bible with the 7 years of famine and the 7 years of plenty. I had a year and change of plenty, and now it's okay if I have a year of famine, right? It won't be the end of my life. So I was kind of put in a better place. And so to say that the spirits are there to just give me crap is asinine. And that actually includes gifts of enlightenment and guidance too. If you think the spirits are just going to show up and teach you the secrets of the universe just because you ask, and you're not worthy of them, and by worthy, I don't mean that you be a good person or a nice person or anything. Would you teach your dog how to do calculus? Plus, I don't think you have a dog.
I'd have to brush up on it first before I even consider.
Okay, let's keep it simpler. Would you teach your dog how to I don't know, pick something. How to create music.
How to
right?
drive.
How to drive. Would you teach your dog how to drive, right? Probably not. I'm not saying no one's ever done it, but probably not. So don't be a dog.
Really cool.
If you go to the spirits and you're like a dog and you're expecting them to teach you the secrets of the universe, and you are just way at the bottom in terms of your ability to be aware and comprehend, don't expect that miracle. It's not going to happen. If you're expecting them to, like I'll occasionally get people who will request a magic ritual to do things like open their third eye or give them magic powers or something. And I kind of like, I have to forehead slap those because I'm just like, that's number one, it's unrealistic. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Masters will spend lifetimes even, not just one lifetime, many lifetimes presumably, developing the abilities that seem easy to everyone else. And they'll spend decades of their life like refining them and getting to the point where it sounds easy, but it's not. Okay? How do you get someone who's blind to suddenly be able to see? You can't do it. How do you get someone who can't hear to suddenly be able to hear? How do you get someone who has never had sex to know intimately what sex is like? These are things that you can't quite teach. All I can do is show you the path that you take, and hopefully you develop it. And things like the third eye, so much of what you think they are gobbledygook bullshit that the pop culture media tells you that they are. So much of it is just, Hollywood saying when you open your third eye, you're going to see ghosts and spirits and gremlins everywhere. That's bullshit. It doesn't work that way. So working with, and I know you asked me about Oni, and I'm getting around to that a little bit, but I kind of got sick and tired a little bit.
Right now.
Okay. I kind of got sick and tired of being like a one-trick pony with the Goetia, for one thing. And I had asked them for some very powerful manifestations, very important things to me that I thought were important. And when they didn't deliver the way I asked, but in fact the exact opposite happened, I was like, oh, what did I do? Offend them or something? And then I called on Belial, and he was like, no, you're being a bitch. You're begging. You're begging for things like we owe you something. You have a lesson to learn in life. You need to learn to be your own king and stop worrying about who these other kings are and who these other situations are. You need to learn to thrive in your own space. You are the sorcerer. You are the king of your world, not these other things. And by begging for these other things, I had really severely cut myself short and really severely put myself in a place of attachment and weakness. And by sort of being backhanded by my begging and not getting it, I'm on a much better path now. I'm on a much better course. And it's much better for me. So
yeah, to put in what you were saying, put in like my terms with what I do, I think it would be it would be like somebody coming up to me and saying like, can you make me this? Can you make me this?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the first time, okay. The second time, like, well, do you need it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you really need it? Like, after a while, the things are just going to stop coming if you just keep asking me for things. But if you're asking me, like, hey, can you teach me how to carve? Can you teach me how to finish this table? Like, I'm going to do that because, like, hey, you're wanting to put in the effort yourself. And, hey, eventually, I also kind of selfishly want to get you up to the point where you're skilled enough where it's like, hey, I need help with this project. Do you mind helping me? Yeah.
And that's a
Like
very brilliant way to look at it. And CJ Agner says it like this. He says, "We are the spirits we summon, and the spirits we summon are us." I couldn't have said it better. That's completely true. That's not to
he
say that
gets
there
it.
isn't. That's not to say that there isn't an external component of these beings. It is simply that the thing you're really reaching out to is something that's in you already, right? And if you spend your whole time thinking of it as a deistic, theistic, deific situation where these are gods that do what you want, or if you're good enough, they give you what you want. Like if you say enough prayers, you get what they want, what you want. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Okay, and so I made the cardinal mistake of begging. And Alpha Draconian says, "Don't ever beg. I just talk to them myself and never beg." And I did the cardinal sin of begging. It meant that much to me. I was that broken for a minute, and I did that, and it didn't work. And they instead revealed to me a lot more about things because of it. So the final reason why I'm kind of fed up with the Goetia itself is because the Goetia, now, for those of you who are, how shall I say this? For those of you who are like theistic fanatics about these beings, I'm going to say something you might not like. The Goetia is
Here comes the
99.9
controversy.
is 99.9% grade A, deep brown bullshit. Okay, it is a collection. I am not trying to say what maybe that sounds like. I say that for the shock value. I want you to listen to me. That's why I'm saying this. I want you to listen to what I'm saying to you. The spirits listed in the Goetia and the Lemegeton are not valid any more really than the Necronomicon. Okay, that's not to say that they lack validity at all. It doesn't mean they don't work. What I'm saying is that just like the Necronomicon, they are predominantly made out of pieced together, fraudulent in some cases, information, but it is a working magical system. You can use it, just like the Necronomicon. It still invokes archetypes that are real. But the Goetia in particular is even more offensive because it's a Rolodex of spirits that is based upon the works of several other people. And one of those, the most preeminent of them, was literally an effort to demystify and debunk the existence of these beings as part of an early medieval psychological work done by Johann Weyer. There were 62 spirits in Johann Weyer's Pseudomonarchia Daemonium. And that work was used on some level somewhere to contribute to what ended up being in the Goetia, along with some other things. I don't have every detail, but that's a lot of it. That alone should tell you a lot. Word for word copied out of those books into the Goetia. It's ridiculous. It was designed to debunk all of these spirits. Now, these spirits weren't made up by Johann Weyer, by the way. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. Johann Weyer cataloged them in his interactions with people who believed that they were demonically possessed, or by the state that believed they were demonically possessed, people who were like in the Inquisition and all that kind of good stuff. So these spirits, these identities, these egregores, and I say this in tomorrow's video that's coming out when I have that whole thing about demons, I say a lot of this, but I'm saying it here first because some people won't watch this. Those spirits are Christian twistings of whatever remnants of pagan myth were still in the Christian civilization at the time. Mostly taken out of the Bible, a little bit that survived in the folklore of the native peoples that lived in Europe, that still was in the superstitious minds of the people. Those served as the armature for the demons. Okay, it became the armature. Like if you ever do sculpting, it was the armature for the demons, and that is what's wrong with it. Ultimately, the Goetia is Christian magic or Christianized theology turned into something black and mysterious. And if you're someone who's coming out of Christianity, especially if you've got like an anger towards it, ironically, a lot of people who've been raised Christian, that is their worldview, so it's easier to jump into the Goetia than it is to say right into paganism, or right into heathenry, or right into Sumerian, or right into any other culture. It's a lot harder to do. So it's easier to jump into the Goetia. So you pick up the Goetia and go, oh, this is like some spooky medieval Christian stuff, and it's got that cool Gothic feel to it, and I like the sigils, and it's all right here in a nice compact form. And you know what? There's these other people like D.H. Thorne and what's her name? I get compared to her once in a while. Stephanie. Oh, come on, brain. The Complete Book of Demonolatry by what's her name? Oh my goodness.
Hold on, bailing you out.
Come on, brain. Come on, brain. Stephanie or oh my goodness. I think it starts with a C. I don't talk to her anymore. I talked to her once or twice. Oh,
S.
Connolly. That's it. S. Connolly. Yep. So it's like me or S. Connolly, or what's the other one now? Demons of Magic. That's another one that's popular. People will grab these books up, and they will gobble down the superstition and not learn anything about the deeper side of what they need to do to make those things really thrive. If all you have is a gimme mentality, then elements of these books will be perfect for you. Because all you need is a sigil and a candle and some incense, and you can just pray to the spirits just like you prayed to God, and sometimes they'll listen, and sometimes they'll jerk you off, and sometimes they'll slap you around and not listen to you. If that's what you want to do, then all you need are these books and an imagination, and you can go as far as you want to go. If you want to clear the hurdle, if you want to jump over the high jump, if you want to ascend, however, if you want to truly do the next level stuff, those crutches need to be thrown away at some point. That's not to say that you disrespect the spirits or you don't talk to them. It's that you recognize that what they are, what you're invoking, why you're doing it, and how you can best do it in a way that is not right-hand path, really, so that you're not becoming part of a current. So that's sort of where the Oni come in, because here I am between spirits, so to speak, like I had a breakup almost. But it's not a breakup, because I will still do rituals to President Malphas and King Paimon, and all. I will still reach out to them. I'm not saying, like, knock them to the curb and never, ever talk to them again. What I'm saying is, just like I said a few other videos ago, don't become dependent upon your spirits. Learn to detach from them, learn to say goodbye, learn to take breaks from them, learn to be your own God. That's the point. Don't use them, treat them with respect, but learn to be your own thing.
It's not too different from actual relationships with people. Like, hey, we're best friends right now, but hey, life gets in the way. Like, we're not so attached, or you're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing. Doesn't mean we're not going to reconnect later, or we still talk in the meantime, but... And,
just like if we're playing video games, there's sometimes I get a little too, not protective, maybe a little protective, but a little too hand-holdy, and I'm like, okay, this is how you make the thing. Follow me. This is the easiest way. And I can tell you're like, I'm just going to go over here and build my own fuck up.
No, never.
Never, Thorne, never like that.
I'm talking shit.
No, but I get the same way when someone does that to me. I go, I don't want you to tell me how to play the game. I want to play the game.
Ace the Goblin said something I liked about the point you just brought up. He said, to be honest, the Christian mythology doesn't have anything of their own. All of the shit that's in the Bible is stolen from other older mythologies, especially Egyptian.
It's from everything. Well, Sumerian and Egyptian and all that, because they were right in between those two cultures at one point when it was Judaism. Okay, all of those things take everything that they have. So here's the thing, right? I don't want to get too hard into social justice land. Okay, I really don't. But I'm going to be fair for a minute to the social justice people. They're not wrong when they... they're oh, fuck, he's leaving me alone because I brought up social justice.
Nope, just now's the time.
The flesh priest must do things with his flesh. I'm going to be fair for a moment, and this is what I often tell people about subversive stuff like that. They often find something that is justifiably wrong, and then they attack that to the point of absurdity, okay? But the reality is, yes, it's not white people. It's a cultural norm from this kind of Christian tendency to, like the Borg, just kind of take over cultures and pull in their customs so that it normalizes things, so that people are willing to convert to that culture and religion. And that's a thing that's happened a lot in history. And it's a very successful model. It's actually, there's nothing wrong with it by itself, right? I think that we should all be in a big melting pot of culture on some level. You know, I think that we should respect our traditions and hold them sacred and do them, but we should also be willing to put them all in a big pot so we can figure out what the best culture things are. What's the best kind of cooking for your health and for your palate? And how do we add to this? That's what art is, right? Like somebody who says like only Japanese people can do anime, that's ridiculous. It's a style. So when we don't share these wonders and these works, that's bad and that's sad. And when we say that someone of a certain race can't do something, like to put it on the other side for a minute, when people say like a black person can't do Norse, magic or follow Norse pantheons, I know that there's some reasons why people who practice the Norse would say you can't, but I also know a lot of people who do say there's nothing wrong with that. Well, I'm on their side. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So what has happened is the Judeo-Christians have, and I talk about this a lot more tomorrow in my tomorrow's video, what they have done is they have obscured the truth of metaphysics and the origins of many parts of our culture behind a veneer of a one true God, organized religion that subverts your, I don't want to say free will because there's a little bit of a problem with that word, but subverts your personal subjective sovereignty and places it in their dominion and says we are all God's children. I'm my own child, motherfucker. I'm not God's child. I am not a citizen of this planet or these people. I am D.H. Thorne, and this planet just happens to be what I'm standing on. Motherfucker, you're attached to me. Right? And people go, oh, that's so arrogant and egotistical. Why do you think they make that such a sin in your life? Because they don't want you to take any kind of control over your life. That's not to say that you have an unrealistic expectation of that sovereignty, though. That doesn't mean that you run around saying you've got to do what I tell you. It simply means that what you do is sovereign and what you do is you. And it shouldn't be at the mercy and whim of other people, cultures, or practices. So what I'm getting at, and I get into it a lot more tomorrow in tomorrow's video, which should be dropping like I think 3 p.m. is when it's, I don't know, if you check my thing, there should be a scheduled video for tomorrow. I talk a little bit about this and how a lot of these things were taken and turned into something else. If you read the Bible the right way, the Old Testament in particular, it makes a lot more sense. If you read the Old Testament and where it says the Lord thy God or anything like that, see that as you, as the Hindu Brahmin, as the Atman, as that spectrum, because the Brahman and the Atman and the Brahman are basically the same. It's just the Atman is the limited mind, whereas the Brahman is the totality of what is. If you understand that the Lord thy God is you, it makes a lot more sense. In fact, suddenly the allegory and metaphorical nuance will click into a whole new meaning if you do that. I'm not saying with every passage, I'm saying with the more personal God-style elements of the Bible. Even if you read Genesis from the perspective of you are God, and you read it, you recognize that that is actually the story of your development as a being that is conscious in a body. The first thing you experience is let there be light. But that's not the first thing you experience. The first thing you experience is a voice unless you're deaf. The first thing you have is hearing. Hey, there's a baby coming out. And then your eyes pop open and there's the world. Oh, look, there's the world. Bright lights. Oh, look, light and sound. Big, beautiful things. And you just go through these 7 days. And you become functionally aware over time. That's the same pattern we become aware. The same things that are listed in the book of Genesis, one by one, are the things that switch on in a human being as they become self-aware. You recognize concepts, the heavens and the earth, and the flowers and the trees, and the night and the day. This is the recognition of concepts. Then language is the last thing that develops in your early development. And you begin to name the animals and the trees and the plants and the rocks. without fail. That's how it is. And so when you get to the 10 Commandments and it says, what's the first commandment? I am the Lord thy God. You shall have no gods before me. So you know what I do? I say, I am the Lord my God. I shall have no gods but me. How freaking, like, if you say it to a Christian, they're like, ah! And then, like they light on fire or something. They can't handle that.
Yeah,
I don't even like the word God. Those of you who know me know I'm actually an atheist. I'm a spiritual atheist, but I am an atheist. I don't believe in true gods. I believe in God egregores, God spirits, God tulpa, God-like beings, but I do not believe in true gods. They don't exist. Not in the traditional sense.
But how will I become a living God then?
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. If you're totally ready.
I think so. Hold on.
You're truly ready? Because I can turn you into a living God right now. You ready?
Okay.
It's up to you to do it, though. I can show you. It's really easy. You ready?
Live on
I can do this
live on
stream.
Live on Am I going to be
right
embarrassed about the footage? Okay.
Well, because you probably you probably won't do it though. You're going to do all the little
steps. Take me up.
Are we doing magic is in the butt? Is this magic in the butt moment?
Take me up.
Wow, you did bleach it. Anyway,
you fucker. That hurts.
Do you really want to know? Everybody listening, it's the same answer I'm going to give all of you. I'm very boisterous tonight. I was boisterous last week too. I don't get enough time out lately. Like we're like under like a 2-foot snow thing right now. So I'm just like, let me just buzz and just be rowdy and fun. Because everyone expects like an enlightened guru, which I don't know why people think that about me or any guru, but they all think enlightened gurus should be these, well, it is very, but no, I'm irreverent as fuck. I think, the whole, the Buddha is a shit stick. I think I wrote that part. I think that was me in a past life. Okay. And I mean that with all due respect and love for the Buddha. I think the Buddha was a shit stick, quite literally. There's a reason why he says that, by the way. If you ever figure that out, you'll have a good time. So here's what it is. Here's what it is. Here's what it really is. You do this all the time. You've distracted yourself. You and everybody pretty much listening, and I do it almost all the time too. You are not your thoughts, your feelings, or your experiences.
Or your fucking khakis.
You're not your khakis. You are that which experiences, observes, and is those things. You're the little man watching the movie on the screen. But you're not even him, because that implies that there's something else going on. You are the observer, the awareness. That is what you are. Even your thought, I am a thought, is not you. That is something that happens within your awareness. Your awareness is who you are. And that is what the divine is. That is what God, if there is such a word, and there isn't, I think it's a bullshit word. But people like to use it because they like to make mechanical little fucking archetypes and personifications because their ego doesn't want to let go. I love my ego, but I know I'm not my ego. We all know I love my ego. We all know I love you, ego. D.H. Thorne is awesome. You're a great story. Please tell more. I do that all day long. And I'm not shy about it because I'm not offended by it. Because if I was offended by it, that means I'd be offended by some part of what I truly am. I am all of this. I'm okay with being an ego, but I know I'm not that ego. I'm observing that ego. That ego happens not just within me, it happens as me. It happens, I am the ocean, not the wave. You are the ocean, not the wave. The wave is a thing you do. So you hear that and you go, yes, I've heard this before, Thorne. That's all well and good. So then shut the fuck up and be that.
Oh.
It's not hard. You just stand in your own way, all of you. Not all of you. I know some of you, like Alpha, she seems to know. She gets me. Alpha and she's talked to me privately. She gets a lot of this. Some of the people that reply get this. Some of you get it intellectually, but you haven't had it experientially yet. That's okay. You know, in various forms of Hinduism and yoga, That is what enlightened teaching is for. It is to teach you so that your wisdom, your mind, can hold open this gate of experience. You can open that gate, and then your awareness can go through via, they'll call it yoga, I call it magic. It's the same fucking thing. Yoga and magic are like this. They're basically the same thing. That's the secret. That's the big secret. It's basically the same. And by yoga, I don't mean like this kind of shit per se. That's a type of yoga.
And I wanted to shout out this comment from Eddie Romanov. Nice little summarization. How do you become a living god? Stop trying to be one. You already are one.
Yeah, the harder you try, it's the same way in all these enlightened teachings. The harder you try to be enlightened, the further that motherfucker is ever going to get from you. The more you try to have samadhi, the more you try to have, reach samsara or whatever. No, sorry, break out of samsara. The more you try to break out of it, the more it's going to just hold you. The more you try to be mindless, the more mind you're going to have. The more you try to let go, the harder you're going to freaking hold on. And that's the rub. It's not a thing you have to try to do. It is a thing that is already done. You just got to step back. Just step back. And step further back than that. Just keep going backwards in your own experience. Sit in silence. How many of you actually meditate? Some of you guys like Tatum, if you're still watching, I know you're doing
like
it now.
this question.
How many of you actually do meditation in any form, whether it's the kind I'm about to prescribe or not? How many of you meditate? Show me give me an asterisk in the comment. How many of you meditate? I'll wait a minute, and then I'm going to ask you, Flesh. We'll put you on the spot. Do you meditate, Flesh Priest? I don't mean beat off.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. If we're counting that as meditation, let me tell you, I haven't missed
There's meditations that include that.
So, you know what? I am so awful with that, where everybody says, if you do nothing else, meditate. And I am so bad at staying consistent with it, where I know I need to do it. Actually, today I meditated for the first time in a while. I realized, like, oh, fuck, why am I stressing myself out on break at work? Like, I need to just, like, no. Thoughts aren't helping right now. I'm just gonna be mindless, and just sat there for just 3 minutes. Let's just be mindless. I think it was the first time I actually meditated in, like, 3 months or something like that. Yeah, no, it's good. It's
join my class. Don't even show up. Just watch the videos and just participate.
Oh yeah, I can't because I'm working.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like tonight or something when you got nothing to do while you're washing your balls before bed. Watch my videos that I have for the group classes. I'll plug those later, but right now just watch those classes that are recorded. Because you're a mod and you've put in enough time and effort. You get those for free, dude. That's part of my love for you. Watch those classes. Participate with those basic. That's not even the meditations I'm going to prescribe for you all, but just do it. Okay?
And hey, as a quick aside, we're reaching that mark where the call-ins will start to start.
Yes.
I've got one question. After we cover this, I want to hit you with a question, and while you're answering that, I will count up the votes for the movies. Everybody, if you want to watch a movie with us, get your last minute votes in, and then we'll jump to call-ins. Sound good?
Something like that. Yeah, I want to finish this little thought, and you go ahead and,
absolutely.
You get that organized. So, what I prescribe for, not everybody, there's no silver bullet, okay? There's two things I want to mention. A lot of you guys here right now are like me, because at some point, but a lot of you guys are here for the same reason. In fact, I'm going to say pretty much every one of you is here for the same reason. You're experience seekers. If I were to say, have you done Kundalini yoga? You say yes. I say, have you raised your Kundalini Shakti? Has it really gone all the way up? If you say yes, and you haven't really had that thing that happens. If you're sitting there seeing amazing things, big bursts of light and explosive energy, and suddenly you can do things, and that's great, But that isn't Kundalini Yoga. You've done it for the seeking of experience. You've gone out because you want to have a paranormal, freaky, spooky, powerful experience. You're like someone who's just like touring all the different drugs on your college campus. I know you don't want to hear that because I am irreverent, but I'm telling you the truth because I've been there. A lot of the experiences we have, we do because we're looking for experiences. Why did most of you jump into meditation? Was it because you just wanted to be enlightened or something? Oh, that was the excuse, but I know all of you, what's the first thing that happens to half of you when you start meditating? You go, wow, this was such a cool experience, and I'm so peaceful and so enlightened now, and I saw ghosts in my dream. I'm not saying all of you, I'm being a little funny. I'm being a little comical, but I'm being serious at the same time. A lot of you guys start these things looking for these experiences to have. This is why you have like these hippies traveling the world in the 60s, going all around trying to have all these, finding these gurus because the Beatles did it. They're experience hungry. You don't need Kundalini Yoga to have that moment of enlightenment, of that moment of release. You don't need that. You don't need any chakra meditation. You don't need any of that. You don't need no mind meditation. You don't need full mind meditation. You don't need prayer. They're just different ways of doing the same thing. And they all have different benefits. Kundalini meditation, if you're doing it the original way, you are literally identifying and installing the deities from the Hindu pantheon, or not just the Vedic pantheon, really, the Vedic tradition, within each chakra. You recognize the root is the earth, and you work your way up. It's earth, water, fire, air, and space. And then the last two are completely else, okay? But that's not how we use it in the West anyway. It's a different system for us. And each one of those has a deity or deity aspect that is in that chakra that you're supposed to identify. And by identify, we mean theurgy, recognize as you in that way. In the root chakra, we're talking about Brahma, and Brahma being the all, the entirety of what is. You recognize that you are that. As you move up, you move through each different one, and you recognize that that element is you. Just a different way of your being. And when you reach the crown, it's different. Ishara, I'm just telling you that traditionally that's not what it's for. Ishara says Kundalini Yoga is difficult, a discipline I desire to strengthen my astral double. That's not what it's for. It's actually the opposite. You're not supposed to strengthen any part of your ego in the process. It's an ego removal process. And when I say ego removal, I don't mean that you cast it out or you don't look at it. It is to recognize, hey, wait a minute, I'm not just this little silly ego. I'm not just the Atman. I am the Brahma. I am Brahma, I am the Brahman. I am that. I am the neti that I can't describe. That's what I am. That's what Kundalini is for. The Western mind, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, right? I know I'm saying it's wrong. So forgive me. I don't mean it like that. I'm a little bit more open-minded than that. But I'm telling you, traditionally, that's not what it was. It was actually the opposite. And people can use it for that purpose. But there's people who all they do is they meditate behind the bridge of their eyes, and some people don't even like to call the Agnya chakra the third eye. They hate that. They go, that's wrong. That's not what it is. That's just a Western idea. That's not it. Okay. I'm just telling you what it really is meant to be. And the beauty is there's actually teachings later in the Vedas that make it clear that the Kundalini teachings were never finished for a reason. They weren't intentionally finished in that they don't explain what the petals on the lotuses mean and why there's certain numbers. Why does it go from 4 and then it goes up to 100 and then 2 and then back to 1,000? Why does it do that? Why is 2 where we say the third eye is? Why? When the throat is like 100 and the crown is 1,000? Why? And the 1,000 is meant to be infinite. Why do we do that? Now, there's probably some meaning there. In fact, I think I could probably tease it out if I really wanted to go crazy, but that meaning would not be what was written in the original Vedas, and there's nothing acceptable that replaces it. So there's lots of little details in there that people don't know. And that's the reason. This whole thing, like the original chakras they weren't color-coded for sure. Not the way we do now. We rainbow them now. I think that's cool to rainbow. I think it's a great way to do it. But that's not in the original teachings of Kundalini chakra meditation at all. Not even close. So what are we doing? Now, here's where it gets fun. The beauty of a lot of those esoteric Eastern traditions like that, a lot of the beauty of that, of the Vedic period and the Veda scrolls and the Veda this and that, is that they're not designed as rules. They're not designed as things. The chakra aren't real in the physical sense. So nadhi, the little vessels of nerves and energy in your body, those were an early scientific conceptualization of something along the lines of nerves and maybe blood vessels to a lesser extent. It was a way for life energy to travel through your body. But they were meant to be physical, and there's the closest we have are nerves to what they described. But the chakra were actually described as mental things. And I've told you guys this for a while now. I did a video on this a long time ago, talking about chakra removal and people who are kind of fruity about that, thinking that alien beings put their chakras in there to vampirize them. And okay, if that's what you believe, go ahead. Remove your chakra. All you're doing is removing a thought form. That's all you're doing. It's not even a thought form that was there till you decided it was. You decided you have chakra, so now you have chakra. You're not feeding anything. You're not easier or harder to attack because you have them or don't. If you believe you're harder to attack because you believe you got rid of them, you might be harder to attack because your confidence and your spiritual unity is probably higher. You've made a connection.
I feel like that's kind of like thinking that somebody put stress upon you. Just like, I can't believe they made me so stressed. It's like, well, they might have introduced a situation upon you, but yeah, you're the one making you feel the stress.
Yeah,
like
it's a cooperative game.
It's easier and it's harder sometimes, but ultimately, like, you have the control to just, I now do not feel stress. Like, it's fucking hard sometimes, but yeah, you got the power.
This is why I like doing role-playing games, I think. It's a very good lesson for magic, honestly, especially for spirit magic. And for enlightenment, too. If you really, really dig deep enough, there's a metaphor in there that works. You are the guy playing the character. But your character is who you think you are. Right now, Flesh Priest, you think you're Flesh Priest. You're really the guy in the back going, I don't know, should I use my bleached asshole power or my Flesh Priest power? I'm sorry, I'm teasing you, bro.
Fuck off! I didn't consent to that now being a thing. Everybody, I want you to know I do not. You know what? Not gonna pursue that thought. Never mind.
Upon Earth, it can't be outside self unless self is separate from what you are, which is not in Zen. Zen doesn't say separation. Zen says, when it says separate, if it says outside, all they really mean is that thoughts are a thing that happen and then we experience them. What we truly are is what experiences the thoughts. We're not the thoughts. So it's difficult to say in English, and it's difficult to say in any language, honestly. But that's to say that your thoughts are outside you. The problem with that is you're creating a boundary, and that boundary is artificial. That's a thought. That's another. It's circular. It's not actually what it is. Because it would be really easy if you just told everybody, your thoughts are outside of you. Oh, that's simple, huh? Okay, I'm putting my thoughts out. I'm outside. Okay, I get it. But they never really go anywhere. It's just an idea. That's not the answer either. You have to, if a Zen teacher says your thoughts are outside yourself, maybe that's a branch I've never seen, but that's maybe just a metaphor to help you reach that point of revelation of yourself, that what you really are. It's not hard. You're doing it right now. The part of you that is doing it right now, and you're probably sitting there going, "Oh, I'm this guy, and Thorne's this guy, and blah blah blah." That's the part of you that observes that knowledge. The part of you that is that knowledge can't observe it. It can't observe it directly, is what I'm saying. So your true self cannot observe itself except through reflection. It's the only way that observation can observe itself is through reflection. Can you see your eye right now? No. Not as others see it. You can see your eye as a reflection, or you can see through your eye, but you can't see your eye.
Ah, but in non-duality, I am everybody watching, and I am you right now, and I am me, and I am the chair I'm sitting on, and I see this eye.
You do, yeah. But you don't. But if you think that that is what your eye is, you're never going to see it. If you think,
fuck, brought down a couple rungs on the ladder.
Because what you see is not the eye either. You see some kind of a distortion that you think is the eye. So let's go back a little bit again. So what do you need to do? To me, the easiest meditations to do, I call them no mind, but they're really better called maybe mindfulness. But I treat them as no mind. The idea is to drop your conscious monologue, to drop conceptualization, to have a non-conceptual experience of what is right now at this moment. If you can do that, I'm going to tell you a secret. You already did. You do it all the time. But if you can do that, then you recognize you're not your ego. All of a sudden you go, ah ha ha ha. And there you are. You are the awareness of the thoughts. You're not the thoughts. You are the emptiness between those thoughts. You are not the thoughts. But the thoughts are you. So it's a little bit misleading. It's kind of like I'm saying, if I say I'm not my hand, well, that's the same idea. I'm not my hand, but my hand is me. I'm not this table, but that table is me. I'm not my breath, but my breath is me. I'm not my thoughts, but my thoughts are me. So it's a little, it's like trying to tell somebody who has a fork in their hair, and they're like, where's my fork? Oh, it's right in your hair. No, it's not in my hair. I would know if it was in my hair. Of course it's not in my hair. No, it's right there. No, all you gotta do, reach up with your hand. Oh, yeah, right? And they go on the wrong side and they can't feel it. It's kind of like that. It's like, no, but it's right there.
So
somebody said, go ahead, but you go ahead, but I want to read a comment because it was an interesting question.
Okay, so I've actually got a question from earlier too, so maybe we'll hit both of these before moving to call-ins. I have one from, let me go get to it. Ace the Goblin asked, do you or DH know the etymology of the word God? I could say I definitely don't.
So I'm learning, I don't know for sure, but thanks to Eddie and some other things that got dropped on me, the Indo-European proto-culture, the Proto-Indo-European culture. Learn about that motherfucker. That'll blow half your brain out. And you go, wow, Sanskrit's the Proto-European language that is the root language of most of the ones we speak. Even though Sumerian's an older written language, Sanskrit and everything from it is the source of Latin and Greek and all these other things in a lot of ways. There's a lot of words in them that are the same or similar, to the point where you find out which gods even are the same across all these cultures. One I didn't know, Indra, is the one I'm always looking for in the Hindu culture that is syncretized with Jupiter and Zeus. And then if you go to Mesopotamia, you go to Bel, Baal and Marduk. Same deity, and a little bit of Thor too, because Thor is eerily the same too. You got all these deities that are all basically the same. And they all have a root in this Proto-Indo-European Sanskrit culture, multiculture. It's like a huge, it's stretched from I guess, what would be the Red Sea or whatever, all the way over and around into Europe, and eventually became all of Europe and India and all these other things too. Wild fucking study. Look it up. It'll blow half your brain out. Thank you, Eddie, for that tip. So God, I'm gonna say don't know for sure. Probably that might be a good place to start looking. If someone can look up the etymology of God, that would be cool.
Speak of the devil, Eddie Romanov says God in the Germanic languages comes from a Pi word. I know.
Proto-Indo-European.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew that. I totally knew that. Comes from a Pi word meaning to pour out, as in a libation.
And he says literally the thing we pour libations out to. And the original word sounded a bit like Deus or the word for Zeus is sky. That's not God, but Deus Peter, Deus Piter, Sky Father. is the original Proto-European, Indo-European. That's not even the word for it. I forget what it is. You can look it up. It's like juice, something weird. And it actually becomes Zeus and Jupiter. It's basically, it's the same thing, guys. And then it later becomes syncretized with Indra. So, hey,
and
look it up.
Ace actually says, well, what I learned is that the etymology of the word God, G-O-D, is God, G-A-D, which translates to sun or the daylight.
Upon Earth makes a good comment. The things that you think are you can be dropped. Then you experience the you without things outside of ourselves, and inside ourselves becomes the same thing. Good point, Upon Earth. And that might be a better way of saying whatever that Zen thing was, to say it's outside. That would be a better way. So in that context, it makes a lot more sense to say outside. But I don't see it as outside. It's the same, obviously. As you said, inside ourselves becomes the same thing. But I really want to touch on, so I don't know, Ace, that might be right. Whoever wants to Google it and look it up, I'm sure Wikipedia will lie and tell us what they say it is. But Ishara Nocturnalis says, what is your definition of immortality? And I'm going to cut you off right there. Forget that other stuff. I don't care what Agatha Daemon says. I really don't care.
Hey, before you get too into this
or what the practice is.
Before you get too into the thought, live call-in show, if anybody wants to get on, just message down below.
Everybody's like, I don't want to talk to Thorne. He's a freaking douche. So here's where we go.
I got one person lined up.
What's my definition of immortality? We'll just leave it at that. What's my definition of immortality? Well, the thing that's asking is not immortal. I'll leave it at that. The thing that's asking can never be immortal. That doesn't mean it will go away. But it does mean that the thing that's asking is not immortal. That which has been born must die. That which has a beginning must have an ending. There is something that you are that has no beginning and has no ending. It is the thing that has been with you all this time since the beginning that you think is the beginning. But before that even, it's the thing that's with you even when you're sleeping at night and have no memory of sleeping. It's the thing that was with you in the 3rd grade when your teacher did X, Y, and Z and you don't remember it, but it was there. The person you think you are is not immortal. The idea may be immortal, the concepts may live forever, but that is not what you are. Those concepts are within your experience, but they are not what you are. They're like your hand. You're not those things, but they are you. But they're not. So this idea that you can make any piece of you immortal is just a silly game. It's a very silly game. It's a game you're playing with your ego. Your ego's saying to itself, I don't want to die. I don't want to go away. I'm scared. What happens when I go away? What happens to me when I stop thinking about me? Oh no, what's going to happen? Because you've made the mistake of thinking you're those things. I've used this analogy before. If you drop something on the floor and it rolls under the couch and you reach around for it and your hand goes reaching for it, a lot of you have this experience where for a little moment, all of your attention's on the tips of your fingers looking for the thing that rolled under so you can feel it. And you could probably have somebody walk up and sneak up on you and scare you because you're not paying attention to anything else. Well, that's a really good, if simplistic, metaphor for what you are doing as consciousness. Your consciousness has decided to focus itself into this limited little space of whoever you think you are. And that focused awareness is the delusion that in Hinduism would be considered the Atman. And it's not that the Atman is not real. It is just that it is not what you truly are. The Atman is a state of being. It is not the being itself. Atman is a state. It is not a thing. It is a condition of the state. It is not the state. It is the idea of separateness. It is this I am this and nothing more. That's the Atman. And it can be very big. It can even be the size of a god or a moon or a planet or a star or a galaxy. It can be enormous. It can contain a lot. But the Atman will never be, even the biggest, most powerful Atman will never be aware of its true Brahman nature. That it is the Brahman, the Brahma itself. And it's tough. It's a pain in the ass. It's difficult if you're not there. If you haven't gone there yet, if you haven't gotten it yet, it's really tough to hear these things. So you're like, well, that sounds like A plus B equals F, W, and Z. It's not like that. It is so simple, and that's why it's hard. So this idea of immortality comes from the idea of separateness. If you truly believe you are one separate thing, then you will die. I promise you, you will die. And there is no magic, there is no method to make that thing live forever. Will never happen. I am willing to stake every spiritual fiber I have on that knowledge. You know how I know this is completely true? And I can prove it to you right now.
I have a feeling you're about to tell us.
Well, I can tell you. It's not hard. I'm going to give you the direct answer. Because the person you were when I first started talking isn't even the same person that you are now. If you believe that person even exists. That person died about an hour and change ago. That person died the moment you acknowledged it. It was already gone. It doesn't exist anymore. If you're telling me that someone died and came back to life with their consciousness, that's a fun game. That's a story. That's a parlor trick. I hate to tell you this because I don't like, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to be insulting, by the way. I know I'm being a little insulting because I'm very irreverent and direct. That person doesn't exist anymore. The person that you met who told you that doesn't exist anymore. They're dead already. They died a long time ago. And if you understand the nature of time, you understand that even something you think of as a nanosecond ago is an infinity away. It can never be. It's gone. It's dead. But there is something that is there all the time and does not go away. And it doesn't change from moment to moment. Its story never changes. It is always there, all the time. It is your awareness of being that never goes away. That is what is immortal. That is what will not die. And that is what you think you bring with you. You don't bring it with you. That is what you are. That is what goes from life to life and moment to moment and brings these memories with it sometimes of a past life. That is what is alive.
See, and you think this is just a magical frat party.
Right? No, sometimes we get dead ass serious here because that to me is the beauty. This is what I love. I like talking about my butthole so that then when I talk about this, you take me seriously as a sincere person and not as a, oh, look at how love and light I am. Fuck that guy. I'll never be that guy, I hope. I hope I'm never that guy. I hope, this is why if you go to like the old Taoist traditions, the fucking great master is sitting on a fucking rock, scratching his ass, sniffing his feet, going, oh, give me a beer. Somebody suck my dick. All right, that's maybe not that bad. But the old Taoists, like they're a little codgerly. They're a little rude and a little bit direct, right? That's how those the irreverent monks truly are.
Kind of like I still haven't listened to him like I intended to, but I heard Alan Watts is that way too, where
Abso-fucking-lutely.
He's known for being like having some really enlightening speeches, but then he'll also just make like a dick joke in the middle of it.
Well, maybe not a dick
really
joke.
Funny.
He'll make a very proper dick joke. I fucking love Alan Watts. He's like Obi-Wan. He was my digital force ghost master. He was literally, I was his Padawan for like 2 years. If you like what I'm saying, a lot of that comes from my study of Alan Watts, which wasn't a study. It was just, I fell in love with the man. If I could meet one person in history, he'd probably be the one. I would love to spend a day tripping on shrooms, hanging out with fucking Alan Watts. That would be the probably, and you know what would probably be? I'd probably be so eager to try to impress him with how much I get. He'd probably say, you don't get any of it if that's how you feel about it. And I'd laugh and we both trip balls on shrooms and totally get it together at the same time. And it would be fucking great. That's my boy. That's why I love Alan Watts. He'd be drunk off his ass and I'd be sitting here wiping my ass and we'd have a great day. We'd just have a great time. And Flesh would be sitting there rubbing his nipples the whole time.
Well, this isn't nipple rubbing, but it might be related while I bring on our first caller.
Oh, good. We got somebody? All right,
yeah, we have
cool.
2 people. CJ Unger has a question. Will DH's Kenbo be good for turning the magic in my butt?
I love you guys. Thank you, CH Anger. Thank you so much. Let it not be said I have no sense of humor. It's only when you insult my intelligence that my intelligence has no sense of humor. Yes, CJ. I think it would be magnificent, but it's going to get a running start, and I have absolutely nothing to do with any damage you incur, and I do not advise you to try. Go with the non-jiggly end.
CJ, I'm a little bit upset. I don't get him to laugh much. Damn, dude.
You totally disconnected for a second there, but I think I got you back.
Oh, I said, CJ, I'm a little bit mad that I normally can't get him to laugh that much. Like, fuck you, dude. But good job. I have summoned our first guest. We know him well. He gives many pieces of gnosis from the chat and is very knowledgeable in the ways of the left-hand path.
I don't know if that is like a shag rug behind him or a crumpled paper bag, but I want it on the screen.
Are you ready to be on camera? The great and powerful Dr. Eddie Romanov.
I am.
Then on screen you shall be, and we summon him forth.
On screen number 2.
Make it so.
Oh, he's huge. It does look like Captain Picard a little bit, doesn't it? Just from that part up.
Oh.
I'm kidding. I mean that. Oh.
I call Data.
I call either Worf or Spock. I'll take either one.
This is my Videodrome set backdrop. Like the 3 of you who saw that movie are really gonna appreciate it.
Somebody did. Somebody will get it. You know, I got all these little things here. What is
Good
that?
to see you, dude. It's been like 2 whole days since I spoke to you.
I know.
He's getting on too many live streams. We're gonna have to cut him off in a minute. Like, hurry up.
Well,
Eddie.
I said I was going to give people a chance to. I wanted to give people another chance to call in, so I guess I sort of became the caller by default.
We do appreciate it, Eddie. Like you're like the guy who's like, all right, if no, you know, like in an audience when they have somebody who has to clap like on purpose to make everybody else clap. That's you right now. You're the call-in guy who's like, nobody else is calling in. I guess I'll have to call in.
No,
Thank you, Eddie.
I'm a designated shill.
He's a designated shill.
I got other people lined up too, but Eddie, you said something that we were talking about was in your wheelhouse right now, so I really wanted to that.
All of this stuff, man. This is the stuff. Like this was the frat parties I went to. Were like this, hanging out with the philosophy majors and hitting blunts and
True.
But the eye cannot see itself, man.
Infinite bigness and infinite smallness are really the same, dude.
Or if we put it in millennial terms, it's Jaden Smith, just like, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real?
Dude, you're not real. You're an actor. Shut up. Dance for me, actor. Yeah, but really though, really. That's like what I have to say. You know who I don't like? Jim Carrey. Because he got like on this whole fucking I'm enlightened bullshit trip. And he's like one of the most like, he's still like so full of himself. It's so ridiculous. He's worse than me. He makes me feel like I'm very humble by comparison. So what's up, Eddie? I actually really, your whole introduction to pi, as we're calling it in the abbreviation of pi, was it definitely a good drop on me? Because I wasn't aware. I thought like, anything with Aryan in it was scary and we're not supposed to talk about this. I didn't know that there was a valid, Western, because I didn't go to college. How many here are shocked to know I did not go to college? Not a day. In fact, I barely passed high school. How many? Eddie might be like, no, it makes sense. You have the attitude of a person who would never have gone to school. But how many of you would be shocked to learn I have no education whatsoever? I am basically illiterate until the age of 30. So how many of you guys would be surprised?
Yeah, there was a guest on Gordon White's podcast, Rune Soup, who said once all the best magicians are seminary dropouts. So
I didn't go there though. I was a youth leader for a little while. I was kind of close. Ooh. It was Christian Service Brigade, which is like the lame version of the lame Boy Scouts. Like if the Boy Scouts once were cool, maybe in like the 50s or something, then they became lame. Well, Christian Service Brigade is the lame version of that. Like if you can get lame, it's the Rod and Todd version of Boy Scouts is what it is. Like Rod and Todd from The Simpsons. It was bad, but hey, I learned how to make a fire in under a minute with one match. I mean, it was cool. You learn how to do all the cool stuff, but it was not, the song Onward Christian Soldiers. Well, you'd sing that all the time. It was lame, but yeah. And I did some youth ministry stuff for a while, so I can kind of relate.
that's the main place I learned audio.
I would
now
go.
You're speaking my language.
I would actually go, maybe not like to one of the regular ones, but I could probably find either a Shaolin or some similar, like a Nepalese monastery somewhere that I'd like to go and just totally monk out for like a year or two and just see what that's all about. But I'm married and happy and all that stuff, so I won't do it. But I could see that would be like a fun thing to try, just to shave my head the rest of the way instead of just 2/3 and go the rest of the way. So I don't know, it might be fun.
If it was still the Middle Ages, I'd totally be a hermit.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a hermit in a cave somewhere, man.
Probably. Well, you know what? I don't think I could be. I must admit it's not a part of my shadow. I've integrated it, but I love having some kind of a following. Don't get me wrong. If I'm telling you, I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, I hate the people following. I fucking love it. There's days that I go, I just love having this many people tune into my streams and be popular and all that. I love that. That's fun, but I'm not like, it has to happen. Like I don't validate myself through it. It's just, this is fun. I love it. So I think I'd probably spend some time in a cave, get really bored with myself and just be like, all right, this is boring. I'm going to go out and I am going to preach to the masses and I'm going to heal the sick and raise the dead. And maybe they'll hang me up on a giant T somewhere. I don't know, but I'm going to have a good time. And when it's over, they're going to write books about me. That's probably what I would do, because that's
what hermits used to do. Is hermits would stay in one place and people would come to them to learn. So here's your trivia for the day. Hermit comes from a Latin word, eremite, right? Which was the term, and it still is the term in canon law for a religious person that does not live within the bounds of a religious community. So a priest that doesn't live in a monastery, a nun who doesn't live in a monastery. So a solitary individual, as opposed to the other kind, which is a monk or a nun that lives in a monastery.
Yeah.
And those are called Cenobites.
Okay. Cenobites, as in like from Hellraiser, which is why they're called because they're basically right. They're basically Cenobites. They are in a seminary of pain. Yeah, a religious community of pain. Interesting little thing.
And do you know the name of their order? They say
what for the Hellraiser? God, it's been so long. I think I used to.
I should know this.
I don't feel like I should know it, but I have seen it enough that I should know it. But no,
I think it's in one of the movies. It's in the novel. It's the Order of the Gash.
Order of the Gash. That sounds like something that some sexy people would want to talk about for sure.
Asmodeus has entered the chat.
Oof. Have you guys ever stubbed your toe so bad you think you broke it, but you probably didn't? Oh man!
First time I invoked a goddess, I broke my toe.
Did you really? Oh man. I've never broken a bone. You know that? I've never broken a bone.
This is the first time, and it was what they call a helical break, which means it didn't like.
Ooh, yeah.
It was like a spiral.
It was a twist. It twisted out hard. Yeah, you went like crack like that. Yeah, that usually happens. Like we had that happen to a guy at a martial arts class, and he fucked up a sidekick. I think if I remember correctly, he wasn't wearing socks. Usually if you fucking hurt yourself doing kicks, it's because you're wearing socks on a gym floor. Well, this guy was barefoot, and I think somehow he did it, and his foot got stuck to the way the gym is, it got stuck to that coating, and his foot didn't spin enough, and he put all his oomph into it. And if you know how to do a side kick, you're actually supposed to push off the ball of your foot. So his heel stuck, and his whole shit just went like, and like you heard it like across the room. You heard like sound like celery crunching from like throughout the whole gym. Oh, and he's just screaming in pain. Like he must have done it. I think it was probably it had to be because he probably like his tibia probably went like bye. You know.
that exact thing was the end of my martial arts career. So we used to spar on. It was a ballet studio.
Okay.
And we put gym mats down, but the floor is all slippy because it's like a dance floor.
Yeah.
And they didn't quite fit, so occasionally this like random 1-inch gap would open up between the mats. And I was sparring a guy and didn't realize that the blade of my left foot ended like right on the seam. And I leaned back to try to dodge something and drop down and just put all my weight on my left ankle, and it rolled into the gap, and they heard it all the way across the room.
Oh man.
Swelled up like the size of a grapefruit. They took me in to get an MRI, and I'm like, did I break it? And the doctor's like, no, you're gonna wish you did. And just shredded all the tendons in that ankle.
Yeah, no thanks. No. That's not what you want to hear a doctor say. Yeah,
no,
I mean, I always get the doctors tell me, like, the doctors, whenever I do anything, they go, you did a really good job, but it could have been worse. Like, you're like, it missed the artery, but you're fine otherwise. You know, it's like, oh, man. Now, the funniest thing, I had an orthodontist. He was going to remove all my wisdom teeth. And I go in for this, and he's like, all right, I got to do some x-rays to see if you're going to have TMJ or whatever that is. So we're going to do some x-rays and see, because I'm a heavy guy, you can't see through. He's like, we got a lot of meat to look through, so let's see what's going on. And he takes it, he's like, well, I don't have to worry. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I've never seen a human jaw that thick and strong before. You could be a prize fighter. I'd hate to see the guy that could break your jaw. I would hate to run into him in a dark alley. And I'm like, oh, that's good. So I've never broken a bone, but then, you know what he said? You know what sucks about that? If somebody ever does, oh man, is that going to be painful? It's going to take a lot, so it's going to hurt more. Like breaking a 2x4 takes a lot more than it does like a little piece of balsa wood. So when it breaks, that's going to be messy. I just look at my knee and I go, can you imagine getting shot in that? Like, oh man, I'm very morbid like that. I imagine these things. I imagine what it would be like to get a nice drill bit right through my patella, right in between my knee joint.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm going to call an end to that conversation.
Just imagine that. Just imagine the sound. The vibration, feeling you'd have going through.
Hold on. Okay, everybody, it was nice hanging with you.
That reminds me. Add Goodfellas to the recommendation list.
Oh yeah, fuck! I forgot to do that. So I'm about to tally up the votes.
Tally votes. Night.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that because I'm actually looking for something for when we end the stream. There was something somebody sent to me.
So I've got a question. Well, you really threw in heavy metal right at the beginning of the stream. Are we counting that on the original?
No, because I don't want to get too many in there. I think 21's more than enough. I was actually trying to go for like 5 or 10 tops. But everybody just sounded off with, and maybe that's why nobody's voting, because we have 21, so nobody knows what to pick for. So everybody's picking something different. So I know what I'm gonna decide if we don't get a strong consensus. If we don't get a strong consensus, I know what I'm picking.
Okay, so I'm going to tally it up, and I'll touch base with you at the end of the stream for...
All right, Eddie, be smart for about 10 minutes while I look this up, because somebody posted it like last week. So be smart for a few minutes.
Okay. Put him on the spot like that, yo.
So magic, right, is stored in the butt.
Now, how do you get it out when it's stored in the butt?
Well, go down to your pharmacy, get one of those little bottles of magnesium citrate. Don't read the directions, because directions
Wait, I must preface this with, we do not give medical advice on this. We will not give medical advice on this channel. This is all parody, guys.
Thing down in one solid gulp. It's going to taste like crap, and then just drink as much water as you possibly can and clear your calendar for about 3 days. You will experience all the stages of enlightenment.
What is that like? Which was it? What was it? Scary Movie 1 or 2, where they do the scene from The Exorcist in the beginning, and he's in there taking a giant crap, and he's like, "Oh, praise God!" Blah, blah, blah. He's like doing an exorcism on the toilet when he's done. That's. I don't know where that came from. I feel like that
was Scary Movie 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I feel like I remember that.
I feel like it was. I love Scary Movie 2 more than the first one. The first one was good, but Scary Movie 2, that one was, I don't know why that one made me laugh a lot more.
Well, since we mentioned martial arts, the term, I'll give you the Japanese term, but don't ask me to spell it. For a good meditation practice for people to Google and learn how to do. That is, did I freeze?
No.
Okay, good.
Nope, you're still here.
I froze on my end.
No, we're just ignoring you. That's all. We don't care.
Good.
Just keep going.
I'm used to it. Suki no Kokoru.
Say it again?
Suki no Kokoru,
Okay.
which is Japanese for mind like the moon.
Okay.
And the idea is that you take, in the martial arts, is that you take the observer position, so that you are not the fighter engaged in the fight. You are the moon watching this unfold, unaffected by what happens either way. And so the idea is to take the fear of the battle away and be able to get into the flow state. But it's also meant to teach you that you are not your body, you are not your reactions, you are not the environment, you are not any of these things. You are the thing that is observing all of them.
Okay. All right. That's fair enough. I think that the problem with it is only in that people will esotericize it and think it means to have an out-of-body experience and to just observe yourself from outside. And they'll go to, that's like with Kundalini Yoga. They hear the thing about the serpent energy rising in their body and they'll think it's some kind of a, that's not to say you won't feel some weird shit. You definitely will. If you do, like there's one meditation where you throb your anus and then you move your diaphragm and abdomen around and you're basically massaging the root chakra where the serpent is supposed to be sleeping and pissing it off so it goes up into your nadi and travels up your body. And it may feel warm and it may feel weird and you might even have some moments of like really wild experience from what I've heard. But ultimately, that's all in your head for the most part. It's not just imagination. Remember what I say, it's never just your imagination, but it's all in your head. And if you're an experience seeker, it becomes about all those little like feelings instead of when the serpent gets to the crown and you become liberated and you have samadhi. And samadhi doesn't require Kundalini Yoga, by the way, at all. Just like what you're describing doesn't necessarily bring you to where you want to go. It's just, but what it does, and this is why what it is, that's why what you're saying is good, is practices like that, if done sincerely and without this experience-seeking attitude, they bring the electrodes closer and closer together of experience and what is, and it brings those two things close enough together that there'll be a pop and a zap, and suddenly you go, oh, I get what that meant. Be the moon. I'm the moon and the ground and the swords in everybody's hands. It's fighting, and instead of just being me, instead of thinking I'm not that, I am the awareness of all of that happening behind it. Maybe I live, maybe I die, but I'll fight better if I'm not attached to this body. And all these little epiphanies happen, and then you go, I don't even have to fight anymore. Because you realize you're not the one fighting anyway, so it's not even you. I found the thing. Fleshy, did you do your job yet? Or do I have to fire you?
What job am I doing? I'm definitely doing a job, but is it the job?
I don't know. I thought you told me what your job was, like any good high-ranking employee.
Oh yeah, I absolutely am doing that job then.
That's why you are my literal right hand. You and I am your right hand and you are mine. And we're just like, yeah.
Fuck yeah, and we're nothing but handies together.
Right, we're just wait a minute, ass in the magic. You're the ass in the magic. That's what you are. Oh, that's me.
It's a daisy chain for Satan.
I am currently lining up a somebody who has never called in before. I am giving them the information.
Okay. Because last I heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you won't because you're too nice. But last I heard, you were, and I'm looking for the thing that I need for later. You were talking about counting the votes. That was the last thing I heard.
Oh, yeah. So, okay. So, this might get technical. So, really the rule was everybody only gets one vote, and some people voted multiple times. So, just for the sake of things, I denoted those secondary votes as a half tally. So
I was actually saying, if you read my post, I said don't even count the second vote. Just take the first, whatever they said first.
I did read that, and I am aware, So, like, if we only count
this
the
is the
first
most
vote,
secure election in the history of the world.
This is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this really is by comparison. Yeah, for sure.
If
I mean, Eddie's sitting here. He's watching all of this. He can see when we're cheating. Well, no, he can't. We're going to say he can. Though.
You
got the envelope,
I have
right?
trenchers
You got the
full
envelope?
of votes. I just discovered.
Okay, you
So
have the envelopes. So
the votes are in. It is in fact Moonlight.
Moonlight.
Yeah.
Where'd you get Moonlight from?
I'm sorry. Somebody gave me the wrong envelope.
You tried though.
Okay,
You tried to get your movie in there.
The actual vote, if we only count the first one, is fucking nada. There's like a 5-way tie. However, if we do count the secondary vote as like a half a vote,
where's everybody voting? Because I'm looking in movie night suggestions. I'm not seeing all these extra numbers you got going on.
No, I'm saying like some people voted like, oh, I want 21 and 3.
Oh, okay.
Like that kind of shit. So if we count the secondary votes, not as a full vote, but as a half vote, then number 21, Battle Royale, got the most votes.
I see. Well, I had said we were only going with the first. I said that hours ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. We can only go. That's why, because when I made the rules, I said first vote only will count. So.
Okay, well in that case, everybody, it is a 5-way.
Not that I don't want to see that, by the way.
5-way
tie,
between
motherfucker.
Dark Crystal, Naked Lunch, The Satanic Rites of Dracula, Return of the Living Dead, and Battle Royale. We're going to watch them all in a single night, everybody.
We're going to watch them all. Well, if you read my post at 5
plans.
o'clock Eastern, I said, oof, we still don't have a consensus. I'm only taking the first vote from those who defied my orders and voted twice. At this rate, it's going to be Thorne's choice. So we'll have to ask the stream audience too. Same rules. I won't say what I want, but I'll decide easily if we can't get a winner by tonight. So I think in the event of a tie, I think what we're going to do is we're going to default to Thorne being a fat asshole because I still haven't lost all the weight. So I'm just going to lord over everybody, and I'm going to just pick. I'm going to say I had 2 movies in mind that I thought would be really fun, and I think one of them you would really like to see, Flesh.
I really think you should narrow it down between those 5. That's what I don't know what you were going to vote for, but that was what the people have spoken. Stop the count, as Siege said.
All right, so then let's do this. We've got Nature's Wrath is saying something. I bet you they're trying to vote after. They're trying to vote.
Oh.
Look, are we doing mail-in voting? Are we doing mail-in voting? Is that what's happening? We're going to wait.
We're
going to wait for the signature confirmations.
We might have just done mail-in voting. CJ Unger with the super chat says Dark Crystal.
Well, he's paying. He just paid for it in a way. So if CJ Unger is going to be there and watch it, and he just kind of paid for it, then so I kind of have to make it. CJ, are you in that chat? Are you the one who said Dark Crystal the other day? Are you the one who said it? If you are, then that's. I don't know, guys. How do you guys feel? Someone just paid for a movie. I feel bad taking their money and not fucking making the movie that now.
I can confirm I'm in there, and he did vote for Dark Crystal, but I'm willing to go with it because it was my suggestion.
There was money. There is money on the table now. That's going to be tough to beat. Even though I know what I want to see, that's money on the table. I can't be like, well, you paid $5. Watch what I want, motherfucker. So I guess in light of the drop of the dime, I'm going to see what Nature's Wrath has to say, just because he started typing before that super chat popped up. Oh, damn, he said it. He said Dark Crystal was going to be his pick since Event Horizon, and Color are off the table. Actually, Color was on the table, wasn't it? Isn't that number 2? Yeah, Color Out of Space is still. It was on the table.
It wasn't with the narrowed down thing.
Okay, so let's do this. We will do Dark Crystal this weekend, and then 2 weeks from this weekend, if everybody's willing, I'm going to say either number 2 or number 11. I really want you guys to see The Legend of Hell House because it's a very valid, magical type of movie. It's very much. Very sciencey about magic. Very good shit. You guys are going to recognize it. You're going to like it. But I'm cool with re-voting next week anyway. So we'll go with Dark Crystal. Money's on the table. You got 2 people calling for it. And I don't know. What do you think, Eddie? You're a mod. You get at least a say in it. You get to, like a town hall, you get to say what you think anyway.
Well, I voted for Return of the Living Dead because Linnea Quigley's boobs.
Bazubas? Right. Those can be seen for free everywhere, though. Just so you know. You can find those everywhere.
But, you know, bolt heads cost money for whacking sticks. So
true. That's true too. Yeah, they do.
Bribery is acceptable.
Bribery is acceptable. Although I think we will say from now on we can't do that though, because that kind of puts the poor people who can't afford a $5 donation for a movie out of the running for choosing.
Damn it.
So I want to be at least a little fair.
Gregory Soto with the super chat says, "Return of the Living Dead, pay to win, baby."
Oh no! All right, oh shit! He made it a 10. All right, guys. All right.
Stop the vote! Stop the vote!
No, keep voting! Keep voting! When we get to 100, that's what we're doing.
Oh my god! Okay, we're gonna.
Do I hear 15 for Dark Crystal?
Oh my god!
You guys,
you
guys are awesome. Thank you.
Oh
shit! Oh shit! We got another 5 for titties. We got 5. People are voting for titties. You guys joined for the magic, and you're here for the frat party. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much.
We found.
Tell them what they won, Johnny. And he's like, "Yes, my magic is working," and I'm like, "So's mine. I'm getting paid. This is great. We're all winning."
That dice controller with the super chat says "Return of the Living Dead, mother lovers."
No refunds, don't you dare! No.
y'all motherfuckers are breaking me a little bit right now. Like, appreciate the super chats, but I feel dirty.
Someone get Ace the Gobbler on. He can do the auctioneer voice. He's fast as fuck. Get him on. Quickly, call him up.
Yeah.
I can't do it. We sound like we're making fun of him. We try to do it. We're like, he's like perfect syntax the whole way. Like, how did you do that? Oh man, Ace, if you're still listening, we love you, brother.
Every time.
Oh man, I don't even know. The vote machine broke. I don't even know what's happening anymore. There's got to be a recount
Soto,
or something.
I want to thank you and Dice. Unless somebody drops a 25 or whatever for something else, like we're pretty much. I'm not asking. I'm just saying. Ace wants to come on. He wants to do the. Hey, honey, come here on my microphone and do the Thorne Hub quote. Get everybody hot. All right. So right now it's gonna probably be Return of the Living Dead, which is horribly B-rated. I've only seen parts of it. I guess we know what parts. It's horribly B-rated, but it does have titties, and it is entertaining as fuck. And there is a really cool monster in the basement, which was pretty cool. That was a good scene. So, right now, unless someone, and I shouldn't even be saying this, I feel dirty like I'm handing out a collection plate. If anybody, who wants to be my what do they call those guys? Oh my goodness, the guys who a deacon, whatever, not the deacon, the guys who seat everybody and take the collection plates.
I guess I kind of serve the role as deacon for reading out super chats.
Yeah, that's true. It does sound dirty, Luciferius. My wife and I were having a, we'll say, an adult conversation last night while we were doing things, quote unquote things, and that was one of the things that was breathed into my ear, and it was quite exciting and very fun. And yeah,
I need an adult.
I am an adult. Hi. So
I need a different adult.
You know, I got asked by somebody once, do I do cocaine before these streams? Did you know that?
I could see it. I also don't know if they've ever actually done that, though.
They haven't. But I'd like to point out that I probably seem like I'm on cocaine, because I probably would have told you the moment I got asked that question. So you're right. See, that's how you become psychic. You call out someone when they are obviously making up a story, and then you get confirmation. You go, wait a minute. I can read Thorne's mind. Very good, Desmond. Very good. No, but truly, I wonder if people think I'm on cocaine sometimes from how I act. So I'm getting a text probably from my wife. Okay, let me see. Stop talking about Nookie time and start showing the pictures.
Sedating medications. So,
oh man.
He's like, imagine me if I wasn't.
I did uppers once. It was a bad time for all.
The people in the next state heard about it. It was pretty bad.
Well, hey, you know what this stream doesn't have enough of?
Magic in the ass?
You want to introduce a little bit more chaos and get a 4-way call-in going here?
If it's someone who will actually operate as some sort of a downer, somebody who comes on and says, my dog just died, someone who slows us down. That's I'm hoping that's what it is.
I don't know if they will, but I will fucking assign them that role now.
Nah, just bring them on. We'll find out. Do I need video, or are they just going to be irregular?
They are a regular.
Okay.
They have been on video, in fact, last week.
Oh. Oh, we don't want them back on. What are you, crazy? No, all right. Yeah, bring them on. Bring them on.
Summoning.
Do they want Vididio?
I don't know. I didn't think to ask them.
You didn't think to ask who?
Oh, I know who.
The great and mighty Patchwork, in fact.
You can hear the.
You guys see me?
Not.
No, not yet.
Yeah, not
shit.
yet. Would
Oh,
you
yeah,
like to be visible to the world?
Yeah, sure.
All right. We just need some video feed from you. It's not actually
I just have to
transmitting.
figure out which one of these you
What?
are. That's all.
Hold on.
Oh, that's not the right one, DH.
Oh wow, that's the porn stream.
Oh no.
Oh no. It's
Yep,
the
there
one.
it is now.
Okay,
It's
there's
all
my-
sideways, just like good porn. Very good.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
Is
what?
it sideways? Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Of course, we got to have at least one person in portrait mode.
Hold on. I'm trying.
If everyone was in portrait mode, that would actually be fine. But I like wide because I'm a X-gen, and we do things in landscape. Boomers do things and
That's what I'm trying to
Z's.
do is get this shit in landscape, and it's just fucking weird.
Boomers and Z's do everything in landscape or portrait, and Gen X and millennials do everything in whatever. You know what I'm trying to say. The boomers and Gen Z like it vertical, and everybody else likes it horizontal.
Well, now we got a nice void space for the
I'm
auction
fucking upside
of
down.
movie rights.
Why am I upside down?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, you know what? Leave it like that. We're gonna trip people out. Just leave it. We're gonna just. This is how you are now.
Upside down?
You represent the crooked path here tonight.
Yes, I do. The path to
Hold on.
chaos.
Let's really fuck with you. Now you're upside down for real.
Holy shit! How's the weather in Australia?
Yeah.
We're
We're leaving it.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Patch is from Australia. From now on, that's the
No,
meme.
not.
Patch is from Australia. Well, Australia doesn't exist, so it's fine.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy. It's made up.
They're all paid actors.
Yeah.
Hold on, one moment. Let me right here.
I have an Aussie friend, and I can absolutely. And I just watched a man light a jarum with a flask. That I didn't think. I hope that's a first-time sentence. Well, it looked like a flask, sir.
All right, speak to us, Patchy.
I summoned chaos, and I got chaos.
Yes, you did. Yeah, I heard there was only like one person like calling in, and I'm just like, oh well, fuck it. I guess I better call in too. Yeah.
We got, how many people can we get on at once? With how much will NTI let us do? Yeah, fucking. I'm glad you're calling in, guys. We're glad you're so. Eddie and Patchy. I'm one of those people. I'm like Sawyer from Lost. I always give people nicknames, and it's like really a bad habit. So Edward and Patchwork, if you would be so kind as to have a discussion about the Proto-Indo-European origins of the deities and magics of which we speaketh into the void of interweb. Speak now! Speak! Amuse me!
Well, I in the chat sort of shot my wad and said everything I knew about that. So
it can be easier to type it.
I shot my wad last night. I'm just messing.
No, he's not. That's the problem. All right, guys. So that was a good show.
But basically, the Dweus thing that you were talking about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Khan Academy, for that little bit of knowledge, by the way.
Yeah, the Proto-Indo-European word for God, the supreme deity at least, and it is interesting because they seem to have had an idea. They weren't exactly polytheistic so much as they were henotheistic, so more like Hinduism after the Vedas, right? So post-Vedic. So the idea of, yes, there are many gods, but there is a supreme God above all of them that sort of stands behind them. And in Proto-Indo-European, that god was literally known as Skyfather, and is pretty easily the cognate of or the antecedent of gods like Zeus and Jupiter and Baal and lots
Indra.
of those.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the beauty of it. And you can do that with a lot of different deities, not just them, but those are the, that, Jupiterian, however you want to say it, that Jovian line is so clear and so prevalent in every culture. It's the most clear probably in all of them. Venus has a pretty clear line in a lot of cases, and the sun obviously does, because the sun is like, the Apollo, the brightest motherfucker on the block, but or the origin god. But I think the thing that really strikes me about how all of these religions with gods, so religions have gods, but metaphysics has truth, right? Metaphysics has alities. That metaphysics has alities. And these religions that talk about there are many gods, but there is one true or one supreme, the nature of that one true or that one supreme, ultimately in every religious tradition, in the more esoteric side behind it, or the more mystical side behind it. So like if you go to Judaism, in the really deep rabbinical stuff that they don't talk much about to outsiders, but you can learn a little bit about. You can learn the iceberg tip of it. In all of that, they talk about that one God in essentially the same language as any Vedantic non-dualist, as any non-dualist does, as any Neoplatonism, non-dualism, even Gnosticism and all these, they all talk about it. They personify it to different degrees. And that personification is like that first emanation when you get, what do they call it in, Sophia, right? You get Sophia, or you get whatever it is. And this first emanation is that first deity, right? And this is why a lot of those deities have like a tripartite being to them. They have a God the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. Well, that you rip that apart, you got mind, body, and spirit again. You got that same division of there is a subtle body, there's a solid body, and then there is a working body, right? And in all of these different traditions, they all do the same thing. So this leads the seeker, in my opinion, ultimately, at least if you're going logically only, right? Because I'm not coming I'm coming from an experiential place, not just what I can rationalize, but from a rational perspective. Even an uneducated fool like me, or maybe that's why, maybe because I don't have too much gobbledygook in my head that's dogmatic to fuck me up, I see in all of them the same non-dual truth every time, like a lot of Christians will do when they go and they read the Norse Eddas and they see Jesus and everything. But I didn't do that first. I was like, why are they all saying the same thing, just with a different Sky Daddy face on it? Why are they all saying the same thing? Why is the Sky Daddy so much the same in every one of these? Why is the big kahuna behind the Sky Daddy always the same primordial things? That's the meat and potatoes. That's the Platonic form. That's what I'm looking for. What is that?
Well, in my practice, I won't say my metaphysics because that gets a little more complicated, but in my practice, notice also the number of myths where that central deity is some sort of sky father who defeats typically a feminine night deity that is associated with chaos.
an older patriarch, right? It's one of the
yes,
right. Usually,
right. Zeus.
Zeus was Saturn,
right? And Tiamat, and so like in my practice, the quote unquote theology, the legend behind what I'm doing is that Lilith is actually that primordial deity, mm-hmm. that from which then Lucifer emerges and then everything else. Mm-hmm. That she is the primordial void, mm-hmm. from which the ground state of consciousness.
And those things that you're describing, this is why I may disagree with your symbolism in certain ways, but I don't dare say that it's not true, because I don't think these beings are true in the theistic sense enough for me to tell you what they are, right?
Lilith is the handle I used to get a hold of that
essence.
To it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's a perfect practice. That's why I told, I don't know who it was last night or the night before, or maybe it was Desmond, I don't remember who. It might have been during a consult I was doing. That I am slightly moving away from the Goetia and moving more towards the seven deadly sins version of demons, and starting to embrace more the malefic side and the diabolical side of them, rather than seeing because the problem is when you go to the Goetia, right, you start learning their connections to the old gods, and you go, oh fuck, how can I keep treating them as dark, mysterious beings if they're really just Christian fears and shadows? Aha! Well, I know all about shadows, and the 7 deadly sins is just another interpretation of shadows, right? So let me go there. Let me play with that. And so then I syncretize things with like Lucifer's pride and Leviathan is envy and Satan is wrath, and I play with that. And then it's fun again, right? Then it's interesting because now here I am talking to the bad guys again. But I still have so now Lucifer is transmogrified, transmuted, whatever, to Enki and Ea and Loki and all of those devious, but really a fan of man as the movie. What was that movie that had Al Pacino in it? Oh fuck.
Devil's Advocate.
Devil's Advocate, right? He says, "I'm a fan of man." That's the Lucifer I like, right? So I like talking to that guy, and I still like the imagery of Lucifer, but. So I won't say I'm talking to them because I'm not actually doing rituals to Enki or anything. I'm just reaching out to that primordial cosmic rebel aspect that I see in myself and in the universe, and I'm talking to that. And sometimes I'll put a fallen angel face on it. Sometimes I'll put some other face on it. Then, with all of that, I can always do that. But I like talking to those shadows too, because I don't like ignoring them. I think that that's wrong. I think that to only seek the light side is a bad thing. So what I'm saying is I think that's a good idea. I mean, I don't think Lilith is Tiamat, at least not the way I would put it, because of to me, not just the religion, but the myths don't quite line up right. Lilitu is definitely the Sumerian current, and Lilitu wasn't Tiamat. So, I don't know if I would do that. But then again, maybe someone could find a missing thread that I didn't see and say, yes, they are. But, I don't know. Then you have Leviathan and Tiamat, make more sense. Or from etymological position, Bahamut and the male opposite of Tiamat. I always, was it On?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah. Fleshy. Poke Patchwork and ask him who was the between the two primordial deities of the Sumerian mythology. Was Tiamat and who was Tiamat's husband consort? Who was the freshwater?
Yes, my lord. Patchwork, you have been summoned. Who was the brother of Tiamat?
No, not the brother of Tiamat.
What he said.
You mean the consort?
The husband, the one, they came together and made the universe. They literally came together, and saltwater and freshwater came together, and things happened.
Shit, let me think.
All right, fuck you then.
What? I'm sorry, what?
No, Marduk is one of the... Marduk is actually... He was actually kind of a lesser. He became a greater. He started off as a lesser. He was empowered and became as a... If I remember correctly. He was not originally like a badass. He was one of the children of the gods. I will defeat this horrible dragon for you and its children.
He's the one who defeated Tiamat.
and Kingu is the blood that was... Kingu shed the blood that was used to make humanity. Well, part of humanity.
Yep.
He gave us our wisdom and our minds.
They're made of the blood of the Kingu and the breath of the elder gods.
Yep. All right. So everybody's talking about. Did you ever see Dice Controller? Stop flirting with Necro Nikki. Of course, she's seen Return of the Living Dead, and she's gonna see it Saturday if she shows up.
And I think it's Treatise of the Left Emanation, which is where we get a lot of the Lilith stuff from. Her and Samael and Leviathan are talked about as dragons. So,
okay.
Lilith is basically the feminine primal dragon. Samael is the masculine primal dragon, but Yahweh castrates him so that they can't do it and spawn demons. So there is a third dragon.
That would not be Tiamat. It wouldn't be Tiamat because they're more primordial than the Yahweh, God that would do that. So, but it's an interesting vision. Yeah.
But there's a third dragon that essentially acts as the middle in their three-way sandwich to enable them as the moderator, the mediator.
The magic in the butt that has to be
right.
process.
And so you see this like in Asenath Mason, that's in all of her stuff. So when she did her statue of Lilith and Samael, Leviathan is coiled around their feet.
Okay.
And so in the Qliphoth, that gets represented as Samael / Lucifer / whatever sort of lives at the top of the tree. Lilith lives at the bottom of the tree, and we take the path of Leviathan going up the tree to bring them back together.
And it's here's the thing about mythology like that. When the symbolism works, it doesn't really matter, right? If the symbolism works, it doesn't really matter because it's just masks. And, as much as I will play games with, saying this is true or not in history, I'll play those games because at least I've got a rock to hang this on, right? I got a tree that's there that I can say, there's a tree over there, guys. But that's me though. Some people are way more fast, loose, and free with their my friend Andreas, who peace be upon him. When he was alive, he was way more open to just like, was it a beautiful story? Then it's a beautiful story, and I'm using it. And he was very powerful for a young kid who died before mastering himself and having these other things. There was a time when he was wise and powerful, and because he didn't limit himself too hard with these things. And if he was alive today, I would give all of your left nuts to have him on this show forever. To have him be my other right-hand man. Sorry, guys, you don't need your nuts, but I would sacrifice your balls for that guy. No, for real. I'm kidding. I'm not saying he's better though. I'm just being a dick. I really would. I know. I really do miss the guy. He's a good guy, and he would have been fun. And I haven't actually had a necromantic moment with him in a while, so I'm gonna have to put his sigil up and stare at it for a while and see if I can get him to come out. But that was one of the things he prescribed. He was open to so much, and he would listen to me rant and rave like you guys do, and I would channel spirits, and he'd write it down dutifully, and then he'd investigate it and be like, I found this in history that's kind of like what you said. I found this and that. Oh, maybe that's true. And that's like in all the traditional magic situations, you had a duo. You had your channeler and you had your operator, and he was like my operator, right? And that's how that worked. And so I'm kind of like off in left field here, but that was like what he would say, is he would just go with your intuition, go with the story, just let the story be, and then we'll investigate the story when we're done. And that was his wisdom. And I forgot he gave me that wisdom. That's actually where I got some of that from. Just go with your fantasy and then investigate the fantasy and see what the connections are. And that's like what we kind of did, or at least that's what I was doing before Eddie showed up and was like, the pie chart, the pie connection, the Proto-Indo-European magic in the butt connection, my friend. You have not seen this? And you did like,
man,
you did a
pie now.
Yeah, I can't have pie. So I can only have cheesecake pie. So because of keto. There's types of cheesecake that are keto.
Keto.
So,
Thorne and Edward Kelly. Oh man, I'd drive them guys crazy. He'd be like,
well, for Crowley, his operator was, I kid you not, but when they were doing the Enochian thing, Neuberg was his operator. Sam.
Fletch, you know all about that guy, right?
Neuberg! Just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I've been reading up on Enochian, and I read that like the person who actually unlocked most of Enochian for us was Aleister Crowley, and that was what he was doing with Victor Neuberg in the desert. And I'm like, well, Enochian is stored in the butt.
And why it's like, guys, there's a 14-year-old here. Could you guys like just ease it up a little bit? I'm like, nah, this is an after-hours show, buddy. You better not tell you. You better get your parents' permission, pal.
Why it's cool to talk about the stuff I was talking about when I was 14 years old. We'll do 3 hours on Linnea Quigley's boobs.
Oh, not again.
Oh boy.
I'm sure you did spend 14 hours on her boobs, but man, all in one shot, more like, a little 5-second burst here and there. Sorry, Wyatt. Don't mean to single you out there, but you keep bringing it up. Wyatt's like, what are we talking about? I don't know what you mean.
I've seen this movie more than I've seen Star Wars. I'm just saying. Not
Not the whole thing, though. Just the graveyard scene, probably.
Well, that's That's a different edit. That's a different cut. I keep that on a different VHS tape.
This way he avoids all that where it has to rewind. It just re-goes to that.
That VHS tape is really worn out around certain sections. It gets all blurry for some reason. Somebody's been pausing on it for too long.
Wow. Yeah, pausing didn't work in the old days. Then eventually they got they take several frames at once and kind of make it a freeze. So it wasn't all tracking issues. So all right, guys, I'm wearing myself out. My cocaine's wearing off. What's the next topic? I don't do cocaine, guys. It does me.
So just so you know, we do have a third caller lined up, but they're
bring them on.
They're on Discord, unfortunately.
Oh,
upgrade your shit to Skype. Who is it? Do we love them? Them?
They're a virgin caller. They've never been on before. So I don't know
we
if we love them
we
yet.
absolutely have to love a virgin. We have to love. All right. So this is what we're going to do. Well, you guys are all in Discord. So all of you guys who are currently in Skype, you're going to hang up and you're going to jump into the party room. And and that's what we're going to do. Either that or we can... No, you know what? All you guys stay here. I'm going to mute you when you jump. That's what I'm going to do. Everybody jump in the party room. And then you guys all mute me and everybody who you can hear already through Skype. Like everybody that's in Skype, you mute them. Like Flesh, you tell them how to do it. Everybody jump in a party room and we're going to listen.
I don't know what I'm doing, but all right.
I think you just made it more complicated. Just hang up.
What the hell?
I did. I fucked it up. I fucked it up.
Voice channel on Discord. We'll make it work.
I fucked up. Yeah, I fucked up.
Just get in a party chat in Discord.
Yeah. Just jump in Discord and we'll get you back on the line. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna kick you out here, and I'll see you guys in just a second.
Where am I going, Fleshy?
Gotcha.
Live stream calling.
Yep. Give me. Just hang out there. I'll move them in just a second.
Okay.
And I'm gonna mute you so this doesn't get maddening.
Yeah, I just yep. Echo.
So, hello. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I think you should hear us now. They are new to Discord, so we'll give them a second. Hello.
Oh, hold on. I fucked up with my audio. Technical disc. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Oh.
We can hear you.
I can't hear you. Now I can hear you. Now I can
hear you.
Do I
have the voice mod?
Yeah, you got a voice mod on,
the
Vittorius.
The voice mod is coming through loud and clear.
Yeah, you sound like that guy.
Excellent.
You know who you sound like? Have you ever seen this? I can't remember the name of it, but oh my god, what was the name of that show, honey? You know, the one where the guy would they'd call people and they would turn their power out on them. Oh my god. Oh my god, she'll know. Who was that? Oh fuck.
The man had a voice mod.
Yeah, he had a voice mod. It was a cool one, just like that. I like that voice mod. Anyway, I'm interrupting. Speak, Mr. Voice Mod. How are you?
Oh, hello. My name is Victorious. That's my pen name.
I love it.
Oh no, that sounds like one hell of a pen name, actually. Tell us all about it.
Say what you.
Lieutenant Lickme. My wife just found out. Lieutenant Lickme. Lieutenant Lickme was the. Look it up. He would get people really good. Look it up.
Lieutenant Lickme. Okay, I'll look that up.
Yeah, look it up. It's pretty badass. You're probably going to be like, oh, fuck. I hope you're not Lieutenant Lickme. I've never done anything that Lieutenant Lickme would do.
No, I swear I'm not. No, actually, I actually submitted a piece to Become a Living God. It was the Satan Compendium, and it got accepted, and it's the chapter in the latest Gatekeeper path working. So I used a pen name, I submitted that piece, and then, just created this Discord because I wanted to do a live chat.
Very cool. You know, we have Quetting on a lot, and so it's an honor to have another person who hangs out with the crew coming in here. So that sounds really, I haven't read that one. I've only got a couple of Bog books, but that's definitely, when he told me a little bit about the purpose of all the different gatekeepers and walking all the gates, I'm like, you realize that is almost the epitome of theurgy, what you guys are doing with that path working system. Did you mean to do that? He's like, well, kinda, because the point is is to become a living God, right? The point is to become free. So I'm like, oh, all right, good job. You know, the non-obvious paths are sometimes the best for people because they just inadvertently walk them, right?
It was actually a really cool experience because I got involved. I watched his voodoo course back in 2016, and then I actually started the Gatekeeper path work in late 2019. All this information is in the book. Shameless plug.
That's why we got a shameless plugs channel. You can plug all the one in there.
I started the Gatekeeper path work in 2019, and then I got these inklings. It was almost like a voice, but more of a feeling. It's like, oh, you should write your piece to that. You should write a piece, and then I messaged Timothy. I said, hey, is the submission date? When can I submit? He's like, oh yeah, this is October 1st. This was in July. I was thinking about, and so I submitted my piece. It's called Satanic Psychotherapy, and yeah, it's really cool, really interesting piece.
Yeah, I know. He had said to me like, oh, you could write stuff. I'm like, I don't know. You know what it is? I'm too. What's the word I'm looking for? I like being independent.
I would really enjoy a piece from you. I think you pull it off really well.
I would, but I like being independent. I know that there's. You know what I said to him? This is what I said, because when I first talked to EA, it was with zero ulterior motives except to, like, I wanted to know this guy, right? I was like, I've seen him, I've heard a lot about him, good and bad, and I've kind of avoided contacting him for reasons, right?
Okay.
And then one day I'm like, you know what? I want to talk to this guy. I want to see what he's really about, with no ulterior motive. I don't want to join Bog. I don't want to be published by Bog. I don't ever want that. Like, that's not what I want.
Okay.
I want to know this guy. And I don't know. I guess he bought it. No, but he ended up believing me, and it took him a little bit.
Good magic.
And no, he's a good guy, and that was the thing. It was like, I don't think a lot of people reach out to him just to get to know him, And the great irony is, he's like me in this one way that's really important. We wear our truth on our sleeves. We're not ashamed of what we do. We're not ashamed. Like, even if we feel bad about it, we're not ashamed of it. Like, even if I sit there and go, man, I shouldn't have stubbed my toe today. That fucking hurts, and I'm pissed at myself for doing it. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm going to brag about it. I stubbed my toe. And he's like, yeah, I dropped acid every day a week for fucking 2 years. And that's what I love about him. There's no, it's not that there's no filter. It's that there's no need for a filter in his mind.
No.
There's a, yeah. So you kind of see what you get with him. Like, you get what you see.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that there's no showmanship, because showmanship is a part of magic. It's a big part of magic. But the showmanship.
It's all part of that. Well, if you do a lot of gatekeeper, if you do a lot of work with Satan, if you invoke the false prophet aspect of Satan, you get to learn these salesmanship skills.
Exactly.
This is what I kind of uncovered during my research writing the piece. It's not in the book per se, but if you just throwing it out to your listeners, if you do try to invoke the false prophet aspect of Satan, you get to learn like a lot of deception skills. You get to learn like a lot of marketing, personality skills. You get to learn, like, when I was invoking the false prophet, I would just it would be really easy for me to interact with people. You can say it would grease the gears of social interaction.
Sure.
More so than alcohol, and you come across as way smoother. You could say, yeah.
Sure. It's a little bit like, so I teach people that, I'm doing that thing that EA does. My brain will fry, and I can't remember the name of something. I have a bad time. Zagan. King Zagan.
It's hard on live stream, dude.
Yeah. King Zagan is, in the Goetia anyway, what I identify as that deceptive aspect of whatever this is. And yeah, because some people identify him as an alchemical, like he transmutes things because of the way it's written, right? It says, he turns.
I've never worked with Zagan. I've only done, my primary work was with the gatekeepers and just a really brief Klipothic initiation ritual.
Okay.
So I only met the demons like very briefly. This was just an initiation that Belial had revealed to me and showed me, but The Nine Demonic Kings is a path working I would love to do eventually. So, but yeah, you're saying Zagan, alchemical. Oh yeah, just finish your thought on that.
Well, so Zagan is not alchemical, although he's often described as that by people. He's actually more of like the sovereign king or the crown prince of deceivers and charlatans and things like that. Because if you read what he does, he turns metals of different types into coins, right? Into coins of certain denominations, which is kind of like when you take like lead. You'd coat it with a little bit of gold and stamp it with the king's seal and pass it off as money. So you're like a money counterfeiter, right? Yeah. The wine into blood or blood into wine or whatever it was, I identified through him as, no, if you're in the old days, if you're a real good con artist, you might go to a rich family and claim to be a long lost cousin and shack up with them for a while. And, aren't you my sister's cousin? Because we didn't have the internet and stuff, and you couldn't confirm all this. Oh yeah, I knew them, so you could ingratiate yourself to people who had what you wanted. So blood becomes wine or whatever, and then so you have all of these little symbols that are hidden in that, and then what's the last thing? Zagan can make you wise. Well, what will make you wiser than getting tricked by a charlatan a few times too many, and you finally figure it out? Well, you become very wise in the end, don't you? So yeah, I'm definitely down with that, and in fact. I've always been a little bit of a salesman, I guess. So, it's always been like I hate it, but I'm good at it. Ask Flesh.
There's nothing wrong with being a salesman, as long as I feel like if you're not committing egregious fraud, if you're embezzling, no, not in. If you embellish stuff a bit, if you say, "Oh, I have the best product in the world," versus "I have a really good product," I think people will be smart enough to see through that. If it's something like, here's my 100-page book, and it's like 3 pages, then I think that's very egregious. If you're doing sales with that kind of intention, I don't think it's good at all. I think it'll blow up with you. I think it'll blow up in your face.
It will.
Even in the short term, depends who you defraud. Who knows? There may be a black magician, and they might curse you.
Yeah. And honestly, you're cursing yourself if you do stuff like that long enough. Not to say like the three-way return laws and all that crap, but generally I found that while there isn't necessarily true to like cosmic justice, there is the fact of your actions or your intentions, your ways do tend to result in things. And if you're an abuser, you get abused. You get something happens to balance that out. And it's not cosmic justice. It's just, as I say, if you're running towards a boulder in the ground and go to kick it, you're going to kick it and you're going to hurt yourself. So if that's what you do all day long, then you're going to eventually hurt yourself. If you're ambitious, you can't swing an axe without risking your knuckles, right? You can't turn a wrench without risking your knuckles. So to do anything, there has to be a give and take. But those people who set out to, so being a predator has a nobility to it. But
and actually talk a lot. This is a very recurring theme. Sorry to interrupt. This is a very recurring theme in the entire compendium. As an author, I get a free compendium. It hasn't come in the mail yet, but I'm excited to see everybody else's work. But what else? I mentioned the word predator. This feeling of a predator came up a lot with my work with Satan.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, so there's a certain nobility to being a predator. If you're in a proper non-dualistic space, or we'll say maybe Taoist space, or maybe a proper Baphomet style place where you recognize the unity of opposites within you, and you really look at that, and you look at the interplay between the wolf and the sheep or anything, and you realize that the stronger the sheep, the better the wolf, the stronger the sheep, and being devoured by the wolf is the sheep's way of becoming a wolf, and devouring the sheep is the wolf's way of becoming a sheep. And it's not that bad. Now, what we described a moment ago is unethical predation. And unethical predation, there's nothing moralistically wrong, because I don't judge and I don't believe in moralism. But unethical predation is in a system where there is no circle, right? The circle is stopped. You are taking and you're not giving. You are You are not becoming, you are simply sustaining or simply, abusing for the joy or whatever. You're a black hole of energy. And that's not moralistically wrong, but what it is self-destructive, because as you hurt others, that pain resonates throughout what is. It's like pulling a string on a violin or something. You pluck that string and all the strings around it vibrate too. Well, if you pluck a wrong note, it's going to sound funky. And in that sense, it's not moralistically wrong, but if you don't want to be raped, try not to be a rapist, because you don't want to live in a world of rapists where rape is fine, right? So you want to live in a world where that's less. So, but I will say this much for the charlatan, and I say it in their favor. The charlatan, in as much as they don't know that in as much as they're lying, their lies can bear fruit. Their lies can be inspired by truth. Their lies can be inspired by the spirits themselves. Their lies can be hung upon reality in such a way that you can still use them as what they're advertised as. I would argue that's why the Necronomicon works for people. It's not just because it is rooted in practical magic from, whatever, like Thelema or Golden Dawn or something, but it's whatever fraud is in there is hung upon truth enough in such a way that the discerning mind can identify that and work with it, or the true believer, their own conscience will make it work anyway. So the charlatan, as much as they're a liar, can I despise them for that? Some of it
there's truth.
Even if there isn't, it becomes truth. It becomes what is, right? Enough. So I don't despise charlatans unless they target me. And then at that point, they become food. But I generally don't despise them. In fact, I'll look at them and go, I know you're full of shit. I know you never worked with that spirit. I know you never channeled that spirit. I know you never did the ritual. But what you put down was a channeling. You just weren't aware of it. Just like we talk about with Lovecraft. Lovecraft does these things. He has these dreams. He writes these stories. And millions of people around the world, or maybe I'm being a little bit generous, maybe thousands of people around the world have an experience with Yog-Sothoth and Nyarlathotep that feels real, and it is real to them. Well, Lovecraft inadvertently, indirectly, unintentionally may have channeled these archetypes. So a charlatan does that too. They're just not connected enough. So the real travesty is not that they are liars. The travesty is that they don't know that they're liars. They don't know why they're a liar. They don't know why they're telling the truth. They don't know how important they are to the game. And that's the problem. Because I will tell you, I've seen charlatan after charlatan's work out there. In our community, people that we know. I may have even had one or two on my show. But I don't despise them. And I don't talk bad about them.
No,
sorry, you go now.
That's one. Oh yeah, no worries. That's one of the reasons why I was I've always been really interested in the occult. My problem is I never really started until watching E. Quoting. He just seemed so on par with his quality and skill. I didn't feel like he was a charlatan. I felt like he was providing really amazing info. So, pretty much like the group of Becoming a Living God, yourself, I don't feel are charlatans in the slightest.
And like you said, like there's an element, there's always an element of showmanship, like I said, and upsell, as you say. There's always that. And with Coetting in particular, I was studying him as much as he's studying. I'm watching, like he and I see each other like as a very level, equal, namaste, brother. Like I see the divinity and so do you. Like we do that a lot. And so as I'm studying him and we're testing each other here and there with these things, I don't know if he staged this or not. Well, I don't think he did, obviously. But at the time I was like,
this is actually totally spontaneous. I've actually never, other than super chats, I've actually never had any direct contact with EA. That's just.
Oh, really?
He's really, he's really busy. I'm really busy with my mundane life trying to keep up.
Sure.
Just shit here in Canada.
I had to harpoon his ass to make him a friend. I'm not gonna lie. I had to use a pretty big harpoon, but no. So what I was saying was the thing that I experienced him. I don't know if he staged it. I mean, obviously it's possible he staged it. But one day we were talking privately, we were having a conversation, and his daughter walks in, and I asked him, I need to spell to curse this bitch and blah 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 blah, and he's helping her out. I'm like, you know what? You can't fake that because that's a real interaction he just had with his daughter. If he was a charlatan, then he's lying to his own daughter, and then if you're willing to lie to your own daughter, motherfucker, I got nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's not. He loves his fucking daughter. So I was like, okay, no, at this point, I'm okay. Even if he tells me, something that I'm like, wow, that sounds like, what are you trying to do? I know that it's not from a charlatan's place, right? And so I do like the guy, and I do trust him a lot. And if you ever get to talk to him, you can tell him I told you that. He'll watch this. He'll know.
Okay. Well, how deep are we in this butthole of a live stream?
How deep are we in the butthole of the live stream, Fleshy?
We can feel the magic. Let's just
we
put
can,
it that
yeah.
way.
We're definitely bumping the tip.
Crowley is smiling upon us.
He probably would have. We'd probably be like, look, you're going a little too far, dude. You freaking Uncle Fester looking motherfucker. But you know what? Take a goddamn shower, wash your fucking asshole, and come hang out. We're gonna have a good time. So he'd probably get along with us pretty good.
You cut off Eddie. He's been so patient.
What about Eddie? He's still here?
Yeah, you cut him off.
I don't see anybody on the YouTube live stream. I just see the triangle and YouTube faces.
No, because everybody ditched Skype. That's why everybody ditched Skype. Is he?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm not using Skype. It's because when I went to create an account using my pen name email, I had to put in my phone number. So I'm like, okay, all good. And then stupid Skype, stupid Bill Gates Windows idiot operating system says, oh, that phone number's already been used. I'm like, of course it's been used. It's the same fucking phone number. And so
I don't think I put a phone number in. Did I? Let me see. I don't think I ever put a phone number in. Did I have a phone number, Flash?
I had to put in a phone number only because it had to send me the stupid confirmation saying, oh, yeah.
Oh, probably because you're probably using it on your phone. That might be why.
Yeah.
No, I set it up on my computer. But they send me the text code to verify this bullshit on my phone. So you need a phone number that I guess nobody else has on there.
Well, I don't think that ever gets given. I think that's just for the confirmation then. Maybe I had to do that too, but I don't remember. It's not listed on anything. Like if you type in my phone number, you can't get my phone number by looking on my Skype account. So I don't know if that's what you're worried about. I mean, you could try a burner account, see if it works, and then just delete it and start over.
I'm not so worried about people getting my phone number. It's just it won't let me. Like it sends this stupid confirmation. It says, "Oh, we sent a text message to your phone." I put in the phone number that I used on my personal account, and it's all like,
do you want my old phone number? You can borrow my old phone number if you want. The one I don't use anymore. Just borrow that. And I need to get the text.
What was it? 8675309.
Yeah. Ask Dice Controller. He's got 867 Thorne
53099.
I don't know if anyone could hear me or not.
I can hear you, Patchwork.
We can hear you, Patchy. I'm going to unmute Eddie since he's
good.
off of Skype. I didn't realize he was off of Skype. Eddie, you are now vocal again. I apologize several times.
Great. That's fine. I was just going to say that I've interacted with EA a couple of times.
I know he said you were shifty, dude. I don't trust you.
I know. I'm listing that as like the pull quote on my first book. But yeah, my journey even before I was in the left-hand path was seeing him on YouTube. Like, come on, dude, really? and all the memes and everything
Google
else.
Dark Forest. Have that JPEG image. Just Google Dark Forest.
I don't know if I want to.
And it was
I
like,
kind of want to.
but it was like the thing that hit me about him more than anything else was, they say you can judge a person by the people he surrounds himself with. And as the stable started getting bigger, I'm like all of my favorite people are all surrounding him. So there must be something to him. And yeah, he's absolutely the real deal.
Yeah. And it's not even like people will get people get cult of personality stuff. And, he's what I love about him is he's not going to say, oh, I don't want that. Oh, I'm so humble. Don't do that. He'll embrace the shit out of it and be like, yeah, worship me, bitches. And, in his own way, he's not going to just come out and say it like that. But, he's not afraid of that. And I respect that actually more than you'd think. Not because I think that people should be that way, But because I think if you have an aversion to that, that's because you're secretly controlled by it. You're secretly like, I gotta find a way to be a boss, and nobody can see that I'm a boss, and that I can control people and all. So, I respected that about him. But I will say though, the initial impressions I had of him were a little mixed. The good impressions was what I know about magic jives with what he would say, and he would give it away for free. And I, as much as he would sell these expensive books and services, I'm like, all right, that's his lost leader. I get it. But he was actually giving you the most important information for free. These books.
He has, how many hours does he have free on YouTube? And I'll see like fucking morons on his comments saying, oh, why don't you make this cheaper? Why don't you put out more content? Why don't you put out this? I'm like, you fucking moron. There's like, how many hours is him on the internet?
Right, just for
I just have to troll these people so hard.
And the most important stuff, honestly, the stuff that gets you where he is, he gives away for free. Like the path working with the gatekeepers is really cool and everything, but the basic skill of calling upon a spirit with a sigil, even, you get that down pat, you don't need the books. I gotta tell you, you don't need a book then. You can do it all yourself, which is why I kind of refrained from that. What's that?
You really can.
I say books are still nice though.
Yeah,
sure they are. But you know why?
I prefer the audiobook just because I'm lazy and I don't like to read. Well, I do like to read.
Right? I fall asleep.
That's one of his flaws. He only has 2 books on Audible. But he does have Book of Azazel on YouTube, but I have to fucking log on to YouTube. So if I don't have like fucking internet or whatever, I can't listen to that. But
true, yeah. So I think I was Japanese in a past life, because whenever I read left to right, it makes me tired and I fall asleep. When I read vertically, it's fine. No, I get you, man. And but seriously though, Patch, the problem with some of that though, so I have one book in the works that I'm doing right now that I don't know if I'll finish. It's not my most important book that I'm trying to do, but it's a book of sort of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like a biography, but it's not about me. It's about my workings with the spirits, and anything that hasn't been put online already, and stuff that's been put online. But anything that I'm okay with sharing that doesn't talk about how big my dick is or something, that's not private, will go into this book. The experiences as I remember them, and any little bit of, we'll say, polishing the turd, if you will. Any little bit of polish that I apply to it would just be to make it more readable. It wouldn't be to inflate anything. And I have a feeling that if I make that book, because it was a suggestion by several spirits when I was asking them, look, I'm having some money troubles again. Well, write this book. Like, if I wrote that book, it would probably be my bestseller, because it's not going to be a book with the methodology of magic in it, because nobody cares about that for some fucking stupid reason. I shouldn't say it like that, but it does bother me. Everybody wants your experience in magic, and they want to read it like a fantasy story. And I think, too many people are sitting on the pot and not shitting in it. Too many people are like, get up then. If you're not going to fucking shit in the pot and conjure the spirit and do it yourself, shit or get off the pot already. And a lot of people are still sitting on the pot reading the manual. And it's like, if you're not doing the work, don't talk to me about this stuff that way. Like, I've had people who've never done the work tell me I'm wrong, right? And that drives me up.
Really?
Oh,
yeah. Man, dude,
I'm assuming I can swear in all this BS, right?
If you want to experience that, just go on our occult and Reddit. Just
yes.
I think I'm already there, but I never actually posted anything.
I hate Reddit. I hate Reddit almost as much as Twitter. Like Twitter, then Reddit, then Facebook.
Twitter is fucking cancer.
Yeah, that's arch cancer. That's
learn how to troll really good at. I'm on Twitter. I use it. Yes, I follow. Okay, if you wanna be, I actually want to write a book called. It'll be akin to like Luciferian Light and being an internet troll. So yeah. Yeah, so I follow Michael Malice. He's a really good troll. I swear to evil or Satan or whatever that if you learn to become an internet troll, you can see just how stupid people are. It does something to you where it makes you more comfortable speaking in public just because you see the masses of idiots. It also actually makes you quite witty in real life and quite more secure in yourself. So I would highly recommend becoming a troll.
Yes, it's actually, being the troll, like, there's two ways to go about it, and being the troll is definitely the easier way to do it. If you go in there trying to be you and just deal with trolls, it's hard, man, because trolls, they don't have the rules you have, right? They can, like, my favorite thing is to take on an assumed name and just go around just being a troll. I love doing that. That's the only way I use Facebook or Twitter anymore, except for my business stuff. So on Twitter, like, I think I forget what I named, Donald Trump's ghost or something like that.
Trump's ghost, pronoun your mom.
Yeah, that's what it was, pronoun your mom. So I just go around and I got bored with it, though, because Twitter, you don't get much reaction. That's the problem.
Did you ever get banned? Like, I'm actually
Twitter?
3 accounts deep, yeah.
I've never banned. I got suspended for several days on everything I do. I'm always pretty good. The only thing I ever got banned on was Discord, because I dared to go to a website that was, not website, but I dared to join a Discord server that had a political motive that they didn't like. And so they decided to ban me, and like outright, without me doing anything. I just went there to like look and like.
Was it like you support classical architecture?
Basically. No, I went because I was curious about the people going to DC before the whole thing happened. I was like, what if I want to go or something? Yeah, so right after that, they just cracked down. Anybody who went to that, I lost everything, and it pissed me off so bad. So it actually was why we started the new tower, because of it.
At least Discord is really, they have a lot of equality in the sense they did the exact same thing to all the other, say, political movements that did certain things over the summer.
Right, over the summer. Yeah, because I try to, now that the whole rigmarole's passed, I try to be mostly neutral and keep it to philosophy and not names and ideologies quite as strong as I used to, because it's just not profitable and not a good idea. And Flesh Priest's eyes roll in the back of his head, and we gotta like change the stream. But the philosophy.
I could change the subject.
No. But it's I can it's fine. So, but the gist of it, though, you're right. I mean, you've been watching me long enough. You probably know where my libertarian ass lies. So we'll just leave it at that.
Hashtag Coca-Cola Death Squad.
Right. Yeah, Coca-Cola Death Squad.
Dude, I actually grew up on, and when I say grew up, I learned to cut my teeth on trolling in 2016 on Pole. So that's my upbringing.
Yeah, it sounds like we'd all be hanging out with Styx Hexenhammer in the afterlife somewhere, going like, "Wow, dude, that's fucking bullshit."
Yeah, I can see it.
So, oh man, Poll. I tried posting there once or twice, and I didn't know how, because I'm too Gen X to do it. And I'm like, "Wait, what do you do?" And I like go there expecting to be like, "Yeah, I'm 40."
Born mid-80s. Wait, no, you're 40.
I'm 44. Yeah. I'm an old ass man.
No.
I'm an old ass man.
I would have picked you at like maybe 35, 36.
Well, I'm getting older than Flesh. I think I heard 30 once.
Mid-30s.
This is how you get to be on my show, guys. Just think how young and beautiful I am, and I lost weight too, right? You noticed that. I love when people.
Yeah, you look pretty good, man.
No, thanks.
No homo.
I turned 46 next month, and I got carded for
he said no homo.
vape juice.
What's that, Eddie? What's that, Eddie?
I turned 46 next month, and I got carded for vape juice the last time I bought some.
Wow.
Damn.
You do have a little bit of that useful roundness to your face, like I had. Like if I shave my beard, I look like a 12-year-old. Like it's really bad.
Yeah,
I have a picture of me. I showed it to Flesh. Yes. I wasn't gonna say it, but I got it too, so I know. Yeah, no, I think I showed Flesh that one. I had that picture where I look like I'm 12 or something with a what was it, a Browning hat on, a Browning ball cap, because I was working at that. Oh man, it was horrible. Fucking big doofy smile. But yeah, so no, I mean, but I think I have, I told my wife, like, what's funny? I'm aging like backwards so far, but watch, probably around 50, something's gonna give, and all my hair is gonna turn white. I'm gonna get wrinkly and fucked up looking like in a week, and you're gonna look all beautiful, and because she is younger than me, and you're gonna stay. I'm gonna be like this old man. I need my cane, sweetie. So. Yeah, I remember the first Challenger explosion. I remember all kinds of stuff people don't remember. I remember stuff. Jen Vatsa knows. If Jen was here, she'd back me up. She's like, I was there.
Oh,
so,
I wasn't.
Was the Challenger, was that like 88?
Nah, that was, I think I was 8. I think I was 8 when it happened. So 84 or 85, right?
Grade.
So wait, you said you're 44. I'm doing the math. So you'd be born 76? Oh no, it's 2000. It's 2021.
I was
77.
77. I think it was probably 84, 83, 85. I think we got somebody with a Google machine look it up. I think we
it was
the Google.
It was 85 because I was
85.
in 5th grade.
Okay.
85 or 86.
I feel really old sometimes, and then I hang out on this stream, and then all the youth just comes pouring back in. I love it.
Well, we got to get Wyatt on now.
Priest?
We got to get Wyatt on now. He's the youngest one in the stream, apparently.
No, I think actually Patchwork has me beat by a couple years. I'm exactly, don't worry about it, years old.
No. This is what I said when I was your age.
Going on 24, so
that was also
Jupiter.
When I was your guys' age, I had a saying. It was a very good saying. It was, "I'm old enough to know better, but young enough to do it anyway." And that's the ideal age to be in life.
I'll put it this way: I'm old enough to be dying, but I'm not old enough to have Jupiter return.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Hashtag
early 30s
Black
or
Magic jailbait.
what the fuck?
I mean adult.
What kind of fucking hashtag is that?
Black Magic, dude, don't do that, man. We're gonna go for I like my channel. We don't do pedo stuff here, dude. What's wrong with you?
Shit canned.
Oh God.
Purposes. I will point out that was a joke.
You know what's funny? My wife is 6 years younger than me, and I met her when she was of age, of course.
Oh, you creeper.
But yeah, I know. So when we got married, people asked me like, "What was your pickup line?" And I was like, "Hey, little girl, do you like puppies?" You know, that's not what it was. That's not what it was. But she is younger than me. So we were both consenting adults, guys. It wasn't that weird. But yeah. So
right, good.
He said good. Dude, she already had a kid before I showed up. It was fine. We're good. We're all good, man. We met as adults. It's fine. It's good. But
what the fuck was that?
That was me pissed off at you for aiming those questions at me, motherfucker. I'm gonna drop more of your shit. That's it.
I'm sorry.
I have to
I got a funny story or a funny pickup line with my significant other. So I met her online. We were both using Plenty of Fish at the time.
I think my wife just hung up her
opening message, I slid into her DMs. My opening message was, "Hey, I think you have a beautiful face." And that was it. And then we started messaging, blah blah blah, in real life. Been going on for a few years now. A few weeks, she said, "Oh yeah, I got rid of Plenty of Fish." It would be people saying, "Oh, you have a very beautiful face. I'd like to come on it." And
snap.
Oh shit!
Hey, at least you told them what you were after right off the bat. I didn't
say that, and so I snagged this beautiful, amazing girlfriend and a significant other, and I could have earned it by saying what I really thought.
Look, at least you laid out the worm right on the front, and you're like, "This is what I'm about. Deal with it." So there wasn't like a surprise like later on, like, "I thought he was so charming and polite and mature, but he's a pervert. He wants me to touch his pee-pee." And you don't have that problem. You were just right up front with what it was about, and it works. It works. Be sincere.
I wasn't totally up front because I actually used a younger picture and I looked skinnier.
Oh.
And I did confirm this with her afterwards. She says, "Oh yeah, when I first met you, I'm like, you look not like your profile pic. You're like fatter." And I'm like, "Oh yeah."
There was a girl that I knew like that from Maryland, like one of my only long distance relationships. She was in Maryland, I was here in New York, and she had like all these great pictures. And then when I went to meet her, I was like, "How come your eyes over here and it's not like that in the picture?" You know, it was like that wrong.
Oh,
it was
so
like
you were catfish.
Almost. It was her pictures, but she was good at Photoshop, and she like did things to it, and it was just like, oh man, these are all like worse than filters even. Like at least filters, like, you know they're filters because you learn to recognize the filters after all. This is, ew, this, man. And, you know, whatever. What are you going to do? Be shallow?
It fucking sucks, man.
Because it was real pictures. It was obviously them. And it was like, oh, fuck. So, yeah, it happens. But, you know, I guess I'm just a giant shallow motherfucker because it mattered. So I tried not to be shallow. I tried to be like, all right, you know what? She seems nice. I'll deal with it anyway. And then she ended up being like the most psycho thing ever, who would like call me in the middle of the night with like ketchup on her arm saying that she slit her wrist for the attention. I was like, okay, never mind. So.
No, fuck that. fuck that. I would have been out of there, but nope.
I wasn't at first. I wasn't at first. It took me a couple of those moments to get to bounce out of there, but I did. I eventually bounced out. That was one of those, don't call me again things. Like, please don't ever. But yeah, scary story. Like a week after my wife and I met.
I was gonna say, I don't know which is crazier, the fact that she was about to commit suicide or that she thought ketchup was blood. So it's either schizophrenia or something else.
Yeah, she wasn't about to commit suicide.
It
wasn't.
Blood.
Yeah, she wasn't about to commit suicide. She was just trying to get me to be upset.
No, so basically she was just like...
If she's listening, I have a plug for you, ball.co/Satan. Get my piece, satanic psychotherapy.
Yeah, well, she probably could have used it. But, yeah.
I gotta say, I'm not a licensed psychiatrist or medical professional, and I'm just really fucked up, so...
We're just so fucked up and we know our own.
Oh, welcome to the club.
I mean, yeah, then again, we kind of all are fucked up in our own little way, if you think about it, really.
No, well, here's the thing.
I actually kind of discussed that a little bit.
Yeah, there's no such thing as fucked up because there's no such thing as perfection. It's really just how your heart chakra decides that it feels about what you're doing to yourself. If you can look at, I had a guy, and I'm not going to give away any personal information, but I had a guy who had, as he put it, a problem with drugs. And I said, why is it a problem with drugs? And he's like, well, I know I'm not supposed to. I'm like, yeah, but do you like doing them? He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, there you go. What's your problem? Your problem is that you want the world to respect what you're about. But so instead of trying to stop, I'm not saying you should keep doing them. What I'm saying is instead of making it an attachment to not doing it, allow yourself to do them, but try to become in control of when. Try to be in control of why instead of saying, I can't touch them anymore. Oh my God, I'm a horrible person. You're like, no, this is what I am. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it. But you know what? Next time I'm going to delay it by 5 minutes. If I get the urge and it's right now, I'm going to be like, no, I'm going to wait 5 fucking minutes. I can do this. And then once you got that for a while, do it for a half hour, then do it for an hour, do it for a day. And at some point you'll be in control of it then. And you won't...
So basically just weaning yourself off.
No, but that's the thing. It wasn't about weaning. The weaning is, I can tell you to wean yourself off, but that doesn't cure the problem. The problem is that you're attached to the problem. You're attached to it being a problem. You're so fucked up in your head thinking I'm a bad person because I do drugs, but you're not. There's nothing wrong with you. You're fine. You're just like everybody else. You just have a thing that you like that is maybe unhealthy, but that's not wrong. That's not bad. That's not something you have to stop. Just like, and I got to be careful because we're live and I could be sounding like, I could get my channel in trouble. But just like with euthanasia, I don't try to talk people out of it. In my view, if someone's got this overwhelming intention, who am I to tell them not to? I'll tell them I'd rather you don't. I'll tell them I think that maybe you won't enjoy what comes next. I don't know. But I'm not going to say, don't you dare, it's a sin, don't you dare, what's wrong with you? I'm going to be like, I get it. I think it should be legal. I think you should be able to go to a Dr. Kevorkian clinic anytime you want and just be like, I'll take strawberry, please, and bloop, gone. That should be in your health insurance. I'm sorry, it just should be. You can do it.
Symptom, it's not the problem.
Right. The drugs are not the problem. They're not even necessarily the symptom. The I hate the drugs and I hate myself for it. That's the symptom and the problem.
Yep.
That's the problem.
So basically, mindset.
That leads to so much mental illness, so much mental and emotional dysfunction. Yeah, exactly. And what you said, there's so many layers to what you said, and so much truth to that. It isn't a sin insofar as if you have a Christian God complex or morality complex where if you're doing drugs, it's like, oh, I'm a sinner, I'm a bad person. No, there could be a few things. So you could actually have a dysfunction where either you're using the drugs to cope, you have depression, you have PTSD, you have all this sort of trauma, and that sort of coping is actually normal. That's a normal response.
Normal.
It's totally if you don't want to do the drugs, well then that's you could say that there's something wrong with it. Your body's not functioning, your mind's not functioning. So you have to deal with that root cause. Insofar as doing drugs, a lot of this is just completely natural. I do want to do drugs. I haven't done a lot. I do want to get more to that, but I'm properly educated. I like to eat chocolate. I like to drink Pepsi. I like to just binge eat. It's not anything to be ashamed of, unless you it shouldn't be a shame because of the societal label.
Mm-hmm. It shouldn't even be. So shame is a toxic word, because shame, it's never, when we feel shame, it's never
guilt.
because...
I should say guilt, because shame is different from guilt, yes.
Yeah, even guilt. Shame and guilt are imposed. Shame and guilt are things we feel are imposed upon us. That's why they cause suffering. You know, if I look at myself and I go, I'm a fat bastard, I need to lose some weight, I don't necessarily feel shame when I say that. I go, I got to lose some weight. That's an intention that I'm not carrying out, and it's a blockage, and I'm acknowledging the blockage, perhaps, right? So that's acknowledging the blockage is one thing, but to turn that into shame or suffering, that's when it becomes the true problem, because at that point, the attachment is palpable, and you're hurting yourself instead of dealing with it. So, like you're putting out with like the food thing, or with any of these things, what I say is this: if you have, if you're letting your base desires control your behavior, and you know that that's what's happening, and you feel helpless to that, that is not a sin, but that is the thing that is causing you suffering. If, on the other hand, you go, I got to take a piss, are you suffering because you got to go take a piss? No. If you go, I'm hungry, I want to eat, that's not suffering. That's a joy and a pleasure. It's a joy and a pleasure to piss. If you like sex, that's a joy and a pleasure. But if you can't look at a woman in the eye ever, and you can't, or a man, or whatever you're floating with, if you can't,
Yeah.
Says giggity gaggity goo. That's what I'm saying to you. All right. If you can't,
I hope this doesn't turn too spicy. Jeez.
It always goes right to the edge, and somehow someone cuts the feed. It just always just right. So if you can't, like, all right, full disclosure, I used to do the occasional bodyguarding / bouncing with my friend who was a stripper, and I was at the strip club. And I would sit there completely unfazed.
Hotel bouncer. I used to bounce at a East Coast Newfoundland. Newfoundland is a province in Canada.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so it's an East Coast Newfie bar.
Oh, cool.
So yeah,
I
I
only
used to
did it a few
bounce
times. I did it a handful of times, not enough to say that was my profession, but I definitely did it a few times. And
did you get paid at the end of the shift? Did you get paid cash?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes, well, I was doing that's a good feeling to just have money in your pocket.
I was doing it for my friend, and she'd give me sometimes a piece of her tips, and then that was it. I wasn't hired by anybody. It was like
just the tip.
Yeah, well, just the tip. But it was a favor to her, right? So because she was afraid of her ex-boyfriend or whatever, she's like, "You're big and scary." I'm like, all right. Okay. So I go, but it was then I was security guard too and stuff. So I treated it as a professional thing. So I went there, but I'd sit there completely unfazed by the TNA flying around, no boners, no nothing going on, because I often tell people I'm borderline asexual in that, yes, I will observe and indulge in various websites and things, and my wife and I have a pretty productive relationship, we'll say, but it's not a thing where I can be manipulated by. You will never catch me in a sex scandal. Never happen. There'll never be a D.H. Thorne sent me a dick pic or something like that. Never going to happen ever.
Well, there goes my plan for overthrowing your empire.
I know it was there, and I know you've been throwing the nipple pictures at me. I know, dude, but I told you, unless they're pierced with those really big, ridiculous dumbbells, I'm not interested. So all I'm getting at, and it sounds like I'm being egoist, like, oh, look, I don't have any sexual perversion. What I'm saying is that I'm integrated with that already, and I don't look at that and go, oh my God, I can't live without a piece of ass today. I can, like with food, I can starve myself to death just fine. But let's say I'm a little depressed, right? My body's going to act hungry, and it's going to be like, hey, dude, you know what? I know you ate an hour ago, but there's nuts in the fridge, or there's nuts in the cabinet. You can eat some nuts and some cream cheese and stuff, and one extra scoop of ice cream ain't going to kill you, right? You can do that. And that stuff creeps up on me, and I don't pay attention to it, and that causes my difficulties, right? So it's not like, oh, I'm feeling so at the mercy of this thing. Oh, poor me, if only I could lose weight. I was fine with being a fat bastard who'd probably die at 50 for most of my life. And then I got close to that. I started feeling weird when I was running and walking and stuff, and I was like, you know what? I need to do something. And the right person came along and just gave me the right method, and I went on keto, and now I'm living proof. You can completely lose 70 pounds in less than a year.
And that's some pretty high magic you're doing when you're like, oh, this doesn't feel quite right. Oh, boom, next person, hey. Just
you know what?
Up. That's pretty good magic.
Did you ever see Legally Blonde? And there's a line in there where the one guy's like, "Did this girl just wake up one day and decide to be a lawyer?" That's kind of like me. I do that all the time. I reinvent and I decide to be this and I do it. I just do it. Yeah, and I've never written, like I told you guys, I didn't go to college. I don't have a writing degree. I've never written a book before. I am a hobbyist at everything, and I do everything. I'm a scanner with a lot of things, except for like sports and other dumb stuff like that. I like to know and do things, and so when I want to do something, I dive in both feet head first, and I just do it. And if I don't like it, I don't do it again. I'm just like, that's good. I don't want to do it again. But skydiving, I told you skydiving.
I have 2 useless degrees, and I'm judging you so hardcore right
now. Thank you. I love that. That makes ego big, huge, swell. He's definitely a salesman, Flesh Priest. He's like, yes, Thorne likes to be said nice things about. Let us talk about these things.
I caught it.
Yeah.
He's like, shit, stab out the doobie.
You're stepping in on my territory, man. How do you think I got this role?
It took him 3 or 4 years and tons of coaxing by me, but he did show up eventually. I was like, come on the show one time. Come on, just once. I don't know. And then the first day was the big dogs.
You fucking throw me to the wolves.
I did, yeah. Did I actually walk out on that stream for 2 minutes to take a piss or something, leaving you alone with them? I forgot what happened. I know I embarrassed you bad.
You never fucking piss on stream. I don't know how you do it. I have to fucking code in a custom, I'll be right back because I'm taking a piss web page. Oh my god, what the fuck? Page, but you just power through. I don't know if you got bottles under that desk.
I'm like Kim Jong-un. I just go inside myself and it refreshes me and it just feels great. And
what the fuck?
I am this enlightened.
No, it was from the movie it was from the movie The Interview. Or I think it was from. That was where it was from. Where they say he never goes to the bathroom. Yeah. He just goes inside himself or something. No. That is funny though. I eat air, so I just have to breathe out, and I'm.
Speaking of which, hey.
Truth be told, this whole blubber thing that you see is 1/2 liver, the other half is bladder. So as I get skinnier, I'm going to have to pee more. You'll see. It's what's going to have to happen. Yeah. So, it's bad that he left because I think we were going to come into a good night by my crap segment and say goodnight because we have been going for more than 3 hours. But,
It's currently 1:35 here.
Oh, my God.
DH, I have 2 of your books on my Kindle, and I haven't read them yet.
That is awesome. Which ones were they?
Oh, let me see. I have like 27 on here, or some unholy number. But not actually unholy, like 911 or 332 or some occult bullshit. No, let's see. It's right here. The Infernal Vampire.
Okay.
I'm actually on the... Okay, so I didn't read any of that, but it's in my Kindle for me to read later. And, I got a bunch by Asenath Mason.
I like Asenath. Especially, what I really like about Asenath is, because I haven't bought any of her books, but I do go to her website. Was it Temple of Sending Flame or whatever? I think that's what was that what it is?
Yes.
And she's got some beautiful invocations written there. I don't know who wrote them all, if she wrote them all, but some of those invocations, I've used a few of those, and they're beautiful invocations. I think they're just, I would love, I mean, man, I wish I could write, as I call it, occult poetry as well as she does. It's just glorious.
She and Bill's both are great.
I like the way she builds on imagery and mythology together, and it's like stuff like, wow, that's good. That's good.
I really enjoy her writing style as well, yeah. I have, I'm looking, okay, so I got 1, 2, 3. I got 4 books from her. I got Rites of Lucifer, Awakening Lucifer, Draconian Ritual book, and Tree of Klopoth. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Draconian Ritual book is the book I recommend to anyone who is starting out on the left-hand path. Like that's your one book. If you only buy one, if you only buy one, buy DH's Becoming
the Maelstrom,
motherfucker. Available at retailers near you,
especially on Amazon. Link in the description.
Well, Amazon.
I have a copy right here. I can show you while you're talking about it. In fact, talk more about it. I'm kidding.
But buy his shit. And then after you buy his shit, buy Asenath Mason's shit.
Buy it together. It's not that bad.
After you buy Asenath's shit, buy EA's shit, which has my shit.
which has Vittorious' shit in it. Yes, Vittorious has shit in EA shit. So Vittorious is like one of the M&Ms that got caught in EA shit when it landed on there. It's quite lovely. It's nice.
My shit, so then I can buy DH's shit, because this is the black magic economy, right? We just keep circulating the same $300 around.
Who said that first? Did you? Was it EA that said that first? I think EA said that. I heard that from EA, I think. But yeah, you're right.
I heard, the same.
Maybe it was Jen Vodka.
I heard ghosting from the stupid left-wing political Twitter where they try to say, like Alex Jones sells like water filters. Oh, he's just such a right-wing grifter. Or like these like Patreon trolls who just troll people and get like clicks on Patreon. They're just fucking grifters. Shut the fuck up.
That was actually one of the first hurdles I had going pro, was a handful of people like that who really got offended by the idea of making a living on this stuff.
Money. My God, money! You're so evil. We talk like black magicians, like the fucking darkest shit. And the thing that sets you off is you're making money online.
You're making a buck.
Just fuck off.
So true. And but I will say there is a sentiment in there that's not unfair. If someone's main concern is money, like for me, like I'm wary, because it's like, how do I craft the message where it's about the message, but if you like my message, here's how you can help me out. But then sometimes, you do get like, oh, fuck, I'm kind of like, my income's going down because of COVID and all this other crap. People ain't buying money shit like they used to. I better put more stuff up. And, but no, when I first jumped on the scene and I got a Patreon, because like 2 or 3 people was like, oh, I'd donate to that. I'm like, oh, all right, I'll put it up. Fuck it. And so I did that. And like in certain groups, it wasn't even a question. It was never hassled. Like a lot of the real left-hand groups never came up. But on Chaos Magic Group and some of those more, like, we'll say, neckbeard style, postmodern millennial magic groups, they got offended by it. Like some of the first comments were like, nice Patreon, bro. It's like, okay, all right.
Well, I bet
fine.
they go to Starbucks and bitch about capitalism while drinking their fucking lattes.
While going to Starbucks. Yeah, exactly. And it's, so I don't know, it's, if you're not working for a corporation, you're not supposed to be working, I guess. So, yeah, that was a big piece. That was a big piece of the first step. And I actually made a video about it. I think it was, I don't remember. It's back in 2019, I guess, or 2018. And I did a video about it saying, like, honestly, I give out the most important part for free, like EA does. I give you the tools. I give you a lot of the deepest part of the gnosis because I can talk to you about it. And my books are just kind of like, I love my books, and Shadownomicon I don't give away because there's reasons for that. But
That's a good book, by the way.
Thank you, brother. But like the deepest parts
of what I do. Someday. Hey, are you gonna put it on audio? I'll buy it sooner if you put it on audio.
Are you sure you're not hanging out with EA? No, he said the same thing to me. He's like, I totally want to read all your books, and he ends up reading most of them, if not all of them. But he that was his first comment too. Was like, I wish you put them on audio. And I'm like, well, number one, I'd need somebody to read them. And number two, because I could read them, but I'll probably fall asleep and yawn too much. I got a problem with yawning when I read. But it's also like, I don't know, because I feel like, especially Become the Maelstrom, is just not suitable for a book on book on tape, because how do you describe the images and the diagrams and the it's more of a reference guide.
You could probably put the diagrams on like a website, like becomethemaelstrom.com. Or whatever.
Like I have.
Like in the audio, say, link to the website. To check out Diagram 3, go to becomethemaelstrom.com/Discord.
I don't love that. Now for like shout it out. Like every book I have is divided into like multiple books, sort of. And I pretty much always have the explanation part of the book in the beginning, and then part 2 is always the rituals, the layouts, the symbolism, and all that stuff, right?
Right.
So
that would be really difficult. Like if you do have sigils and symbols, that makes it a lot harder. I actually didn't think of that.
or bulleted instructions don't make for good reading, right? That's just not. Bullet pointed, like step-by-step stuff. It's just not good audiobook material. But like book
you can get away with it if it's bulleted and if it's numbered. So if you have like a set of steps saying, now here's the steps for becoming the Maelstrom. Step 1.
read it and you'll see.
I don't
think it would
every
be good.
book's different. I don't know. That's just me.
I don't feel like it would be wise to me. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying I wouldn't want it. Like I would live like, no, this is a headache. I can't do this. It's meant to be more reference oriented. So, but the first 2 parts of the book probably could be narrated because they're mostly verbal. Like when you read Foundations and Methodology, they're pretty much, there's the metaphysical and philosophical principles. Then there is the techniques that I use in methodological form. Like this is how you breathe. This is how you do this. Then the path working, as I call it, which it's not really a path working, but the path working, as I call it, is the actual formulaic magic. The parts where you go, I need these many candles and this and that, and put them together and do this. And that's the most optional part of the book. Like that to me is like you can just rip that whole section out and throw it against the wall and never read it.
Okay.
You know what? But it's still a complete system in and of itself. It's designed to be. So it could be done. I'm not saying it couldn't. It's just not my ambition. My next book, the one I was talking about, where it's mostly stories and anecdotes.
Ooh, yeah, that sounds like Prime audiobook biography on straight up on Audible.
Yeah, I think it would be more like the Book of Azazel or whatever it was that you were talking about before that Quentin did. So, yeah. So I think we're going to round it up. So you're Vittorius, and you wrote which part of the Compendium of Satan? Which one did you put?
I wrote Satanic Psychotherapy, and it's 6 chapters, or I think it's 6 chapters. Goes into a little bit of my biography, a little bit of my views on therapy, a little bit of my history. Then it goes into path working with Satan to like address, I'd say mental disorders, but that's a medical term. I would say working with Satan to address psychological issues that you have.
Mm-hmm.
And the book
because that adversarial current can really wipe you.
Sorry, say that again?
I was just commenting that adversarial spirit of Satan is very good because it's, I like the Luciferian side of it, that rebellious adversarialism.
Yes.
But Satan version can be very purifying, but it's also painful too. I've noticed for people who go there. It seems like it. But keep going.
I have to do some work with Lucifer. My theory is that every demon has something different to offer. So, like working with Satan, very surprising. Like working with Satan is very healing, physically healing oriented. Whereas like I'm working with Lucifer's Raphael would deal with more like belief systems.
Mm-hmm.
If you think of your mind as like a computer program, working with him would be like him debugging your mental programming code. Whereas Satan is addressing like PTSD issues, stuff that damages your emotional identity. Satan would heal that. Leviathan more so dealing with like very primal water energies. Tiamat with earth energies dealing with the body and like heart walls. Yeah, I did a channeling session with APEP. APEP said that he helps with PTSD, so that's something that you can, you as in the audience can explore. So yeah, that's a little tidbit.
Yeah, so guys, I highly recommend you check out. You go to balg.co and I probably /Satan or something like that. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, that's the one /Satan.
Yeah, so you go there and you can check it out. Yeah, I'm a friend of Balg, but I will never join. What's that?
So I know you said that we would be on the wrap-up thing, and
that's what was the plan. Yep.
I have at least one thing I want to get to before that, but
okay.
Before we get to that, I kind of wanted to do a quick rapid fire. Single question if you want to.
Okay. All right. Single question. Okay. Get everybody in it.
I'm going to present this question to everybody in the chat right now.
I will go last.
I specifically
here's a question. Do people calling in like me and the other guys, do we count as a vote? Are we technically in the chat or no?
Yeah.
You mean in the movie night chat? If you're going to come to the movie night, you get to vote there. Yeah, just if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, I don't know what I'm talking about. This is my first time.
Thing is we've already established.
And so far, it's very consensual.
Yeah, it's that was actually the thing I was going to get to after this. So if there's any last minute votes, then that's going to fucking ruin my whole thing. It's
what's this email and ballot? Email and ballot?
Oh no, it's in the Discord, but I mean, vocal chats count too.
Okay. So it's like, so the movie chat, is it just voting on your favorite movie or what movie we're all gonna watch?
It's the movie for Saturday when we're because we're gonna do a movie night. We try to do that once or twice a month, so we're planning on this week for sure.
Okay. I'm probably not gonna be there, but I'll recommend a movie anyways. How about Eyes Wide Shut? Not. Yeah.
I have never seen it.
I haven't seen it, but yeah, there's a reference in there.
I will do rituals with the music in Eyes Wide Shut. Very effective. Oh, I have something to tell you. Poltergeist activity. I was doing a ritual with Leviathan, and I had the Eyes Wide Shut music playing on my iPhone. And I got this really iffy feeling like, oh, I shouldn't use this music. But I'm like, nah. And then one of my candles just like bursts open. And like, it's in a glass lantern, and the lantern just goes flying off spontaneously.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, holy shit. So, yeah, listen to the spirits when you get like these iffy feelings doing magic and like
sure, yeah.
music for rituals. Yeah, so, yeah, that's a thing that happened.
Yeah, poltergeist activity. I've caught a few on camera, different things that, you know, I like subtle stuff because to me it's more interesting. But like I've talked about how King Vine, like my first time calling him, all the dishes in my sink just suddenly just like settled all at the same time, like ridiculously loud, and it was like totally like they've been sitting there for hours already not making a sound. So it was really weird, and I was like, oh, that's a good one. That's a good sign right there. I like that one, but. You know, that's the thing I was referencing today. Somebody was saying something on some Facebook group, and they called the spirit, and the spirit said no after the spirit sounded like they were calling them. I was like, you know what? Sometimes what we are thinking of is, you know, we're going to say like, oh, this spirit wants me to contact them. Well, then to me, that's kind of silly because they've already contacted you, and you've already contacted them because you already know. So like, what is this? They want me to contact them thing, and then you go to contact them, and they say no. Well, they're probably saying no because you just weren't open all this time. You were making too much of a big deal out of it, like I was saying before about experience seeking. And I've done that too. That's something that happens, like Eddie pointed out, experience seeking is like stage 3 or something in magic. You know, and I've done that too, where like I did it to Azazel and he fucking hated it. Azazel's like, I am not doing parlor tricks just to tell you I'm here. You can tell I'm here. You can feel it. You know when I'm like, uh-oh. And he left. Like he walked right out of the freaking ritual. I was like, uh-oh. And I actually don't have the best relationship with Azazel. Azazel's one of those spirits where I'm like, all right, motherfucker, you and me got to work together on this because we don't always have the best relationship. So I used to do rituals with him for people, and now I won't. I'm actually going to be taking down the Sin Eater ritual with Azazel. It's just it never works out right. Something always bad happens. You know, something falls and breaks. It just goes wrong. Even if it works for the client perfectly, I'm like, that's not because of me. That's something I feel like I'm not supposed to do. He's even said he'd rather people do it for themselves personally. So it's like, all right, you know, fuck it. So that's why I put the ritual in my book. And I didn't even know Asenath Mason had her version. I didn't even know. So maybe that's even why. Maybe Azazel's like, she's got the first one. I mean, for all I know. And it's an ancient technique anyway. It's just the way I did it was my own way. So I don't know.
Book did you see this right as in?
I don't know for sure. I've just heard that she's got a version of it that she sells or has in one of her books.
Oh, okay. That might be in one of her Lucifer books, because I remember reading it. It's like the scapegoat ritual invocation of Azazel.
Yes, it's a similar. I didn't know it existed. Yeah. And that's the hard thing. Like, there's no whatchamacallit, there's no global index for me to look up what occultist has said something before. Like people say, and they're right, there's a big problem with either plagiarism or a lack of bibliography or whatever in occult books. And I would say probably because we don't all read each other all the time. And I have no idea what person A says half the time. And then someone says, did you ever read this by VK or this by that person? Oh, there's something like they said. I'm like, no, I have no freaking clue. Part of the reason why I'm a good writer, or I don't know if I'm a good writer, but part of the reason why I'm comfortable at writing is because I don't read too much to be bored of the idea. Like I'm not so filled with other people's ideas that I just rip them off all day. So I don't know. I think I know she had one though, and I don't know if it was before mine or after. And I don't frankly care if she got a ritual after me.
Tell you what, I'm gonna do the research now. What book did you put it in? I'll look up the copyright date of your book, and then I'll look up. It
was in my Become the Maelstrom, which was to June of 2018 or 2019.
June of 2018. Okay,
2019.
Oh shit! This is the first edition is 2014.
Yeah, so
But
hers
to be
would have
fair,
definitely.
these entities, they communicate the same message to different people.
And to be double fair, it's an old idea.
Yeah.
It's an old idea. I don't know if it's anything like my version of it. It may be completely different. But the idea of Azazel being the scapegoat is obviously there was a rabbinical ritual they used to do. They would cast the sins onto the goat and send it out into the wilderness. So I'm like, oh, that sounds like a good ritual actually. So people could have that same absolution like in the Catholic Church. I know. What about you, Azazel? What could I do? He's like, oh yeah, here's how you can do it. Here's a way you can do it. Here's a ritual you can do. Look at the symbolism here of using the red ribbon. Here's the symbolism of the dagger as you pour it into the fire. Here's the. I'm like, oh, beautiful.
Just stuff he told you. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah. So I just threw it in my journal and then I put it in Become the Maelstrom as a ritual I've done because I did it for myself. The same ritual I wrote.
Yeah.
So, but that's like saying there's a ritual of the Holy Cross that someone created about Jesus. I'm sure there's like 50 million of them, right? I'm sure they exist. So, but I felt weird because I'm like, maybe I should take that out of my book, but I'm leaving it in until somebody says it because it's not the same. But it's, at least I hope it may be the same, but if it's the same, it's not because I read it. I have no fucking clue. So like that was a little bit of a dent to my brain. I was like, wow, that's interesting. Like I wish I had known that. I might not even put one out there. But I don't know if it's in one of her books or she just offers it as a paid service. I don't know, honestly. It might be either one. So. But a concept like that's older than any of us. So it's like, who can copyright the concept? I guess nobody. But, like, what are we going to do? Copyright the idea of sigils next? You can't use sigils.
Let's copyright the EF chord progression in rock music.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't want to be that guy because I wasn't when I wrote it, but I feel bad now knowing it. I was like, maybe I should take it out. So we'll see. She's never approached me with it, and so it must not be the same. So. So, all right, Plushy, you had a question. I'm going to stay quiet for a minute and let everybody respond to it.
Yeah,
if it's interesting to me, I'll jump. Don't make it non-duality. Don't make it about non-duality or else I'm going to be a dick.
If it's about non-duality, I'm going to have to call off work tomorrow. So, this one, Patchwork and Eddie, you guys have been quiet this entire time, so I'd like you to get the jump on this question first. This one comes from Alpha Draconian.
If you guys
have you guys noticed that all mythology has the same story with different names, etc.?
Yeah, I have noticed that actually. And what I personally think, that it's all like either like the same or similar energies, just different languages and different cultures, if that makes any sense.
I think so.
I'm going to go with that's true within a certain subset of cultures. And not surprisingly, almost all of those cultures are descended from the Proto-Indo-Europeans.
The pies.
Right.
The pie.
But
God, I want pie.
From my seminary days, comparative theology was my jam. And the thing about religion and religions in general is that you really do start to notice the similarities, and you get this impulse to say they're all the same, they're just using slightly different names, and that's true to a point. But once you get down to like the fundamental metaphysics of sort of the big branches of religious thought, they are very, very different. It's really hard to reconcile the fundamental metaphysics of, say, the Abrahamic religions with Buddhism, where, the Buddha was practically an atheist. I would say that at their core, they're very different, and on the surface they're different, but that big middle layer, they are very similar. And ultimately the project that most of us have been involved in since the classical era, I mean, that's where a lot of our Western occultism comes from, is trying to make those things all line up, even to the extent of Aleister Crowley's giant spreadsheets of doom in 777. Although on that, the Crowley scholar James Eshelman actually produced a much better version of 777 called 776.5. So if you want the giant spreadsheets of doom, that's the one you should get. Just throwing that out there.
776.5.
Yep. Big orange
might
brick.
actually get that then.
Giant encyclopedia-sized big orange brick to go with your big black brick of Rigardi's Golden Dawn and Crowley's big blue brick of Magic in Theory and Practice.
So that means in about 10 years, there's going to have to
get then.
In about 10 years, there's going to have to be a Thorne brick. What color should it be, Fleshy?
I vote neon green.
We could do neon
for no reason other than that's the first color that popped in my head.
Yeah.
Neon green?
Yeah.
It'll stand out in the dark.
I was going to say dark red or something. I could see that.
I think black was one of my...
I want to look like toxic waste.
Toxic waste.
You have to love it to buy it because you don't want to look at it.
Dibs on purple with sequins for my Book of Enochian.
He's like, I don't know what the color is, but when you look it up in the dictionary, it says loud. That's funny.
I might have to fight you on the purple with sequins. We'll see who gets the book out
So
first.
as far as like the neon green, does it also go in the dark too?
Oh,
I mean,
well, maybe the text will be.
So yes.
Oh my God! Yeah,
if it goes in the dark, I'm getting it.
Yeah, we can make it like Iridium, like the Iridium sites. Oh my God, we could do that. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm going to do this. I'm just saying, and I'm not going to say that you should do this. I'm just saying that you could do this. One could theoretically publish an occult book with invisible UV sensitive ink laid down on top of the pages.
I might actually do that.
Or maybe you have to like hover a dark line over just to see the... Is that what you're getting at? You hover a dark line over the darkness and then you hover the light, right?
Or you have regular black and white text with the UV transposed over it too.
Okay, everybody stop! Everybody stop! We're holding this idea. EA can't have this. We have.
No, he can't. No, we have it.
We're establishing a trademark right now.
Yeah.
Official patchwork seal copyright. There.
Like the little goatee on the symbol. Boop.
And there's a precedent for this. There is a precedent for this. So one of the most famous books on black magic was written by a monk by the name of Trithemius, and what nobody knew for a very long time was that hidden in the pages of it was a treatise on cryptography, and that's actually the origin of the polyalphabetic substitution cipher.
Interesting. I bet you Fleshy knew that because he liked cryptology.
What's the polyalphabet for those who don't know?
It's like a Caesar cipher, or where you're just sort of rotating the alphabet around. But
is that using Roman letters like the characters we use in English? Is it using those letters?
Yeah, it's just that instead of having one substitution that you use throughout the entire message, you are rotating the substitution around, usually by a keyword. So you would pick a keyword like butt, and what you're doing.
A lot of things are in the butt here. Magic, cryptography, all that's in the butt.
Is A equals B for the first letter, A equals U for the second letter, A equals T, and then A equals T. We use that all the way up through World War II. That's basically what the machine's doing. It's just more complicated.
And then stupid Hitler had every message encoded with Hail Hitler at the end of each message. The fucking unbreakable code. Oh, Hail Hitler. At the end
that's like me. I would make it mind the shadows at the end like a jackass.
Mind the shadows.
Yeah. Eddie, I'm calling it right now. We're going to have to do live streams about audio engineering and cryptography.
Oh, dude, I literally have a giant book on every pre-electromechanical cipher.
Oh,
so all your pig pins.
All right, Flash, keep it in your pants. Come on now.
I'm going to have to hide my camera for a second. Hold on.
Just aim it up. We can hear it.
Okay, so yeah, before I get too excited, we got to wrap it up here. So You guys, it's been fucking great talking with all of you. Do you
Wait
have
now, well,
any...
hold on. We didn't finish. We had Victorious had to answer the question.
Oh fuck, you're right.
Oh,
You're
what?
right. My
What's
bad.
this?
Mea culpa.
Yeah, man. Victorious had to respond to that beautiful question that Alpha had. I don't even remember
which,
the question
Which
anymore.
question was that?
That
I
was...
answered the movie I wanted to watch on Saturday that I'm not going to watch.
Wrong question. You will
It's just-
answer the next question or
Good for
die.
me, but not for me.
So this question came from Alpha Draconian. They asked
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
guys have noticed that all mythology seems to have the same story with different names, etc.
Yes and no. And I'm gonna elaborate on that when I get a better answer in my head.
Or while you could think about that, and I'm
Okay,
sure
yes,
Denise has
is that
something
an option?
for it.
I'd like to exercise that option to think.
He's gonna
Yeah,
call
yeah,
a friend.
absolutely.
Hold on, he's gonna call a friend, and then he's gonna go. Yeah, that's what I did. I was like, let them go first. Let them go first, and then I'll answer.
Yeah.
So Eddie gave a very good answer. I like Eddie's answer. The only thing I would say is that I differ in that I think that the source is the same for everybody. So that is why the similarities are the same. What's different is each culture puts their spin on it. And what they end up with is, yes, different metaphysics to explain the same truth. But at the core of this is why all of them, if pared down properly, if you take your little your brain and you snip it apart and you look at it and you go, why are they all saying that there is a source and then a first emanation and then a this and a that and a that and a that? So I think they all have a fundamentally same perspective after a certain period, I'll say too, because you have to understand, like, we have this weird meta in our head that when it comes to supernatural magical shit, older is better, and it's more in tune with the truth, right? And on some level, there's probably truth to that up to a point. But just like we didn't know much about electricity 1,000 years ago, but now we know how to do what Eddie knows how to do with electricity, there's a point where there's like a group of people sat around and smoked enough weed and figured it out. And what I think is that people intuitively know that they are connected to and part of nature. Nature being a nebulous, ominous thing that could be my ancestor spirits, it could be the wolf, it could be the sky god, the sky father. We have a nebulous, intuitive grasp that tree and I share something that nothing that is excuse me, I shouldn't have said nothing, but that tree and I share something, that we are the same something somehow. There's something, brother wolf, right? In the Aboriginal cultures of America. So we have this thing that's deep in us, and it's not something we're taught by our parents. This is an intuitive understanding. Somewhere people realize that the breath in my lungs came from the air around me or something. They might not know what that is, but they know that they're going, and that's going in them, and they must be that. And they drink the water and they eat the food. So they know from experience, somehow they figure out really early on, before we probably figured out fire, we realized that we were connected to the world deeply on a fundamental level. That knowledge, coupled with the eventual understanding that the experiencer and the experience are one but not the same, is when you have this divergence, where not a divergence, but this unification, and you have these monotheistic and non-dualistic worldviews start to kind of coalesce. And they start with the one true creator God, the one high God, the Sky Father, or the one before the Sky Father. They have this lineage. This is why you have lineages. There's always a before, but then you always reach a point where it's the primordial origin, the chaos, the salt and the fresh water, the different things that, the voice upon the water said, let there be light. There's always that primordial first cause. And that is like the next stage of evolution. And that primordial first cause, when examined deeply, especially in things like Vedanta and non-dualism and Neoplatonism, when you explore that, then it becomes transcendent of the tendency for us to anthropomorphize it. And so this is why they all seem so similar, because they're all on kind of like an evolutionary spectrum of I am a part of everything, or I am a descendant of everything, and there must have been a primordial source somewhere. Like even in most primordial religions, there's some kind of great spirit that's the source of all things. There's always this prime source. There's always a mother womb. There's always a father seed. There's these same things every time, and they all lead eventually to this identification of, well, what's that first thing? What is that first thing? If it's not, toga wearing Sky Father number 1, maybe it's nailed to the cross Sky Father number 2, and everyone doesn't agree. So they goes looking for what the prime cause is, and somebody somewhere, maybe they did enough shrooms and acid and crap, they stumbled on ego dissolution, and that gave it to them. They realized, aha, we all have this one thing that's the same in everything, and that's the conscious thing, the consciousness inside. And that is why I think they're all very similar. And what changes is just the way we describe that thing. It's like you go to Japan and you play sad music. We all recognize sad music, but their version of sad music sounds different from ours, right? And it's much the same way. We all look at the color blue and say that's usually associated, that shade of blue is sad in almost every culture. We all know this. That color red is associated with lust. That color yellow is vibrancy and life. And why is that? Why do we all do that? You figure it out. But it's a base, and that is the palette from which we draw. And so that's what, if you have only so many letters, you can only write so many words, you can only write so many sentences. And I think that's why, ultimately. And you can play games with, and you're not wrong to, I think Eddie's right, I think it's a very useful thing to say pi and the Proto-Indo-European thing. And I would agree that it's very difficult. Like you can't connect South African, like far South African deities to Zeus so easily, right? But you can compare a lot of spirits in this big broad swath of the world with the same guys. Even as far away in China, they share some of our deities. So, and Japan even, you can say there's a few that are the same. So it's a big question, and it's a big answer, and it's a really good question. But I don't envy the people who got to answer it next, because I don't know what else to say. So I'm gonna hopefully Vittorius has his research done now, so he can at least give his opinion. So go ahead, brother. I'm laying it done. I'm done.
Okay.
Non-dualism anyway.
Okay. I would say yes, they do sound all the same. But there are, I guess, various different offshoots for each culture. So if you look at, say, mythology, when I hear mythology, I think like Joseph Campbell. The journey
didn't he get discredited?
Sorry?
Didn't he get discredited somehow at some point? Because I love Joseph Campbell, but I looked him up. I looked him up, and some people had a lot of shit to say.
I his stupid fucking audiobooks, but it was just him being interviewed by some guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really disappointed, and I've yet to listen to his other audiobook that I downloaded. Okay. So I just threw out that name just because everybody knows it. Evan Ashley. Read in depth. Oops.
True.
But yeah, so okay, so I think what was the original question? It was something like
that would be about have you noticed that all mythologies seem to share what was the wording? Hold on, give me 1 second.
Yeah, it was like they're all the same but slightly different somehow.
Yeah, with different names, etc.
Would be yes. Okay. Yes, I think a lot of it is, well, definitely one aspect would be interdimensional entities, spirits, demons, the demons we work with, could be sending you messages if, say, I don't know, a group of tribes in, say, Indo-Europe, they just are looking for, secrets of the universe, whatever. And then they get the messages through, it's being revealed to them, they see dream visions, they see like a fucking pile of leaves and like, oh, that's clearly Lucifer.
Mm-hmm.
And so it could be revealed by these archetypes, like the rebel archetype, the ball king archetype, the Leviathan / Yom Nehar / Yorhamun / big fucking water serpent. those are all the same, but when they're revealed to these cultures with their different languages, they put their own little spin on it. And this, I think, has to do with a little bit with when people receive messages, like they have their own little personal thing. So like if I were to say Lucifer, Satan, they would reveal a message to me, say Satan has like seven heads, blue scales, and like green eyes. Where if say like Flesh Priest would summon Satan, he might have 7 heads, but the scales are like maybe green, and then he'd have blue eyes. And instead of calling him Satan, he'd call it the 7-headed fish or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And in whatever language he was speaking. So, yes, so there are certain myths that are like basically archetypes. They're like Hero's Journey, Satan, the Ball, the King archetype, say the 9 demonic gatekeepers, those archetypes. Clipothic demons, which I've yet to get into, only work with a lot of those archetypes. The Lucifer, Lightbearer, Rebel archetype, Fox or Raven or Coyote in North America would be those archetypes. In terms of those archetypes, yes, all the same, pretty much the same. I think those are very consistent. I think those have stood the test of time. There's a thing you can Google, it's called Lindy. That's in one of my favorite books, Skin in the Game, or a bunch of works by Nassim Nicholas Taleb. You can Google that on your own time.
Google everything, even the stuff you think we're being honest about. Double check everything.
Yes, absolutely. Double, triple check my bullshit.
Right.
And if it's right, good.
Right. Then send me your brownie way.
So those ideas, that stood the test of time, I think have a lot. I think they're pretty much, for me, I accept them as like spiritual fact at that point. There is some truth into how like old things are that tend to be more truthful. In terms of, say, like modern myths, like the Luke Skywalker hero's journey, I think there's always like a twist you can put on that. I think there are like some like stories of mythology that sound like ridiculously stupid, like how Zeus marries his sister to have like more incest god.
And no offense to my Norse friends, the people who like the Norse pantheons, but their creation myth is the most ridiculous to me, besides maybe a few. But yeah, it's, oh my goodness. But keep going. I totally feel that.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, what was their creation? The fucking snow giant wall where they had to
something to do with a cow and some milk.
Fucking Loki. He turned into like an 8-legged horse and fucked one of the
that was Loki and Odin, and that's like a more recent, especially anything with Odin, because Odin, a lot of people speculate, and they're probably right, that Odin was a later addition to the pantheon, that was done closer to like the 1200s or something, because it was Wotan. It was a Germanic god that eventually just got kind of shoehorned in as the father of everybody, and that didn't, So I don't know though. We've lost a lot in that current, right? We've lost a lot to history. So if I don't dislike Odin, by the way. I think I like working with Odin and Wotan, but I don't work with the others. Like that's the oddball thing about the.
Oh, you don't work with Loki?
No. Nope.
No,
I've
actually,
sort of
as a Luciferian, or like as you as a self-prescribed Luciferian, I find that very surprising.
A lot of people do, but I think that I've investigated a little bit. I've looked at it a little bit, but it's mostly been like Loki never appealed to me because it just didn't. I was always more into the we'll say the Hermes Mercury side of Odin more. I've always saw him more as a So I've always wanted more about like teach me stuff. But
that's fair. I'm not going to rip on you.
For me, I go with the crow spirit as my trickster. That's what I go with. I'm more of a crow guy, and I've actually taken President Malphas from the Goetia. I've evolved from him to just the crow spirit, and Malphas is just one aspect of that.
I did watch your video on that the other day.
Yeah, something about the initiation of the Crow Witch or something like that. Yeah.
So.
There's a
just to elaborate a little. Oh, are we good on time? Or no?
We got a minute. We'll give you like 5 more minutes. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Oh, 5. Nice.
A whole 5. I'm sorry. I spent 20, but.
Good. Okay, yeah. So there are these myths that get transmitted to you naturally, say like through doing drugs, interacting with the spirits, blah blah blah. Then those are like more spiritual truths. Then there's the myths that we create as human beings, like the like say, and they tend to be not as good, let's just say. So say for example, if I'm making a story and I'm using my pure intellect, I'm running on pure intellect, I'm not running on like, say DMT working with machine elves, I'm not invoking Lucifer for like story ideas or Azazel saying, hey, what's a cool story? It's like, oh, it's a scapegoat story from the Bible, but just change my name to something like Bill and making an allegory of like modern accounting and workers or whatever. Say you're not doing that, you're just writing a story. They tend to be less good. They tend to be, I think, worse. And I think it really shows in some of the mythology, like how DH said, like the original truth, like when people gather around in like religions and say, oh, let's take these stories, but not these. They're not actually doing the drugs, they're not doing the rituals to say, hey, can you somehow guide us with these, like what actually is like mythology. They're just making their own shit up. Just like a fucking Roundhead rhyme with fucking Last Jedi bullshit. So you can tell he was channeling the toilet with
He's channeling the toilet, he really was. Well, his head fits in one, and it's a perfect shape. Are you sure you're not Overlord DVD or Comic Book Artist Pros?
I got the idea to do this voice line from Overlord DVD.
I love Overlord. He's funny as hell.
He's so funny. Yeah, I do watch him. Yes. So that's my shtick on myths. Oh, I do want to have like a separate pen name to actually write stories. So, a final draft. If any potential screenwriters and or authors and or storytellers are in the stream, I recommend Final Draft. And that's what I'm saying.
So, on that note, Fleshy, I think we are going to wind it down and wrap it up. And we're going to say thank you to everybody. Yeah. I really got to do a buy my crap, but go ahead, Fleshy.
Yeah, let's do the buy my crap. That's actually the part I've been waiting for the last
hour. Fucking thank all you guys for being here and contributing to the conversation. Do we want to kick everybody out and then do the buy our crap, or give everybody a
does anybody have any other crap they want to buy or sell before I flush the bill?
Does Hetty and Patchwork, do they have crap that I can buy? Or do they have anything that you can do?
Do I have anything for sale? I do not.
Yet.
Just his love.
Yes.
Yeah, you can catch him on whatsmysecret.com and also
does he have an OnlyFans?
Yeah, an OnlyFans he's got.
I'm gonna hit all of you up in the DMs. If you guys have channels or anything that you want me to plug, I'll make sure that gets in the top comment of this video for anybody watching in the future.
Now, only thing I'll say is I do tarot and rune readings and rituals. Well, book a consult first. Find me on.
He can't predict that good. He doesn't know when you need him. You got to call him first.
Yes. I don't sell the ritual directly. You got to book a consult first, and then we'll figure out what you need.
I think that's the best honest practice. I do it the same way. I agree with you, brother. Good job.
And then find me on Discord until I get my, buy my shit channels.
How about a podcast? Would you do a podcast? I want to set up a podcast. I think you'd do good in a podcast.
Oh, I fucking think so.
I am available to whore myself out to any podcaster who needs me. So,
all right, well,
I know he accepted us real quick when we were like, "Hey, let's make him a mod." He's like, "Oh, baby, do it."
On the topic of whoring yourself out, let's have a cryptography and audio engineering stream in 2 weeks, brother.
Hey, that's some real fucking niche marketing. That's some fucking niche shit.
Yeah.
So my niche would be like I on my Twitter I say black magic and psychotherapy. No, okay. What's the fuck on my Twitter? Okay. So I also go by the Dragon Speaker Prince. That's one of my other nicknames I go by. I say I'm the Dragon Speaker Prince. Black magic and psychotherapy are my niche. Very blue ocean. Me a little. Or is it? No, yeah, it is blue ocean because I'm like the fucking fish in like my own little part of the big ocean. that I don't have to compete with like the EA co-edings or the DH. Well, technically I do. Shut up.
Make your own ocean. Go Pete.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Make my own ocean. Right? So yeah, the fucking cryptography and the audio engineer, that could be some like dope shit.
I think it would be, especially
like
if you guys try to
those
tackle
two communities. So you have like a fucking Venn diagram, you're like a fucking audio engineer, and then a cryptography magic guy in the sweet center spot. That's where you get all your money.
Yeah.
If you apply that to the Logiski Bible or whatever,
so far.
try to apply it to the
Pretty
Logiski
much.
Bible or whatever that is, the that manuscript that nobody can read. I forget what the name. I think it's the what is it? The Logiski Bible? I think it is.
Voynich.
Voynich, yeah, the Voynich manuscript. That's what it is. Why am I doing? What am I thinking? Susan Wojcicki? Is that why I have like YouTube on the brain? God, I'm an idiot. So anyway, Vittorius, do you have anything else to add to the Buy Our Crap segment? If not, I am going to drop all my crap in front of everybody, and whoever wants to pick it up,
I'm getting my shit together, so I want to have a Patreon, I want to have like a podcast, I want to have live streams, all this shit, but later.
Okay.
I'll hit you up in the DMs, and when you have it, we'll add it to
Yeah,
your comment.
nice.
But
Until then, go to becomealiving.god/Satan to buy the book that I am a part of.
Buy the book that he took a crap in, right? There we go. That's how you do it. It's not his crap, but he definitely contributed. One of the nuggets of
I
piece of
definitely
material.
contributed to that.
Yeah, it was in a big communal trough.
It's good shit.
It's
Good shit.
shit.
And I
It's
took
good
a good
shit.
shit in that.
They put a lot of Hershey in there. They took like some Hershey's chocolate and just squirted it in. Anyway.
Oh my god, this kind of relates to the book, so I'll kind of say it's like a plug, but it's like a story behind the book. Oh my god, contributing an occult manuscript is so fucking hard. I wrote probably 90. I have some bad habits in like my university days where I'd like write a 20-page paper the day before it was fucking due. I carried that into the work, and I'm just like, oh fuck. I had like over like a fucking 100 pages that I wanted to contribute. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm gonna put this part, yeah. And then I'm thinking, can I game this? Or like, cause I did want to get it accepted, but I'm like, and this is like my first thing, or like my first, I've never written anything like this, but I've only written university papers. I've only been doing magic for a few years, so I don't know if it would get accepted or not. So I'm like, should I put in all these pages? Should I put in 100 pages? Should I only put in these chapters? Meanwhile, I'm like cramming to do all the rituals like I'm writing about them. So I finally sent it in. I'm like, oh, we'll see how this goes. And then Timothy got back to me. He's like, hey, yeah, so me and Order took a look at the script, really like it. I'm like, oh wow, shit.
I have arrived.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, it feels good to be published, man. It doesn't matter whether it's self-published or not. If people are buying it, man, it feels great. You know, the first 100 books I sold, I was like, I don't care, I'm good now. Like I can retire, I'm happy. And now I'm like, what, 2,000-3,000? I'm happy, dude. It's great, even if it doesn't always pay the bills. You know, it's still great. So yeah.
Well, that's where you have that's where you got to diversify and have your magic consultation, and then your authors, and then your Patreon, and then can you take donations on this? Oh, the fucking YouTube super chats. That's some good thrifting.
Yeah. My issue is I don't want to make a house, and I probably could. I could probably build one tomorrow and fucking live like a king, but I don't like that because I don't feel like I don't own a home like where you're going to come and work for. So I don't like doing it that way. Like, why would you give me a percentage of your work? That's ridiculous. Just because of my name. I would hope that these people would be good on their own and not need my name. So I just won't do it. But I might do something like, you know, some kind of an organization at some point, but it's got to be the right kind, and I've got to have enough people for critical mass, or I'm not going to touch it. So,
like what kind of organization do you mean? Like starting become a living god platform type stuff?
Not a publishing platform per se, although it might do that. More like an order, or more like a house. You know, I mean, not a house, a lodge or an order or something.
Oh, okay,
yeah, something like that.
I would love for the people in Western Canada who actually can't be at the physical location.
Yeah, and I would. That's what I was going to say. Is ultimately the goal would be to create a foundation organization, something that is like, you know, almost like what Sadhguru does, like make a, you know, get a thing together where people can come and meditate and practice and learn from people and share and, you know, but everybody wants to do the occult commune, right? So it's not that different from other people's plans, but we'll see. we're building a community, and once we're done doing that, and once, like EA is approaching the point where he might be able to do it at some point, and I'm approaching a point.
He was actually on his live stream on Wednesday. He was actually talking about a commune.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watched it. Yeah. So exactly, like he did say he was like jokingly, I think, like he wanted to start a cult. This is paraphrasing, by the way.
He's half joking. He's
but
half
he looked
joking.
into, like, he said he did a lot of research on, like, Jim Jones. Like, obviously, anybody would want to study human psychology if you would do all this. I think it's really fascinating, too, cults, but...
one of his quirks is to run
he doesn't
right
want to join a cult, more like an order or like an informal or formal organization. I don't know, this was just what he said. Like, his exact words in his live stream were common, so that's...
Mm-hmm. I think one of his quirks is to like to run as close to the edge before jumping over and then stopping and saying, "Okay, I get it." So I don't know. We'll see what he ultimately really plans to do. But he and I think a lot alike on some levels and very different on others. And I think that's why we get along, is because we're different enough to like have interesting conversations about what we don't think the same. But then when it comes to what matters, we have a lot of the same perspective.
Commonalities.
Yeah. So, but like I don't know, like what. It would have to be the right thing, and I don't join people with things. Like, I'll walk next to them, but I don't join them, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't go, okay, I'll bend my knee to you. I'll say, if you're walking that way, I'll go that way as long as you are, but then if you go, then we're going to just split at some point. And so I don't know. But, yeah, so, all right.
When I was with, that's how my work with Becoming a Living God felt. It's like, you guys are going that way, I want to be in that general direction. Here's my piece.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So, hey, appreciate all you guys being on and talking. I'm gonna kick you guys off, and we're gonna wrap up the stream real quick.
Nighty night, gentlemen.
I leave before you kick me out, so I quit before
damn. We will just leave. We will not kick all of you gentlemen out.
I don't know how to, because this is my virgin time on Discord.
No. All right, gentlemen, fucking great having you, and have a good night, and fucking hail yourselves.
Sayo to the night.
Yeah, dude. It's good being on here.
Great night. Thank you to everybody in the chats, and thank you to the callers.
Absolutely.
Good vibes.
Have a good night.
Eddie, did you change your name to Baba Ganoush? My goodness. All right, I'm going to leave that. I think you kicked me out too. Wow, that's amazing, your powers that you have.
The magic manifests because I choose this reality, sir.
Wow, I'm impressed, man. I am really impressed. So I didn't get a chance to unmute you even. So next time we play a game, you're going to be talking to silence for a minute.
Yep, huh?
So all right, let's do our. So that was pretty cool. I didn't know he was an author for Bog. That's really cool. That's a surprise. It was unscripted, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. For those of you who are left, buy my crap if you haven't already. My Etsy store now has these new products. They are Kanabo. They are pricey, but hopefully you guys like them. They're strong, badass. I'm probably going to be doing some video of me hitting crap with them at some point when the snow melts, if I still have them. If they don't sell, they don't sell. Then I get more stuff to offer to the spirit world. And
you know what? I'm going to jump in. You said they're pricey. As a woodworker, as a vocational woodworker, they're a fair price.
Good, like, thank you.
If anything, you could be charging more for them. Like,
really, you think so?
I think so. Like,
all right. Get them now, guys. They're going up in a couple of months.
Yeah, you're charging a very fair price for them. Like, that's cool.
Okay. Well, I figure, it takes me a couple of days to like, as you and I talked about the process work, and I'm like, well, I could do probably batches of 3 or 4 at a time, and it'd probably take me a week or two to make them, like, from start to finish, because between all the stages require this thing done and that thing done, and some of them take a day or two to dry. So,
yeah,
if I'm doing heavy sculpting, heavy carving, is like a good 3-hour, 4-hour project. If it's like the ones with the imagery, engraved on it, right? If it's got imagery, that's like 3 or 4 hours, at least. Just to that doesn't even count the sketching of it, and it's just the breathing and all that in. So that's it's substantial.
No, don't get me wrong. Like 200 is like a nice little chunk of change, but for hand carving and everything, like, or just carving in general, fuck how you do it. Like, that's, you're putting a lot of effort into that, and like the shit looks good. Like,
yeah, thank you, man.
Fuck yeah.
Especially, I've only done it once or twice before. I've done characters and runes and stuff. I've never done imagery before. I've never tried to do trees and faces and stuff. So I'll get better with it too. Eventually, I'll make these look more 3D. The cheeks will stick out more and all that. I'll get it eventually. I'll get like actual. I'll be able to make the old man in the wood looking stuff. But yeah, so if you guys are interested in that, go to my Etsy. It should be www.etsy/mindtheshadows or something. Or you can just search Mind the Shadows on Etsy.
Yeah, check the description of the video, link tree to all the doobly dops, and for those of you in chat, I will post that and just Nina the Mystic beat me to it. Fucking
thank you, Nina. I just saw that too. Thank you, Nina. She's still around. We should send her one for free so she can bop somebody on the head on video.
Cool. Fuck yes.
So that's the big thing that I'm putting out now, and hopefully somebody likes them. If not, oh well, then it's just what I did. But the big thing are my books, and also the biggest thing for those of you who are new or don't know, or those of you who are worried that I'm always this spastic and crazy, I actually have a much more educational thing that I do every Monday. It is a live video group conversation with as many people as we can squeeze in a Discord. The service is open to more people that I can squeeze in, only because only a handful of people tend to show up at the time, and everybody seems to be watching the videos afterwards. So what it is, it's an online group class that you can join, and it takes you from the beginning of Magic. As I understand it, we go all through my books and we cover different subjects. Usually what we're doing so far, my plan is to go like monthly or 3-week long cycles of information, and then we move on to another subject, and sometimes we come back around. So we did the first 3 chakra and how they relate to magic, and everyone had a big breakthrough because everyone got to create a magical, mystical chi ball, and it was actually really interesting. People got to experience that for the first time for real, what it really feels like. They all had their first feeling of a metaphysical object that they created out of energy, out of themselves, and it wasn't an illusion, and it was wild. So that was fun, and it's something you can join. It's $20 a month. You're paying for access, not for a number of sessions or anything. So what you get, you can show up to the classes, or if you can't, that's fine. If you have a weird schedule, you get access to the videos afterwards because I record them. And for as long as I'm hosting them publicly, you'll be able to watch them. At some point, I reserve the right to turn them into other things, but that is for you guys to watch for a while.
And the cool thing I thought about that, of what you're doing, is that you're not limiting it right now. Of like, if you join tomorrow, you can still get access to all the previous classes.
Mm-hmm. And it'll stay like that for quite a while. At some point, I may turn these things into not a cheese ball, Eddie. Come on now, you're a mod. You can watch it for free. I think you can. If you can get in the group, you can see it for free. So I think you can see it. So I think you can probably watch it for free. It's not cheese balls. But yeah, no, I mean, that is what I like about it. And for this first, I don't know how long, but for quite a while, the intention is to leave those videos up for anybody to watch, so long as you are on that Patreon level, that $20 tier that I put up. You can go there and you can watch those videos anytime or as many times as you want. At some point, I don't know, maybe 2022 or something, at some point, I may take those down, edit them, and release them as official training videos, some of them. Because some of them are going to be in a sequence, and I don't intend on reteaching the same classes over and over and over again like a school teacher for the rest of my life. My intention is to teach them as best I can, once or twice, 2 times, 3 times, maybe. And then out of all of those, get the best ones, edit them out, and make them into something that I can then put into hey, for this much, you get access to this library for as long as you want, that kind of thing. So they'll probably, though, be in, for now, because I do have to worry about people stealing them, because the way I have them archived is not, we'll just leave it at that. So it's something that I will be putting into a theft-proof archive at some point, and then that's going to be a little different. But for now, it's a class. You get so for makeups, you get to watch the videos, and it's very effective. People are liking it, and the people who have become regular, I can see they're making progress and they're having a great time. So every Monday at 3 to 5 p.m. Eastern, $20 a month, and you get access to the reruns. And I can't think of anybody You know, I don't think anybody does the same thing for that price. I can't. Everybody else is gonna be like, oh, $500, $300. My mentor class for one-on-one is expensive because it's one-on-one. This I can do much better, and I think people like it, and it's filled up pretty quick. So
yeah,
I'm happy with it.
And I'll say, like, I realized I'm biased here because I'm your friend and everything, but speaking as objectively as I can, take it for what you will. Like, I think it's a good deal. Like, it's $5 a session, and it's as close to one-on-one as you can get with all of that. And honestly, I'm gonna plug you for you of the the best way of support is getting something for something, is buying the books, having a thing in your hand, because that's more valuable than just a donation or anything of,
yeah, for sure.
You know, energy
or a service.
for energy.
Yeah, something for something. Like people ask me, you have a Patreon so I can subscribe. I'm like, okay, but all right. And I didn't push it. I mean, I put it up there. I say it's there, but I don't do anything for it. Like, I'm just like, all right, if you want to be that guy who just wants to feel like you know, it helps me a lot and I appreciate it. And these super chats are great, but I feel a lot better when I'm giving a service or a product, because then, I don't know, you're getting something tangible. You know, you listen to me for free all the time. I don't want it to be where I never want to reach a point where I won't do a video unless I make $10 on it. I never want to reach that point. I never want to reach a point where I'm like that. I want to do this for fun. This is my lost leader, but this is the part I like best. And I want to keep doing this forever and writing books and all that. So, you know, I appreciate it, guys. When you help me out, I do. And I'm only pushing it so much lately because, in all brutal honesty, 2020 wasn't good to anybody, you know, myself included. So you know, a little bit more security would be nice. But I'm sure most of you guys who are here, you're here all the time, and you probably supported me 6 ways this Sunday already. So love you guys all. Thank you so much. And, you know, don't misunderstand.
And I'm going to give a shout out to everybody here at the end of the video. We appreciate all of you, but I think everybody who sticks around to the end deserves an especially special shout out. So Ace the Goblin, Alpha Draconian, Eddie Romanov, Jeff524, General 7, that name always trips me up, The Pale Horse, Vatorius. Hey, I feel like we talked to him not that long ago.
Yeah, and he tends to troll a little bit.
And of course, Nina the Mystic, our ever-present, always helpful mod. If those of you who don't know, she has her own channel, Nina the Mystic. I will plug it in the top comment in here. Go check her out. She makes excellent videos as well, and you should subscribe to her,
a sweet
too.
Kid. She really is a good kid. I like her. She does a lot.
Nina.
And some chick named Camilla, she's also pretty cool.
Yeah, Camilla's. Yeah, I feel like you might be speaking with a sense of bias there. No, Camilla is.
I mean, she makes my pee-pee happy, so what can I say? I have to like her, you know. I just realized I think this thing's rubbing on my microphone. Right? Am I like totally fucking?
I haven't noticed it, but yeah, probably a little bit.
Probably, yeah, a little bit. Whoopsie, sorry guys. Jerk.
Oh, fuck. Right. Hold on. Okay, so I know we're wrapping up, but I have one last order of business.
Are we buying something? Are we selling something?
No, we're not buying anything. We're concluding that whole movie thing. I know everybody's been on the edge of their seats for it.
I thought we concluded it with the super chats. I thought that was like how we settled it.
So
I'm not listening.
I counted up the votes, and so as far as the record keeping goes, and you know, the record keeping goes to show number 18 with the super chats and everything included seems to be the winner. Number 18 is Return of the Living Dead.
So Eddie gets to see Lena Quigley's titties one more time. And some of you will be seeing them for the first time, and I will probably be getting a drink at that moment because I don't need to be worrying about that. But it is a good horror movie. It is a good B-rated horror movie. Like, that's like no joke. I don't know why, like, that's what it should be. It's up there with like Evil Dead, or not Army of Darkness, but like Evil Dead or Night of the Creeps or something, for how cheesy bad it is, and that's what makes it so good, because it's just really bad and it's good. So it is a good movie. So I haven't seen the whole thing, but the bits I've watched were pretty funny. He says bribery and boobs. Yeah, I guess that works.
That's the next stream.
It didn't work on me. I wanted to do number 2 or number 11, motherfucker. So I'm gonna put my foot down and make number 11 probably the end of the month. So we'll see. We'll probably do that. But all right, guys. I think that's it. I'm gonna bounce out of here. I need to do some mellowing things. I've been very, very agitated and energetic and just so too much caffeine in my Cheerios every night, and it's fucking me up. So I'm gonna be more like mellow and cool with everything. Hi guys, this is DH Thorne. Have you been balancing your root chakra lately? Have you been tightening the sphincter in your anus?
Oh my God!
Raising your kundalini. Have you been doing those things properly?
We should get Necro Nikki on and do an ASMR stream.
We should just have her on. We haven't had her on in a while.
I mean, let's
invite her on.
We should just have her on. Period.
Well, we'll have her on. How about that? Let's invite Necro Nikki on. Necro, if you are still here, hear us, please, Necro Nikki. And we would love to have you on again. I will let Flesh Priest, my behind-the-scenes frontman, send her a message and see if she wants to do a live stream from a more original position, like maybe like, not just a call-in position. So let's see if she'll do it, because she was fun. She was good.
Yeah, I like Necro Nikki.
So she's likable, man. She's one of those people that, like, she's into so much of this stuff, and she starts talking like, oh yeah, she does do all this. This is pretty cool. So we'd like to have her back on, and she likes talking about the shadow people too. So
yeah, if for no other reason, just to talk more shit about the Beatles with her.
Well, you're gonna have to tune me out, because I'm gonna be like, what's up, Beatle? So Yellow
it's that
Submarine?
thing that Yoko Ono feeds off of.
Yeah, okay, so good. So, all right, guys, we love you a lot. 29 of you anyway, we love still. And the rest of y'all who left, fuck all y'all. You probably won't be watching this tomorrow anyway. And if you do, give me a buzz in the comments. Be like, I did watch it, Thorne. I do love you. And I'll be like, all right, I forgive you. And a lot of you guys got to go to bed before now anyway. So we will talk to you guys soon. And until next time, mind the shadows and...
Fucking tell your friends, warn your enemies. Fucking hail, you glorious motherfuckers. Good night.
Well done, my friend.